Chapter 498. The following heaven-striking palm and star-shattering kick were also extremely powerful. The heaven-striking palm was a technique that surpassed strength. Under this palm, even ghosts and gods would find it difficult to escape. Star-shattering kick was the purest form of body-tempering martial art. It was purer than the Nine Dragons' Claw, but in terms of profoundness, it was slightly weaker than the Nine Dragons' Claw. Nine Tribulations Divine Fist then. The moment Li Fuqian saw the Nine Calamity Divine Fist, he had already made his choice. The complete Nine Tribulations Divine Fist was definitely a heaven-level body-refining martial art. Moreover, it was not a low-rank heaven level, but at least a middle-rank heaven level. After all, a portion of the Third Tribulation's content was evaluated as an Earth-class high-tier body-refining martial art. The complete Third Tribulation was probably a low-tier heaven-class body-tempering martial art. If Li Fuqian didn't choose such an incredible body refinement art and chose something else, he would be a fool. As for the cultivation difficulty of the Nine Calamity Divine Fist, Li Fuqian had automatically ignored it. With his current perception, even if it was a complete heaven-class body-refining martial art, he also had the confidence to challenge it. He did not dare to say that it would be easy for him to achieve great success, but he was confident that he would succeed in his cultivation. With the pale purple spirit soul, he believed that even primary Sea Realm Monarch's spirit soul wasn't as strong as him. However, primary Sea Realm Monarchs possessed true spirits and would be able to cultivate martial arts with half the effort. Furthermore, primary Sea Realm Monarchs had higher cultivation levels and had a deeper understanding of everything. Once he progressed to the Battle Spirit Realm and condensed his true spirit, he was confident that his perception would surpass primary Sea Realm Monarchs. Since I chose the Nine Tribulations Divine Fist, I can't choose the 6-star secret technique anymore. The entire manual of the Nine Calamity Divine Fist required 200,000 contribution coins and Li Fuqian only had 181,900 contribution coins. After deducting the 24,000 contribution coins needed to redeem the second half of the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration, Li Fuqian was still lacking 42,100 contribution coins. He might have conquered the Demon Ring continent, but the greatest resource, the ancient demon fruits, had already been harvested. If he relied on other resources, it would be hard to obtain a large number of contribution coins so quickly. Therefore, Li Fuqian had to use the contribution coins sparingly and use them wisely. The second volume of the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration and the first volume of the Nine Tribulations Divine Fist? The Pagoda Guardian Elder frowned. Putting aside the former, the latter was one of the hardest manuals to cultivate in the Red Rainbow sect and was just inferior to heaven-class manuals. Are you sure? The Elder asked. I'm sure. Li Fuqian nodded. Okay, I hope you don't regret it. The Tower Guardian Elder didn't try to persuade Li Fuqian. Sometimes, hitting a wall was more useful than any advice. When Li Fuqian hit a wall, he would know what it meant to act within his capabilities. After taking the second half of the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration and the first half of the Nine Calamity Divine Fist, Li Fuqian left the secret manual tower and headed for Fuqian Peak. He would be in seclusion for a long time to come. Most of the Outer Sect Monarch-class disciples would be in seclusion until they reached the peak level of Reincarnation Realm or even the low levels of Battle Spirit Realm before venturing out. After all, they would be able to enjoy plenty of resources and there was no need for them to go out and earn contribution coins. A pity that Li Fuqian was different from them. Li Fuqian's perception was too strong and his speed of exchanging manuals was several times faster than them. After returning to Fuqian Peak, Li Fuqian wasn't in a hurry to go into seclusion. He planned to return to the East Unicorn continent first. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he returned to the East Unicorn continent. After all, with the teleportation disk, it was actually very convenient for him to go back. It was just a waste of some low-grade spirit stones. Activating the teleportation board, Li Fuqian turned into a light and vanished from Fuqian Peak. East Unicorn Continent. Alliance Master, you're back. Mu Hanxin said with delight. Li Fuchen scanned the entire wind-snow sect with his awareness and noticed that the Li clansmen were all here. He then asked casually, Elder Mu, I wonder if the East Unicorn continent is doing well recently. Mu Hanxin laughed bitterly, Alliance Master, something major happened on the East Unicorn continent. Oh, what major incident? Li Fuchen was rather surprised. Mu Hanxin said, it is unknown why the fog in the 100 Battle Region's land of fog is gradually dissipating, exposing many ancient secrets. One of the teleportation platforms has also been discovered and many people have used the teleportation platform to leave the East Unicorn continent. If I wasn't waiting for the Alliance Master, I might have left too. The temptation of teleporting to another continent was too great for Mu Hanxin. He had been stuck at the peak level of reincarnation realm for a very long time. If he headed to another continent, as long as that continent had a better cultivation environment, he was confident he could break through to the battle spirit realm within a short period of time. But in the East Unicorn continent, even if he could break through to the battle spirit realm before his lifespan, he would be forced to leave the East Unicorn continent and head to the overseas islands. It was no different from being trapped. A teleportation platform that leads to another continent. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. Li Fuchen was already mentally prepared for this information. The various continents might be separated by oceans, but as long as a primary sea realm monarch came here, they would be able to set up a teleportation array. The East Unicorn continent did have primary sea realm monarchs in ancient times. During the flourishing Black Sky sect, there was a primary sea realm monarch. Since there were primary sea realm monarchs, it wasn't strange for there to be teleportation arrays that led to other continents. It didn't matter if the teleportation array was set up by a local primary sea realm monarch or a foreign continent's primary sea realm monarch. As long as it could lead to another continent, it was fine. This is the Earth-class cultivation technique manual that I promised you. Li Fuchen took out a cultivation technique manual and handed it to Mu Hanxin. He had asked An Xinmei to auction this cultivation technique manual and he still had a few more with him. Thank you, Alliance Master. Mu Hanxin was delighted. He might be able to head to other continents now and would have a much greater chance in the future, but he didn't know anything about the other continents. With an Earth-class cultivation technique manual, he would be able to increase his strength greatly. He might even be able to progress to the battle spirit realm before he left the East Unicorn continent. A battle spirit realm martial artist would definitely have a much greater chance of surviving if he headed to another continent. Of course, if the other continent also restricted the existence of battle spirit realm martial artists, making it impossible for him to teleport over, then staying on the East Unicorn continent wouldn't be any different from staying on another continent. He would rather stay on the East Unicorn continent. After all, this place was already trending towards peace and he could concentrate on cultivation. Most importantly, he was the same as the others and assumed that Li Fuchen could head to other continents freely. Furthermore, those continents would definitely be of a higher grade than the East Unicorn continent. Otherwise, how could Li Fuchen obtain so many Earth-class manuals and equipment? How could his strength progress so quickly? It was simply unbelievable. There is no need to thank me. This is what you deserve. If it was in the past, Li Fuchen was planning to rely on the East Unicorn continent to help him gather resources and spirit stones. But now, he no longer had any requests for the East Unicorn continent. In terms of resources, the East Unicorn continent wouldn't be able to catch up with the Red Rainbow sect. The Red Rainbow sect was connected to numerous continents and all of those continents had more resources than the East Unicorn continent. As a monarch-class disciple of the Red Rainbow sect, the treatment that he enjoyed wasn't something that the East Unicorn continent could imagine. As for spirit stones, Li Fuchen currently had over 40 million low-grade spirit stones and 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He didn't lack spirit stones for the time being. Therefore, it was time for him to repay the East Unicorn continent. Li Fuchen was actually very happy that the East Unicorn continent had teleportation arrays that connected to other continents. After all, this was a way out. As a native of the East Unicorn continent, he naturally hoped that the prodigies of the East Unicorn continent would have greater achievements. The Azure Waters sect had already moved out of the Wind Snow sect and rebuilt their mountain. With Li Fuchen's deterrence and the assistance from the various major sects, the Azure Water sect was developing like a raging fire. Some of the reincarnation realm experts from the destroyed sects had joined the Azure Water sect, allowing the Azure Water sect to have over 20 reincarnation realm experts, and it was flourishing for a period of time. Li Fuchen still had feelings for the Azure Water sect and had specially gifted 2 Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique manuals and many Earth-class low-tier martial art manuals. With these manuals, the Azure Water sect's potential wouldn't be inferior to any other sect. As for the future, Li Fuchen wouldn't bother about the Azure Water sect anymore. Everyone had their own fortune, and he didn't wish for the Azure Water sect to grow under his protection, as it would cause the Azure Water sect to lose their fighting spirit. Apart from that, Li Fuchen had also gifted an Earth-class peak-tier herb that could upgrade the bone frame to Zhao Mingyue, allowing her bone frame to upgrade from 4-star to 5-star. A 5-star purine bone frame was comparable with a regular 6-star extraordinary bone frame. If he had the chance to obtain a heaven-class low-tier bone frame herb and upgrade Zhao Mingyue's bone frame to 6-star, in terms of potential, Zhao Mingyue wouldn't be inferior to regular 7-star bone frames. But heaven-class herbs were things that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Heaven-class bone frame herbs were even harder to come by. Li Fuchen didn't know if he could obtain them and could only rely on Zhao Mingyue's luck. Finally, Li Fuchen stayed at the Li clan and had a small gathering with his parents. The Li clan was just a small clan, and even with Li Fuchen, it wasn't enough for the Li clan to become an elite clan. Unless the Li clan could produce a batch of reincarnation realm experts. Therefore, it was safest for the Li clan to stay in the Wind Snow sect's territory. Right now, the Wind Snow sect was already the #1 sect in the East Unicorn continent. If the Wind Snow sect wasn't safe, then there wouldn't be any safe place. This time, Li Fuchen brought back plenty of extremely precious resources. Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan were previously 3-star bone frames. It might be very difficult to upgrade from 5-star to 6-star, but it wasn't a difficult task for Li Fuchen to upgrade from 3-star to 4-star and from 4-star to 5-star. As a monarch-class disciple, Li Fuchen had special privileges in the 7-color continent. Therefore, it was easy for him to obtain elixirs and herbs to upgrade the bone frame. In just a few days, Li Tianhan had upgraded from 3-star bone frame to 5-star bone frame, and it was the 5-star blazing flame bone frame. Shen Yuyan had upgraded from 3-star bone frame to 5-star soft water bone frame. The duo were already at the peak level of the Earth Shatter realm. With the drastic increase in the bone frame star rank, the duo had broken through to the first level of Heaven Dipper realm. The duo was so excited that they couldn't sleep for a few days. Their extinguished martial Dao hearts were reignited. After all, the duo was only around 50 years old and had plenty of time to cultivate. Most importantly, with such a powerful son, it was hard for the duo not to improve. They didn't wish for Li Fuchen to be disappointed. On this day, Li Fuchen left the Wind Snow sect and flew towards the 100 Battle region. In a small valley in the 100 Battle region, Li Fuchen discovered that teleportation platform. Beside the teleportation platform, the Petrified Queen was also there. After seeing Li Fuchen, the Petrified Queen's expression changed. She quickly took out a large number of low-grade spirit stones and prepared to teleport. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will not make a move on you. There is no need to be so nervous. Killing the Petrified Queen wouldn't benefit him at all." Furthermore, she was already planning to leave the East Unicorn continent. After letting out a breath of relief, the Petrified Queen didn't slow down and replied, "Many thanks." While speaking, a radiance lit up and the Petrified Queen vanished from the teleportation platform. I wonder which continent this teleportation platform leads to. Li Fuchen was rather curious. But he didn't try. He didn't know if the teleportation board would be able to help him return to the seven-color continent if he headed to a new continent. If he teleported blindly, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Chapter 499. After returning to the seven-color continent, Li Fuqian started his seclusion. He had already cultivated the cloud flame thousand incineration to the perfection realm. With the cultivation contents of the third and fourth moves, he was confident that he could push the cloud flame thousand incineration to the perfection realm in a short period of time and comprehend the cloud flame thousand incineration sword intent. Once he comprehended the cloud flame thousand incineration sword intent, the cloud flame thousand incineration would no longer be limited to its power. True Qi martial arts had never been able to compete with body-refining martial arts in terms of power. True Qi martial arts had endless mysteries. Sometimes, power wasn't that important. If body-refining martial arts were compared to a hammer, then the true Qi martial arts would be a sword. Hammer's style was based on strength. Swordsmanship, on the other hand, was about technique and style. Of course, nothing was absolute. There were also extremely exquisite hammer techniques, and there were also extremely heavy and simple sword techniques. But the overall style is so. As for the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, Li Fuqian was planning to practice it during the initial stages. Since his current strength was already invincible in the reincarnation realm, he wasn't in a hurry to increase his strength. 100 Incineration, 1000 Incineration, each move is more profound than the previous. 10 Incineration and 100 Incineration are still purely stacking sword energy, but 1000 Incineration has clearly surpassed this level, reaching the stage of stacking cycles. No matter what kind of sword technique it was, the final move was always the most perfect and the most powerful. This was because the last move contained the strongest and most complete sword intent. In just half a day, Li Fuqian had mastered the third move, 100 Incineration. After all, the 100 Incineration represented the perfection stage and Li Fuqian had already reached the perfection stage in advance. However, the final move, 1000 Incineration, was very difficult to cultivate. It was much harder than comprehending the venomous dragon fist to the trance stage. After half a month, Li Fuqian only found some opportunities. I have underestimated top-rank Earth Realm martial arts. Li Fuqian let out a breath. Li Fuqian didn't bother about cultivating the 1000 Incineration within a short period of time and started to put his energy into the 9 Calamity Divine Fist. The 9 Tribulations Divine Fist was different from the Tiger Soul Fist and the Toxic Dragon Fist. It could not cultivate the aura, but it mainly focused on how to cultivate the tribulation power. The so-called tribulation power was extremely tyrannical. It could destroy everything and turn everything into ashes. If this tribulation power was cultivated to the limit, it could theoretically destroy an entire world. Of course, that was only in theory. It is obvious that the calamity power is a higher-level manifestation of the power law. Li Fuqian pondered. It might be difficult for others to enter the entry stage, but for Li Fuqian, it was rather easy for him to cultivate the 9 Calamity Divine Fist to the entry stage. Mortal Tribulation. On the peak of the mountain, a breeze was blowing. Peng, Li Fuqian punched a human-sized boulder on the opposite side. With a flash of red light, the entire boulder collapsed. Not a single speck of dust filled the air, only a small pile of ash was left. Terrifying. Li Fuqian's eyes lit up. This power simply pointed to the essence. The boulder seemed to have been destroyed by a powerful force, but in fact, its core had been destroyed. It was like a person without a soul, and what was left of his body was nothing but a walking corpse. It's just that the draconic elephant's power is consumed a lot. Li Fuqian had only cultivated the mortal calamity to the entry stage, but the consumption of the dragon elephant power wasn't inferior to the vicious dragon fist. It was hard to imagine how much dragon elephant power would be consumed once Li Fuqian cultivated the mortal calamity to the completion stage. The third calamity is called the mortal calamity. I wonder what are the other 8 calamities called? Li Fuchen was very curious about the 9 calamity divine fist, but he was even more curious about which great existence created such a horrific body refinement art. Li Fuchen reckoned that Law Phase realm emperors shouldn't be able to create it, and it was probably an existence of a higher level. Time flew by quickly. On the 10th month since Li Fuchen arrived at the Red Rainbow sect, 2 outer sect monarch-class disciples progressed to the battle spirit realm. One of them was the Violet Flower Kingdom's Murong Tianqing. The difference between the reincarnation realm and the battle spirit realm was extremely huge. No matter how powerful a reincarnation realm expert was, it was only in terms of combat strength. As for battle spirit realm masters, their soul spirit would produce a true spirit. As long as the true spirit wasn't extinguished, they would be able to reincarnate. Apart from that, once the true spirit was produced, it was the same as leaving a trace of mark on the Heaven Tao law. This trace of mark would allow the martial artist to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth with half the effort. The compatibility with heaven and earth was something that reincarnation realm experts couldn't compare with. If battle spirit realm masters were the sons of heaven Tao, then reincarnation realm experts were just unrelated outsiders. There weren't any benefits and they could only rely on themselves. It could be said that the battle spirit realm was the second stage of the martial Tao. The first stage was a mortal, while the second stage was a martial artist that was considered a celestial. Of course, celestials had different levels and the battle spirit realm was the lowest level of celestials. After progressing to the battle spirit realm, monarch-class disciples would be able to enjoy better treatment. 90% of the Red Rainbow sect's resources were concentrated on the monarch-class disciples. As for the rest of the regular disciples, they would only be able to enjoy 10% of the resources. If one wanted resources, they would have to earn contribution coins. The more contribution coins one had, the more resources one could redeem. 1000 Incineration. On Fuchen Peak, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. The scarlet sword light was like a hollow fireball that suddenly expanded and burst like bubbles. It might not seem like there was a huge commotion, but anyone who saw such a scene would feel a chill in their heart. 1000 Incineration. The sword light is layered in a cycle. When it explodes, it is enough to instantly incinerate the enemy's body. Li Fuchen nodded slightly. The Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration intent was an extremely powerful blazing flame sword Tao law. Once it exploded, it would obviously show signs of destroying the heaven and earth law. It was like a bubble that would appear and disappear without a trace and contained the aura of destruction. With my current chi cultivation strength, I will be able to contest with low-level battle spirit realm martial artists. At this moment, Li Fuchen didn't just comprehend the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration intent, his Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique had also broken through to the 28th rank. After his cultivation technique broke through, he broke through to the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm. His chi cultivation strength had a huge leap and it might still be inferior to his body refinement strength, but it was already very close. Li Fuchen was confident that if he fought with Murong Tianqing before progressing to the battle spirit realm, he would be able to defeat Murong Tianqing in a single sword. It didn't matter if Murong Tianqing executed his divine ability or not, the outcome would still be the same. As for the evolved Murong Tianqing, if Li Fuchen didn't expose his body refinement strength, he might still be able to contest with him. But there was still some suspense. After all, once Murong Tianqing progressed, his divine ability's power would definitely increase greatly. The difference between the 9th level of Reincarnation Realm and the 1st level of Battle Spirit Realm was huge. As compared to his chi cultivation strength, Li Fuchen's body refinement strength didn't have much progress. His mortal calamity was already at the subcompletion stage. But the subcompletion stage of the mortal calamity was still inferior to the trance stage of the vicious dragon fist. The latter contained the vicious dragon fist intent and was relatively complete. But the mortal calamity is much more useful than the vicious dragon fist. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. Chapter 500. Mortal Calamity. There was a flash of red light as a fist drew across the sky and struck the floating shield. This shield was an Earth-class low-tier shield and it was hard for Reincarnation Realm martial artists to damage it. Even low-level Battle Spirit Realm martial artists would only be able to leave a scratch on it. But when facing the fist that was glowing with red light, the Earth-class low-tier shield immediately decayed and collapsed. Mortal calamity can destroy all living beings. I didn't expect for it to even turn Earth-class low-tier equipment into ashes. The sub-completion rank of Mortal Calamity naturally couldn't destroy Earth-class low-tier equipment in terms of power. But the Mortal Calamity power could destroy the core of the equipment and destroy it from the inside out. If the Mortal Calamity was at the completion rank, it would probably be able to destroy Earth-class mid-tier equipment. When Li Fuchen's body refinement reached the Battle Spirit Realm, the Mortal Calamity's calamity power would be even stronger. Buzz, 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 buzz. On this day, above the Red Rainbow sect, circles of scarlet light suddenly burst out. It was like a scarlet rainbow and was extremely gorgeous. This is the assembly order. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes and soared into the sky before flying towards the outer sect's plain plaza. The plain plaza was already filled with thousands of individuals and the number was still increasing rapidly. There were people rushing over from all directions. What happened? What else can happen? The war with the sea beasts has erupted. The Red Sea's sea beasts are causing trouble again. It seems like our opportunity to earn contribution coins has arrived. Don't be happy too early. Every time there is a war with the sea beasts, our Red Rainbow sect will lose around 10% of our disciples. Think about how many disciples are there in 10%. It is so exaggerated. Don't the Red Rainbow sect's upper echelons care? Care? How can they care? The Red Rainbow sect doesn't need flowers in a greenhouse, they need iron-blooded experts. Only true experts can develop and strengthen the Red Rainbow sect. Even if there are 1,000 or 10,000 mediocre individuals, it will just be a waste of the Red Rainbow sect's resources. On the plain plaza, the veteran disciples and the new disciples were in a heated discussion. A war with the sea beasts, huh? Li Fuchen heard everyone's words and understood in his heart. The seven-color continent didn't just have 7 continents, there were also 7 internal seas. These 7 internal seas corresponded to the 7 continents. They were called the Red Sea, Clear Sea, Yellow Sea, Green Sea, Blue Sea, and Purple Sea. In the west of the Scarlet Earth continent was the Scarlet Sea and in the east was the Purple Sea. There were large numbers of sea beasts in the 7 inland seas. The sea beasts were ruled by demonic kings, and for countless years, they had been constantly fighting with the 7 king-class factions. It was said that the main reason for their conflict was for the coastal resources. The Red Sea's strongest demonic king was called the Red Sea Monarch. It was a Class 7 peak-grade demonic beast, Red Flood Dragon. Its strength was so formidable that only the Red Rainbow sect's strongest monarch, the Red Rainbow Monarch, could compare with it. However, the monarchs of the 2 factions basically wouldn't make a move. After all, if they made a move, it would be an all-out war that would result in countless casualties. Unless it was a matter of life and death, the kings would only watch from behind the scenes. As such, the elders and disciples under the primary sea realm were the main force of the war. Once the assembly order was given, half of the elders and all the disciples in the Red Rainbow sect had to go out to battle. No one could avoid the battle. Before long, the number of people in the square had reached 7,000 to 8,000. At this moment, a tall and sturdy man in his 50s with a head of scarlet hair flew onto the plain plaza. Li Fuchen found out from everyone that this person was the Red Rainbow sect's outer sect Grand Elder, Wang Kuei. He was at the peak level of the Battle Spirit Realm and was definitely a top-class expert below the primary sea realm. Since the sea beasts are invading, our Red Rainbow sect will naturally do our best to welcome them. As usual, killing a Class 4 demonic beast will be rewarded with 1 contribution coin. Killing a great demonic beast will be rewarded with 10 contribution coins. Killing a low-tier demonic general will be rewarded with 100 contribution coins. Killing a mid-tier demonic general will be rewarded with 300 contribution coins. Killing a high-tier demonic general will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution coins. In addition, our Red Rainbow sect will set up 2 rankings, the Minor Beast Slaying rankings and the Major Beast Slaying rankings. The Minor Beast Slaying rankings will correspond to the Reincarnation realm, while the Major Beast Slaying rankings will correspond to the Battle Spirit realm. Those on the Beast Slaying rankings will be rewarded with additional contribution coins. Once Wang Kuei finished speaking, everyone's eyes were burning with passion. Contribution coins were too important to them. There were plenty of people who didn't have enough contribution coins and were unable to redeem higher-tiered manuals. Therefore, it was hard for their strength to progress. But once they had enough contribution coins, their strength would definitely soar within 1 or 2 years. After clearing his throat, Wang Kuei continued, our Red Rainbow sect will set up 8 lookout islands in the Red Sea. We will send 1,000 individuals to each lookout island. Next, we will assign them. After Wang Kuei finished speaking, the outer sect elders had already started to assign the groups. Li Fuchen was assigned to the number 5 lookout island and there were plenty of direct disciples who were accompanying him. The so-called direct disciples were those whose cultivation had reached the high level of the Battle Spirit realm and had passed the direct inheritance trial tower. It was hard to judge the strength of direct disciples. Even a mid-level Battle Spirit realm inner sect disciple would be able to defeat the top rankers of the Violet Flower Kingdom's master rankings with ease, let alone direct disciples. Apart from direct disciples, Li Fuchen's group had plenty of familiar faces. Like the High Heaven Martial Institution's Ling Yijian, and also the South Forest Martial Institution's Wang Heilong. Back when Li Fuchen arrived at the Red Rainbow sect, there were 90 youths from the Violet Flower Kingdom. After an average distribution, each group would have around a dozen individuals. After seeing Li Fuchen, Ling Yijian's eyes were filled with battle intent. Li Fuchen might be a monarch-class disciple, but Ling Yijian didn't think that he would be inferior to Li Fuchen in this lifetime. Li Fuchen, I heard that you defeated Murong Tianxing. But Murong Tianxing has progressed to the Battle Spirit realm and you will never be a match for him. In this battle, Xikong Zhan shall compete with you. A youth that was more than 2 meters tall sized up Li Fuchen. As you wish. Li Fuchen immediately recognized the youth. This youth was the ancient Moon Kingdom's 7-star prodigy, Xikong Zhan. Just like Li Fuchen, he was also a monarch-class disciple. However, Xikong Zhan's cultivation was obviously at the peak level of Reincarnation realm and was probably not far from progressing to the Battle Spirit realm. Li Fuchen's attitude made Xikong Zhan's expression turn unpleasant. Li Fuchen's tone obviously didn't put him in his eyes. As a fellow monarch-class disciple, Xikong Zhan might be envious of Li Fuchen's perception, but in his opinion, perception wasn't as important as bone frame. A 6-star bone frame was ultimately a 6-star bone frame. It might be possible for Li Fuchen to reach the primary sea realm, but it wasn't absolute. As for Xikong Zhan, he was a 7-star bone frame and would definitely progress to the primary sea realm. After all, the Red Rainbow sect had plenty of resources and what qualifications did Li Fuchen have to put on airs with him? If Li Fuchen didn't crush Li Fuchen's prowess, did Li Fuchen really think that as a monarch-class disciple, he would be on equal footing with 7-star bone frames? Xikong Zhan sneered and didn't say anything else. After the teams were distributed, they started to teleport. Chapter 501. The number 5 Lookout Island was a butterfly-shaped island and was around a few hundred miles in size. In the center of the number 5 Lookout Island, there was an iron tower that was a few thousand meters in height. It might be called an iron tower, but it was more like an iron pillar that was supporting a pavilion. Only a monarch-class faction would be able to do such a thing. After all, it wasn't an easy task to smelt an iron pillar that was a few thousand meters in length. On the Lookout Island, there was a large-scale teleportation platform that radiated with radiance. Close to 1,000 individuals appeared at the same time. This is the Lookout Island? Li Fuchen's awareness could cover over 1,000 miles, and with a single scan, the entire Lookout Island could be seen clearly. There is nothing special about the Lookout Island. It is just that the Iron Tower and the array that envelopes the entire Lookout Island that is rather shocking. Li Fuchen was certain that the Iron Tower in the center of the Lookout Island was definitely a killer weapon with astounding power. It might even have the power of a primary Sea Realm martial artist. As for the array that enveloped the Lookout Island, it should be a Class 7 array. Otherwise, it would be hard to protect the Lookout Island. After all, this was the Boundless Sea and it was the domain of the sea beasts. Rumble. Outside the Lookout Island, there were raging waves. The seawater that should be lower than the Lookout Island was actually a few hundred meters or 1,000 meters in height. The waves were constantly crashing on the barrier of the array. Inside the waves were countless sea beasts. There were Class 4 sea beasts, Class 5 sea beasts, and Class 6 sea beasts. At the back of the sea beasts was a giant shadow that was the size of an island. Even if everyone was foolish, they would know that it was a demonic beast king. The demonic beast king might not be able to participate in the battle, but the sea beasts required his command. On top of the Iron Tower, a stalwart figure appeared. It was a primary Sea Realm monarch. With a wave of his hand, the array power surged and 2 giant screens appeared in the sky above the Lookout Island. The tokens on your bodies can reflect in real time how many sea beasts you have killed and how many contribution points you have obtained. The final amount of contribution points will be displayed on the beast slaying rankings. Activate the token's power and fuse it into the beast slaying rankings. The stalwart figure's voice echoed throughout the entire island. Yes. Be it the disciples or elders, they had all dripped their blood to refine the tokens. After pouring their chi into the tokens, illusory tokens flew towards the 2 beast-slaying rankings. In the next moment, densely packed names appeared on the beast-slaying rankings. Behind the names were numbers, but right now, everyone's numbers were 0. And right at this moment, the rankings on the 2 demon-slaying rolls started to change. On the major beast-slaying roll, the first place was a person called Yuan Long, and the number behind him was 189. On the minor beast-slaying roll, the first place was Tai Chuanxiu, and the number behind him was 18. This meant that the 2 of them had obtained 189 contribution coins and 18 contribution coins respectively. It's senior brother Yuan Long. How terrifying, obtaining 189 contribution coins in one go. Just how many sea beasts did he kill? That's normal. Senior brother Yuan Long is one of the 3 true monarch-level disciples. Apart from the 2 emperor-level disciples, no one can compare to him. Who is this Tai Chuanxiu? For him to be ranked number 1 on the minor beast-slaying rankings, he must not be underestimated when he progresses to the battle spirit realm. Senior brother, Tai Chuanxiu is a 7-star genius of our spring and autumn kingdom. His comprehension has reached 72. A perception of 72. It is indeed very powerful. The comprehension ability of a king-class disciple is usually around 65. Those who exceed 70 are the cream of the crop. Some of the inner sect disciples nodded. Have the other Lookout Islands started fighting? While sizing up the beast-slaying rankings, Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. The top 10 ranks of the major beast-slaying rankings were basically occupied by direct monarch-class disciples. The only one that made it into the top 10 was the outer sect Grand Elder, Wang Kuei. After thinking about it, the outer sect elders were usually assumed by inner sect disciples and direct disciples after they reached the age of 100. Direct monarch-class disciples wouldn't even assume the position of outer sect elder. They would only assume the position of inner sect elder after progressing to the primary sea realm. In terms of status, be it direct monarch-class disciples or inner sect monarch-class disciples, they were superior to outer sect elders. After all, monarch-class disciples would become primary sea realm monarchs in the future. As for the outer sect elders, there might not even be 1 in 100 that could progress to the primary sea realm. The major beast-slaying rankings had close to 7,000 individuals while the minor beast-slaying rankings had less than 1,000 individuals. Those that could enter the Red Rainbow sect were basically 6-star bone frames. After 6-star bone frames entered the Red Rainbow sect, they would be able to progress to the Battle Spirit realm in around 10 to 20 years. Therefore, the number of Reincarnation Realm Red Rainbow sect disciples was actually several times lesser than Battle Spirit realm disciples. The changes on the minor beast-slaying rankings were extremely intense. In just a short moment, the top 10 ranks were basically occupied by the Outer Sect Monarch class disciples. The Violet Flower Kingdoms by Ling Shuang and Hai Wuya were also among them. Go and fight. After everyone activated the token's power and fused it into the beast-slaying rankings, the imposing figure on the Iron Tower spoke loudly. Swish 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 swish. Close to 1,000 individuals, including Li Fuchen, flew towards the number 5 Lookout Island's beach. After exiting the array, everyone started to kill. White Rainbow Saber Art. Xikong Zhan drew his snow-white long saber and cleaved. The waves were split apart and at least a dozen class 4 sea beasts were slain by the saber light. In an instant, Xikong Zhan's ranking rose from the bottom to the top 100. Green Cloud Net. Ling Yijian had also brandished his green longsword. The sword light turned into a net and slew around 8 class 4 sea beasts. Swish! Ling Yijian's ranking rose to the top 200. Comparisons are odious. These people are killing the sea beasts too quickly. Only the top 10 of the minor beast-slaying rankings will be rewarded with contribution coins. Only the top 100 of the major beast-slaying rankings will be rewarded with contribution coins. We better kill sea beasts honestly to earn contribution coins. Don't even think about the rewards. When some of the Outer Sect disciples saw the speed at which Xikong Zhan and the others killed the sea beasts, they felt bitter in their hearts. The number 5 Lookout Island was a few hundred miles in size and everyone split up to prevent a situation where the sea beasts were snatched. In the sky above a spacious beach, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. Li Fuchen didn't execute the 1,000 incineration and merely executed the first move of the Cloud Flame 1,000 incineration, Cloud Incineration. After all, the 1,000 incineration consumed too much qi and in a battle, it was most important to conserve qi. The sword light was like a cloud of fire that extended in all directions. Boom boom boom, the waves exploded and water vapor rose. Within the range of the sword light, all the sea beasts were blasted apart and had charred flesh. A single sword move killed around 40 class 4 sea beasts. The sea beasts are too big in size. It isn't as fast as class 4 demons to kill them. Li Fuchen frowned. Although the level 4 demon beasts were much stronger than the level 4 sea beasts, and only the top level 4 sea beasts could compete with the level 4 demon beasts, but the size of the sea beasts was too big, and the area they occupied was also very big, while the level 4 demon beasts were generally only 1 or 2 zhang in size. Li Fuchen's sword art's range wasn't as wide. Of course, it was mainly due to the isolation of the seawater, the sword art's power was greatly weakened. After all, the sea was the home ground of the sea beasts and the humans were at a disadvantage. Despite the case, after killing around 40 sea beasts in a single sword move, Li Fuchen's ranking had risen to the top 30. The sea beasts might be endless, but not every region had a large number of sea beasts. There were some regions that had a huge range but only a few sea beasts were active. Therefore, if Li Fuchen wanted to kill a group of sea beasts, he would need to look for opportunities. But to Li Fuchen, it didn't matter if he didn't have the chance. After cultivating the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration to the trance stage and comprehending the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration sword intent, a single sword slash would instantly kill class 4 sea beasts or class 5 sea beasts without any survivors. In just 15 minutes, Li Fuchen reached the peak. Chapter 502. Senior Tai Chuanxiu has been surpassed. It is Senior Li Fuchen. What? So fast? When Senior Li Fuchen's contribution points were still at 0, Senior Tai Chuanxiu already has close to 100 contribution points. Who is Li Fuchen? He isn't a 7-star bone frame, but his perception is astounding. It is said that he has full points and is comparable with Emperor-class disciples. Tisk, Emperor-class disciples' perception isn't as simple as full points. But since Li Fuchen has full points of perception, he must not be underestimated. After progressing to the battle spirit realm, he will probably be another formidable figure. As long as they turned around, everyone would be able to see the rankings on the beast-slaying rankings. On the minor beast-slaying rankings, Li Fuchen's ranking was rising like a rocket. In just a short moment, he had rushed to the first rank and was very eye-catching. Be it the outer sect disciples or inner sect disciples, they had all remembered Li Fuchen's name. Li Fuchen, Tai Chuanxiu was very unhappy. During the perception test, there were 2 individuals who had better perception than him. One was Murong Tianqing and the other was Li Fuchen. The former had progressed to the battle spirit realm and was now an inner sect monarch class disciple. Li Fuchen might have a high perception, but his bone frame wasn't something that Tai Chuanxiu cared about. After close to a year, Tai Chuanxiu's cultivation had already reached the peak level of reincarnation realm and he believed that his strength wasn't inferior to anyone. Right now, Li Fuchen had snatched the first rank of the minor beast-slaying rankings and it made Tai Chuanxiu rather angry. Blood Axe Frenzy Wave. Tai Chuanxiu had the 7-star Axe Dao bone frame. Originally, he didn't plan to use the Axe Dao divine ability, but he couldn't be bothered now. The Axe Dao power surged out and Tai Chuanxiu's body burst out with a tyrannical and indestructible Axe Dao Qi presence. He raised the blood-colored axe high and cleaved down with force. Immediately after, a blood-colored axe light that was a few thousand feet in size descended from the sky and cleaved ruthlessly on the sea wave. The instant the sea wave split apart, the blood-colored axe exploded and turned into countless small axes that shot out in all directions. PFFF PFFF PFFF, when the giant blood-colored axe light cleaved down, at least 20 Class 4 demons and a few Class 5 demons were killed. But the following small axes had a wider range of damage. In the blink of the eye, over a dozen Class 4 demons and a few Class 5 demons were cleaved into halves. A single Axe Dao divine ability gave Tai Chuanxiu 100 contribution points. With a whoosh, his ranking rose from 2nd place to 1st place, and his contribution points reached 342. Li Fuchen's ranking dropped to number 2 with 320 contribution points. Senior brother Tai Chuanxiu has regained 1st place. The 2 of them are fighting. Senior apprentice brother Tai Chuanxiu's Axe Dao sacred art is really powerful. With just 1 axe, its lethality is almost on par with an inner sect disciple. As they killed the sea beasts, they looked at the rankings on the minor beast-slaying roll and discussed with one another via voice transmission. Tai Chuanxiu, who was using his Axe Dao divine art, was unstoppable. More than 10 Class 5 sea beasts joined hands to attack him, but they were all chopped down by his axe. His contribution points skyrocketed from 342 points, and an hour later, his contribution points finally broke through 1,000. But Li Fuchen's killing speed wasn't slow either. Following closely behind, he had already killed over 700 enemies. His killing speed is so fast. Did he use his divine ability from the very beginning? Tai Chuanxiu was bewildered. His Axe Dao power couldn't be exhausted endlessly. After exhausting half of his Axe Dao power, he was planning to stop. Once he stopped using his Axe Dao sacred art, if Li Fuchen's killing speed was still as fast as before, it was unknown if Tai Chuanxiu could maintain his 1st rank. Li Fuchen's ranking kept rising and it didn't just stimulate Tai Chuanxiu, it also stimulated the others. Divine Wind Saber. Xikong Zhan burst out with the wind spirit power and a transparent saber shadow appeared above his head. PFFF 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 PFFF. The transparent saber shadow was elusive and fast like a phantom. Everywhere it passed, the sea beasts would be slain in a straight line. The range of damage might not be comparable to Tai Chuanqiu, but it was superior in terms of speed and endurance. Bai Lingshuang, Hai Wuya, and the other 7-star prodigies from the 6 kingdoms had also executed their divine abilities, causing their contribution points to increase drastically. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's ranking dropped from 2nd to 3rd, then from 3rd to 4th. 2 hours later, he had already dropped to 7th. At this moment, it wasn't a competition of strength, it was a competition of who had a wider range of damage. In normal situations, divine abilities had a very wide range of damage. Merely so. Seeing that his ranking surpassed Li Fuchen, Xikong Zhang grinned. Li Fuchen hasn't used his full strength, right? Bai Lingshuang's Ice Mirror divine ability was extremely bizarre. After executing the Ice Mirror divine ability, her ranking rose steadily and finally rose to the 2nd rank. However, she didn't think that Li Fuchen's strength was only at this level. Perhaps, he hadn't even executed his divine ability yet. The Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration's damage might be powerful, but its range is far inferior to the Green Sun Sword Intent. I can try the Green Sun Sword Intent. Changing his sword stance, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. An overwhelming green light radiated with Li Fuchen as the center. A large number of Class 4 and Class 5 sea beasts were annihilated. Swish, Li Fuchen's ranking rose from 7th to 5th. Subsequently, it rose from 5th to 3rd and 2nd. The Green Sun Sword Intent. The sword field, sword intent, and sword chi were all fused into one and couldn't be differentiated. Wherever the sword field reached, it would be the place where the sword intent and sword chi attacked. If Li Fuchen used his full strength, he was able to expand the Green Sun sword field to a few dozen miles. It wasn't possible to expand it any further. The larger the range, the weaker the sword art's attack power. It might be able to kill Class 4 sea beasts, but it wouldn't be able to kill Class 5 sea beasts. Human, prepare to die. Finally, Li Fuchen's unrestrained massacre had attracted an extremely formidable Class 5 peak-tier sea beast. This sea beast was a whale-type sea beast and it was at least 10,000 feet in size. It was much bigger than some of the Class 6 demonic beasts on land. What was the concept of 10,000 feet? If it was converted to miles, it would be 6 miles. An ordinary person at the Qi refinement realm would need a lot of time to travel 6 miles. However, Li Fuchen was already used to it. Sea beasts were already much bigger than demonic beasts. Furthermore, whale-type sea beasts were the largest type of sea beasts, therefore, it wasn't strange for it to be 10,000 feet in size. This was a narwhal and the horn on its head had gathered with thunder light. Immediately after, a thick thunder pillar pierced through the waves and was shot at Li Fuchen. Its strength is roughly at the Demon Ring Continent's Demon General level. Too weak. Li Fuchen cleaved apart the thunder pillar with his first sword and split the narwhal into 2 with his second sword. Ah, hurry up and flee. I cannot kill it alone, I have to work together. Li Fuchen had the strength to kill a powerful Class 5 sea beast, but the others didn't have the strength. On the minor beast slaying rankings, names were extinguished and it meant that outer sect disciples had fallen. In regards to this, some of the disciples who had been tempered didn't have any change in expression. In a war, there would always be casualties. If there weren't casualties, then it wouldn't be called a war. They didn't have the qualifications to pity others as they might be the next to die. After all, there were too many sea beasts. There were close to 1,000 Red Rainbow sect elders and disciples on the number 5 Lookout Island. As for the sea beasts, there were at least tens of thousands. No one knew how many more sea beasts were behind them. The sea was too big and had given birth to countless sea beasts. Their killing speed might not even be able to catch up to the birth speed of the sea beasts. In fact, sea beasts would also have wars because of resources. If there were endless resources, the entire world would be filled with sea beasts. After all, they wouldn't be able to kill all of them. Rumble. A 10,000-meter tall wave was crashing at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen focused his eyes and saw a sea snake that was even bigger than the narwhal in the middle of the wave. Class 6 Low-tier Sea Beast, Multicolored Sea Snake. Human, this day next year shall be your death anniversary. The multicolored sea snake was over 10,000 feet long and its body was like a long dragon. It lifted its tail which was glowing with multicolored light and lashed over. Woo woo woo, there was a shocking air-piercing sound like a thunderclap. The speed was so fast that most of the reincarnation realm experts couldn't react in time. Even low-level battle spirit realm experts wouldn't be able to dodge the tail attack of the multicolored sea snake. Just in time, 1,000 incineration. The blazing sword intent rushed into the sky. Li Fuchen's body shot out and barely dodged the tail attack before he slashed down with his sword. The scarlet sword light was like a hollow fireball that instantly expanded and enveloped the multicolored sea snake. Bang! The fireball was extinguished and the multicolored sea snake's body was severed into several segments while it was writhing miserably. Die! After executing the cloud incineration, the multicolored sea snake's severed body exploded and an illusory multicolored sea snake emerged. Demonic spirit, the true spirit of a class 6 sea beast. As long as the demonic spirit wasn't extinguished, the class 6 sea beast could reincarnate. It was a pity that Li Fuchen didn't plan to let the multicolored sea snake go and had scattered the demonic spirit with a single slash. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had reclaimed the number 1 rank of the minor beast slaying rankings. At this moment, he was the only one that could kill the sea beasts quickly. Everyone else, including Tai Chuanxiu, were entangled by powerful sea beasts and their killing speed was greatly reduced. Class 5 sea beasts were killed one after another. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 Class 6 low-tier sea beasts that died under Li Fuchen's sword. Li Fuchen's contribution points had pulled away from the number 2 Tai Chuanxiu by quite a bit. Damn it, I shouldn't have used the axe Dao power at the start. Seeing that Li Fuchen had surpassed him, Tai Chuanxiu was filled with regret. Right now, the axe Dao power in his body was already less than half, but the sea beasts that were charging at him were getting stronger, increasing the pressure on him. If he had endured until now to execute his divine ability, it wouldn't be so strenuous. Xikong Zhan and the others were also regretting. After all, they had never experienced a war and the conflict of emotions had put them in a predicament. A bunch of fools. One of the inner sect monarch class disciples sneered. The war had just started and they were already executing their divine abilities. They simply didn't know how to write the word death. 300, 500. 1,000, as the war entered the white-hot stage, Li Fuchen's contribution points had maintained a rapid increase. In just a short moment, he had 1,000 points more than Tai Chuanxiu. The other outer sect disciples were speechless when they saw this. Dragon Strength Technique. If the Class 6 low-tier sea beast, multicolored sea snake, was already strong enough, then the Class 6 low-tier sea beast, one-clawed flood snake, was obviously several times stronger than the multicolored sea snake. The only claw on its abdomen extended and turned into a giant dragon claw that clawed at Li Fuchen. Bang! At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen activated the vicious dragon spirit and clashed with it. But he was still sent flying. It should contain the flood dragon bloodline. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. Regular Class 6 low-tier sea beasts weren't a match for him. Only heaven-defying sea beasts with the flood dragon bloodline would be able to suppress him. A true flood dragon was a demonic ruler class existence. The Red Sea's strongest demonic king, the Red Flood Dragon King, wasn't actually a pure-blooded flood dragon. If it was a pure-blooded flood dragon, it would have already evolved into a demonic ruler. Chapter 503. Claw Attack, Tail Whip, Mouth-Spitting White Light, One-Clawed Flood Snake killed Li Fuchen to retreat. If not for Li Fuchen's extremely strong defense, he would have been injured. No, I'm no match for him with my regular strength. The mortal calamity was currently inferior to the vicious dragon fist. If the mortal calamity was at the completion stage, Li Fuchen was confident he could contest with the one-clawed flood snake. Retreat. Li Fuchen retreated towards the lookout island. Human, where do you think you're going? Behind him, a several hundred-meter tall sea monkey abruptly emerged from the seabed. Rank 6 mid-rank sea beast, Scarlet Water Monkey. Boom 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 boom, Scarlet Water Monkey waved his claws, and dozens of huge water balls appeared. Each ball was formed from compressed seawater, and had the power to sink an island. The dozens of huge water balls exploded, and the world seemed to have fallen into doomsday. Astral energy from the seawater was everywhere, and a few outer sect disciples who were closer to the area were instantly blasted into smithereens. Not good. Li Fuchen activated the vicious dragon spirit to protect himself. The vicious dragon spirit distorted and dispersed layer after layer. When there was only a thin layer left, it was ripped apart by the one-clawed flood snake. The dragon claw that expanded like a dragon claw grabbed onto Li Fuchen ruthlessly. Just as Li Fuchen was about to be crushed into meat paste. Whoosh! The surging waves of fire exploded, causing the one-clawed flood dragon to retreat, and its claws loosened. Between the heavens and the earth, a man of fire appeared. Fire God Art, Heart of Flame. When Li Fuchen's chi cultivation strength and body refinement strength had a drastic increase, it was impossible for his blazing flame divine ability to not have any improvement. As his spirit soul evolved into the pale purple color, Li Fuchen's perception had increased by an unknown amount. His comprehension speed of the blazing flame bone frame pattern had also increased by an unknown amount. The current him had already comprehended the blazing flame bone frame pattern to the 4.5 segment. His blazing flame bone frame only had a total of 6 segments. Surging waves of fire radiated in all directions. These waves of fire clearly contained powerful fire laws. They weren't ordinary flames. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to repel the one-clawed dragon snake. What a powerful fire god art! Dragon power. The one-clawed flood snake swiped at Li Fuchen again. Scram! Wielding the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen cleaved at the one-clawed flood snake's claw. Boom! Flames sputtered, and a scorched mark appeared on the one-clawed flood snake's claw. The pain caused the one-clawed flood snake to quickly pull back its claw. Hee, one-clawed general, your strength isn't enough. You can't even deal with a reincarnation realm human ant. The red water monkey tunneled in and out of the seawater with extreme speed while mocking the one-clawed flood snake. The one-clawed flood snake snorted coldly. Crimson Water General, don't be sarcastic. Go ahead if you can. It was obvious that Li Fuchen wasn't a regular reincarnation realm expert. Li Fuchen's blazing flame divine ability made Li Fuchen rather apprehensive. Fine, I'll go. When the red water monkey dove into the sea, there was an additional shadow below Li Fuchen. Get lost. In this boundless ocean battlefield, the chi activity was chaotic and it was very easy for one's consciousness to be disrupted. But Li Fuchen's consciousness was already at the primary sea realm. When he concentrated, the red water monkey wouldn't be able to sneak an attack on him. It was immediately cleaved by Li Fuchen's sword and was sent back into the sea in a pathetic state. Pfft, is this your strength? The one-clawed dragon snake sneered. Splash! A few miles away, the red water monkey emerged from the sea. His body was charred and it was obviously caused by the blazing flame sword chi. He had an unpleasant expression and said, I was careless earlier. It doesn't count. Don't be stubborn. This human kid is troublesome. Work together to kill him and end the battle quickly. The one-clawed flood snake wasn't interested in tangling with Li Fuchen. When the two demonic beast generals worked together, Li Fuchen's pressure increased by several folds. After executing the blazing flame divine ability, Li Fuchen was only able to suppress one of them. After all, be it the one-clawed flood snake or the red water monkey, they were both at the mid-level of battle spirit realm and were comparable with some second or third level battle spirit realm monarch class disciples. Bang! Li Fuchen intentionally suffered an attack from the one-clawed flood snake and used the force to fly back. In just a few blinks of the eye, he had returned to the lookout island. The red water monkey and the one-clawed flood snake were extremely enraged. They had raised a huge wave to crash at the lookout island's array. However, the lookout island's array was a Class 7 array. Unless the energy pool was depleted or the demonic beast king personally arrived, otherwise, it wouldn't be broken. On the island, many of the elders and disciples had retreated. The attacks of the sea beasts were too ferocious and there were endless attacks. Had it not been for the direct disciples resisting the pressure, it was impossible to fight this battle. During the short break, everyone looked up at the major beast-slaying rankings and minor beast-slaying rankings. The number 1 of the major beast-slaying rankings was still Yuan Long. His contribution points had reached an astounding 38,000 points. It was 10,000 points more than the number 2 ranker. However, it was said that the other 2 direct monarch-class disciples were in another continent. Otherwise, Yuan Long might not be the number 1 ranker. As for the minor beast-slaying rankings, the number 1 ranker was naturally Li Fuchen. Different from before, Li Fuchen's number 1 rank was seized by Tai Chuanxiu before he could secure it. Afterwards, Li Fuchen took it back, but now, no one was optimistic about Tai Chuanxiu. Because Tai Chuanxiu and Li Fuchen's contribution points were a total of 1,500 points. Li Fuchen's contribution points were now at 3,600 points. Tai Chuanxiu only had 2,100 points. Unless Li Fuchen perished in battle, Tai Chuanxiu didn't have any hope. Quickly look, Li Fuchen's contribution points are even higher than the inner sect disciples that are ranked lower on the major beast-slaying rankings. An outer sect disciple was suddenly astonished. In response, everyone looked up again. As expected, most of the lower rankers on the major beast-slaying rankings had around 3,000 contribution points and there were plenty of people who had less than Li Fuchen. Doesn't this mean that Li Fuchen's strength is stronger than a portion of the inner sect disciples? You can't say that. Perhaps he is rather lucky and didn't encounter any powerful sea beasts. It is still too early to discuss this now. Once the battle is over, everything will naturally be clear. After resting for a moment, Li Fuchen continued to fight. This time, he wasn't careless anymore and was constantly in a vigilant state. Once a powerful demonic beast general appeared in the alert region, he would immediately retreat. With his uninterrupted scouting with his awareness, Li Fuchen was like a fish in the water on the battlefield. His contribution points were increasing at a rapid speed. Not only did everyone on the minor beast-slaying rankings feel despair, even those on the major beast-slaying rankings were surprised. Half a day later, Li Fuchen's contribution points had already increased to 10,000. The number 2 ranker, Tai Chuanxiu, had less than 6,000 points. How can his killing speed be so fast? Xikong Zhan had a rather unpleasant expression. Half a day ago, he was still vowing to compete with Li Fuchen. Right now, everything that happened was definitely a slap to his face. There are too many sea beasts and they aren't decreasing at all. As far as the eye could see, the raging waves were filled with sea beasts and there weren't any signs of decreasing. Li Fuchen smiled bitterly. As of now, he had killed at least 2,000 Class 4 sea beasts, if not 3,000. He had killed a few hundred Class 5 sea beasts and over 20 Class 6 low-tier sea beasts. It was a fruitful battle. He had killed so many sea beasts by himself and with the addition of the sea beasts killed by others, the number of sea beasts was at least 100,000. It was reckoned that only the sea beasts would willfully expend their combat strength like this. The Red Rainbow sect didn't have so many members to lose. Of course, this was mainly because the Red Rainbow sect was taking the elite route. If the entire Red Soil continent's combat strength was gathered, even if the Red Rainbow sect's numbers were far inferior to the sea beasts, it was still rather impressive. After all, the entire Red Soil continent had countless Heaven Dipper realm martial artists and Reincarnation realm martial artists were no different from cabbages. Roar! There was a high-pitched roar that sounded like a dragon or a whale. Above the distant waves, there was suddenly an additional giant island. After taking a closer look, it wasn't an island, it was obviously a cetacean sea beast. Furthermore, it was a superior among the cetacean sea beasts. Dragon whale. Its size was over 10,000 zhang tall, which was 70 li in terms of distance. What kind of concept was 70 miles? It was even bigger than the giant cities in the seven-color continent. This Class 6 peak-tier sea beast, dragon whale, carried a destructive prowess as it charged at the lookout island. Just the burst of prowess was enough to send a large number of outer sect and inner sect disciples flying while vomiting blood. There were also a large number of Class 4 sea beasts that exploded and died an unknown death. It is one of the Red Sea's 5 unrivaled demonic generals, Dragon Whale Demonic General. One of the direct disciples had a deathly pale expression. The Dragon Whale Demonic General's body contained a trace of true dragon's bloodline, and true dragons were overlords. As long as they matured, they would become demonic beast overlords and didn't even need to cultivate. As compared to an adult true dragon, demon kings and demon emperors weren't even worth mentioning and were just like ants. The Dragon Whale Demonic General might only have a trace of true dragon's bloodline, but this trace of true dragon's bloodline was enough for him to be invincible below the demonic beast kings. He could even contest with low-tier demonic beast kings. Retreat. On the Iron Tower, the imposing figure's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Retreat, hurry up and retreat. There was no need for the imposing figure to say it, everyone knew that the Dragon Whale Demonic General wasn't a match for them. Only the direct monarch class disciples could barely contest with it. As for the others, if they got too close, they would immediately be smashed into smithereens. The number 5 Lookout Island only had 2 direct monarch class disciples. The 2 direct monarch class disciples gritted their teeth and blocked the dragon whale's path. Die! The Dragon Whale Demonic General didn't even need to execute any moves. Just a dash from its body was enough to send the 2 direct monarch class disciples flying. Too powerful. Even Li Fuqian couldn't help but take a deep cold breath. The dragon whale's chi prowess was already comparable with some of the weaker inner sect elders. On the Red Rainbow sect's side, probably only the 3 direct monarch class disciples could contest with it. It was a pity that one of the 3 direct monarch class disciples, Yuan Long, wasn't at the number 5 Lookout Island. The other 2 weren't in the Red Rainbow sect and didn't even participate in the battle. Damn it, is the Red Flood Dragon King planning to start an all-out war? He even sent out the Dragon Whale Demonic General. The outer sect Grand Elder Wang Kuei had a pale expression. His strength was inferior to the direct monarch class disciples, and it was impossible for him to be a match for the Dragon Whale Demonic General. Soon enough, everyone had retreated to the number 5 Lookout Island. Even the 2 injured direct monarch class disciples had retreated. Who dares to come out and fight with me, the Dragon Whale Demonic General? The Dragon Whale Demonic General's giant body floated above the waves and spoke with a thunderous voice. I, Lei Donghai, will challenge you. It was unknown when the teleportation platform on the island lit up and a majestic figure appeared. Crackle. The majestic figure instantly appeared outside the island and smashed his hammer at the Dragon Whale Demonic General. Rumble. Chapter 504. It is one of the 3 direct monarch class disciples, Senior Lei Donghai. That is great, Senior Lei Donghai is back. With him around, the Dragon Whale Demonic General won't be able to take another step no matter how powerful he is. The Red Rainbow sect's elders and disciples were overjoyed. Lei Donghai was one of the 3 direct monarch class disciples and was on par with Yuan Long. He possessed the 7-star Thunder Hammer bone frame and his strength was considered invincible in the battle spirit realm. Once he burst out with the Thunder Hammer divine ability, he would be able to contest with regular low-level primary sea realm monarchs. Among the Red Rainbow sect's disciples, the only ones that were superior to the 3 direct monarch class disciples were the 2 emperor class disciples. However, the two Emperor-class disciples were extremely mysterious and only a few people had seen them before. It was reckoned that only the upper echelons had seen them before. 7-star Thunderhammer Bone Frame. Li Fuchen naturally knew a lot about the three direct monarch-class disciples. Yuan Long possessed the 7-star Arhat Bone Frame and was a peak-level Battle Spirit Realm Body Refinement Master. His strength was the strongest among the three direct monarch-class disciples. Lei Donghai possessed the 7-star Thunder Hammer Bone Frame and it was a mutated special bone frame. Its pure attack power was superior to the Hammer Dao Bone Frame. The other one was a woman called Gu Jui who possessed the 7-star Bright Bone Frame. The trio's strength was superior to the other direct monarch-class disciples. Be it the bone frame, perception, or fated encounters, they were all top-notch. After smashing the dragon whale demonic general with a hammer, Lei Donghai raised his brows and said, "You are one of the 5 unrivaled demonic generals in the Red Sea? You don't seem to be anything special. I am going to devour you alive." The dragon whale demonic general wasn't injured and had an unpleasant expression. He opened his giant mouth and a black whirlpool appeared to devour Lei Donghai. Thunder Divine Hammer. Lei Donghai mocked the dragon whale demonic general but his actions didn't slow down. The Thunder Hammer power surged out as Lei Donghai burst out with the Thunder Hammer divine ability, Thunder Divine Hammer. Rumble. In the void, a lightning hammer shadow as large as a mountain flew out and smashed into the black vortex. In an instant, electric dragons danced and electric snakes covered the sky. In between the Thunder Hammer shadow and the black whirlpool, there was a burst of bluish-black light that could overshadow the sun. A terrifying black crack flashed by. Li Fuchen's awareness was astounding. The black wind crack might have vanished very quickly, but Li Fuchen still noticed it. Space crack. Li Fuchen's heart tightened. The appearance of a spatial crack meant that the battle between Lei Donghai and the dragon whale Yao General had already damaged the natural laws of that area. Only when the natural laws were damaged would a spatial crack appear. The spatial crack might only be as thick as a strand of hair, but it was able to sever Earth-class high-tier equipment with ease. When caught off guard, even a primary sea realm monarch would be severely injured. A sky-shaking explosion rang out. Lei Donghai and the dragon whale demonic general were both sent flying backwards. One of them was an invincible demon general while the other was an invincible grandmaster. It would take at least 1,000 moves to determine the victor. With Lei Donghai restraining the dragon whale demonic general and drawing it thousands of miles away, the group charged out of the island and continued to fight the sea beasts. This battle lasted for a full day and night, and the surrounding ocean only stopped when it was no different from the real Scarlet Sea. After a final count, the Red Rainbow sect lost a total of 72 elders and disciples on the number 5 Lookout Island. It might not seem like a lot, but it was enough to silence everyone. Those that could enter the Red Rainbow sect were all elites among elites. One of them was equivalent to 100 others. Among these 72 individuals, there might be one who would become a primary sea realm monarch in the future. In fact, the Red Rainbow sect could avoid casualties. As long as they sent out a large number of battleships, they would be able to suppress the sea beasts with the previous battle situation. But the Red Rainbow sect didn't do so. Flowers in a greenhouse were destined to be unable to withstand too much wind and rain. There must be deaths in a war. Without deaths, it wouldn't be a war. Furthermore, the Red Rainbow sect had a deep foundation and the sea beasts weren't going all out either. If both sides revealed all their trump cards, it wouldn't be long before the monarchs joined the battle. A total of 24,000 contribution points. After another battle, I will be able to redeem the second half of the mortal calamity. Li Fuchen was leading the way on the minor beast-slaying rankings and his contribution points were 2 times that of the number 2 Tai Chuanqiu. With this amount of contribution points, even on the major beast-slaying rankings, Li Fuchen would be ranked below average. This battle was enough to confirm Li Fuchen's invincible status in the reincarnation realm. Most importantly, Li Fuchen was only at the 7th level of reincarnation realm. If his cultivation was at the peak level of reincarnation realm, his strength would be even stronger. For the next week, there weren't any battles. Li Fuchen and the others each found a place to cultivate on the number 5 lookout island. Li Fuchen felt that his strength was still insufficient. For this week, Li Fuchen placed all his energy on the mortal calamity. Once the mortal calamity was at the completion stage, the power wouldn't just surpass the vicious dragon fist, the impurities would also be refined by a drastic increase. With the dragon elephant power, Li Fuchen would be able to increase his body's limits to a higher level within a short period of time. By then, he would be able to continue to increase his body refinement level. The mortal world is turbid, using the body to deal with the calamity. This mortal calamity seems to require a certain mental state. The incomplete mortal calamity was much harder to cultivate than Li Fuchen imagined. Some of the cultivation contents were completely mystical and could only be understood but not explained. It seemed to be related to the spirit soul too. There is no hurry. It is useless to be impatient. When cultivating martial arts, there are times when one's mental state is required. On the short mountain, Li Fuchen stood up and flew out of the island. This sea region belonged to the coastal waters of the Red Soil continent. It was rich in resources and there were plenty of resources at the bottom of the sea that the Red Soil continent didn't have. After flying over 1,000 miles away from the lookout island, Li Fuchen flashed and shot into the sea. The pressure in the sea was extreme and the water pressure of 10,000 meters was enough to flatten a Heaven Dipper realm martial artist. The water pressure of 100,000 meters was enough to flatten a reincarnation realm martial artist. However, the coastal waters were already extremely deep at a depth of 100,000 meters. At least, the area that Li Fuchen was diving at was only 60,000 to 70,000 meters deep. To him, it was just a drizzle and wasn't worth mentioning. At the bottom of the sea, it was extremely quiet and it felt as though Li Fuchen had arrived in a world without sound. When Li Fuchen's feet stepped on the mud, his heart was like still water. All sorts of experiences were like fleeting clouds that were appearing and disappearing in his mind. A mystical ethereal state assaulted his mind. Gradually, Li Fuchen's body glowed with red light. The red light was extremely tyrannical and had annihilated a large portion of the sea into nothingness. It caused a vacuum black hole to appear where Li Fuchen was standing. Li Fuchen didn't expect that he would suddenly have the Heaven-Man connection when he was originally planning to search for resources at the bottom of the sea. The mortal calamity would naturally enter the completion stage. It felt as though he had worn out iron shoes in fruitless searching only to find it effortlessly. Li Fuchen didn't know that after cultivating the mortal calamity for a week, he was still in that kind of atmosphere. As for the underwater world, it was eternal silence and contained a kind of law intent. When the two made contact, it was just like the heavenly thunder igniting the earth fire. It was hard not to break through. Chapter 505. At the completion stage of the mortal calamity, Li Fuchen only needed a single thought to transform a large amount of dragon elephant power into the mortal calamity power. The mortal calamity power seemed to contain traces of spirit soul power, or in other words, willpower. It was this trace of willpower that facilitated the birth of the mortal calamity power. I wonder how powerful is the completion stage of the mortal calamity. Li Fuchen executed a fist strike and there was a flash of red light. The seawater in front of him was turned into nothingness and a trace of vacuum was drawn out. Without the support of the mortal calamity power, the vacuum trace quickly collapsed and let out a rumbling sound. With the completion stage of the mortal calamity, Li Fuchen didn't have the mood to search for resources at the bottom of the sea. He immediately returned to the number 5 lookout island. For the next few days, Li Fuchen had been understanding the completion stage of the mortal calamity. The current mortal calamity power was already able to damage Earth-class mid-tier equipment. Even high-level battle spirit realm masters would find it hard to damage Earth-class mid-tier equipment. Of course, this didn't mean that Li Fuchen's strength was already comparable or beyond high-level battle spirit realm masters. In this world, everything had its counter. The mortal calamity power countered physical substances. In terms of destroying physical substances, the mortal calamity power was able to perform exceptionally well. Now that the mortal calamity was at the completion stage, the mortal calamity power's ability to eliminate the impurities in the blood had increased drastically. It was several times more effective than the dragon elephant power. Li Fuchen could feel that the impurities in his body were decreasing at every moment. Once he circulated the mortal calamity power, the impurities would decrease even faster. His body would feel extremely light and comfortable. The profoundness of the mortal calamity is far beyond the dragon elephant body forging chapters. Li Fuchen could imagine that the complete mortal calamity would definitely be a heaven-class body refinement art, while the dragon elephant body forging chapters was only an earth-class high-tier body refinement technique. As for the complete 9 calamity divine fist, Li Fuchen couldn't imagine what grade it would be. Woo woo woo, there was a horn sound. The sea beasts attacked again. The originally calm sea surface was now surging with waves. The densely packed sea beasts were approaching from afar and it was oppressive. They are here again. It is just as well. In order to step into the primary sea realm in the shortest period of time, I must have an invincible and courageous willpower. This war is just the right time to temper my willpower. Lei Donghai stood up and looked through the array to land on the dragon whale demonic general. One of them was an invincible grandmaster, while the other was an invincible demon general. In the previous battle, neither of them had been injured, but they had consumed a lot of energy. This kind of protracted battle was often a test of willpower. Whoever had the stronger willpower would have the last laugh. Let's fight. On top of the Iron Tower, the imposing figure appeared once again. His voice was filled with an indescribable iron will. Kill. Everyone rushed out of the formation and started fighting with the sea beasts. This time, there were a lot fewer Class 4 sea beasts. It was reasonable as in the face of reincarnation realm experts and battle spirit realm experts, Class 4 sea beasts were just cannon fodder. No matter how many cannon fodder there would be a day when they would be depleted. In the previous war, a large number of sea beasts were sent out mainly to force them to evolve. But evolution required time too. This time, if a large number of Class 4 sea beasts were sent out, the entire Red Sea would probably be emptied and it wouldn't be beneficial for the Red Sea's development. Even though there were fewer Class 4 sea beasts, the sea beasts' offense didn't decline at all. After all, in this war, Class 5 sea beasts and Class 6 sea beasts were the main force. Green Sun Sword Intent. Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration. Vicious Dragon Fist. After executing the 3 martial arts in turns, Li Fuchen was like a sharp blade that slaughtered in and out of the sea beasts with imposing prowess. Human, let's see how you are going to escape this time. The one-clawed flood snake that was over 10,000 feet long appeared in Li Fuchen's vision. Immediately after, the red water monkey appeared behind Li Fuchen. Why do I have to escape? Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. Before the mortal calamity reached completion stage, Li Fuchen was already able to suppress one of them. Right now, he was much stronger than before and didn't need to escape. What if I am included? A seahorse that was a few thousand feet in size appeared. The seahorse's body was bright yellow and it had a hollow mouth that was shaped like a long tube. It had a pair of massive eyes that were emitting blinding radiance. Class 6 mid-tier sea beast. Enchanting Seahorse. These 3 are rather interesting. Li Fuchen's eyes turned slightly grave. He wasn't sure how powerful the mortal calamity was. On the battlefield, there were countless changes and one must not be careless. Enchanting Wave. The enchanting seahorse was the first to attack. Its long tube-shaped mouth swelled up and immediately spat out a translucent wave of light. The light wave didn't have any attack power, but it was impossible to dodge. It instantly spread out and penetrated through Li Fuchen's body. Dragon Strength Technique. Red Water Divine Thunder. Making use of the opportunity, the one-clawed flood snake and the red water monkey burst out with their innate abilities and were preparing to kill Li Fuchen in a single move. In their opinion, Li Fuchen was dead for sure. The enchanting demonic general's enchanting wave was able to instantly make a battle spirit realm expert lose consciousness. The loss of consciousness might be very short, but it was enough for them to execute their killing move. It was a pity that the three demonic generals were destined to be disappointed. Li Fuchen might be countered in other aspects. But in terms of consciousness, Li Fuchen would never be countered. Only primary Sea Realm monarchs could restrain his consciousness. But primary Sea Realm monarchs were already able to suppress Li Fuchen with their strength and didn't need to use consciousness attacks. With his consciousness extremely clear, Li Fuchen circulated the Mortal Calamity technique and produced the profound and tyrannical Mortal Calamity power. Get lost! Li Fuchen blasted his fist on the one-clawed flood snake's claw. He forcefully endured the red water monkey's red water divine thunder. Bang! There was an explosion of blood mist. The one-clawed flood snake's indestructible claw had been forcefully destroyed by the Mortal Calamity power. This was after the demonic chi isolation, otherwise, Li Fuchen's Mortal Calamity power would be able to flow through the one-clawed flood snake's claw and extend into the one-clawed flood snake's body. Ah, impossible! The one-clawed flood snake shrieked miserably as he was sent flying. His claw was tougher and tougher than any other parts of his body. If his claw was destroyed, he wouldn't be able to recover without a few dozen years. Unless the demonic beast king bestowed him with a precious artifact, he wouldn't be able to recover within a short period of time. As for the red water monkey's red water divine thunder, it wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen. With the protection of the Mortal Calamity power, the red water divine thunder was merely able to shake Li Fuchen's chi blood. Not good. How did his strength increase so much? The red water monkey was stunned. Previously, when Li Fuchen burst out with his divine ability, he was only barely able to suppress them and wasn't able to injure them. Right now, Li Fuchen was already able to kill them in a one-on-one fight. He is actually immune to my enchanting wave. The enchanting seahorse was also very shocked. His enchanting wave was a killer move. Even high-level battle spirit realm experts would be enchanted if they were careless. Die! Li Fuchen caught up to the one-clawed flood snake and smashed his fist on the snake's head. Bang! The one-clawed flood snake's head exploded and even the demonic beast spirit was destroyed by the Mortal Calamity power. It was a clean death. Flee! The red water monkey and the enchanting seahorse were terrified as they fled. The red water monkey's strength was similar to the one-clawed flood snake. If Li Fuchen could kill the one-clawed flood snake, it meant that Li Fuchen could also kill the red water monkey. The red water monkey was adept at awareness attacks, but it was a pity that awareness attacks were ineffective against Li Fuchen. If he stayed, he would only be courting death. The two demonic beast generals fled with extreme speed and Li Fuchen wasn't able to catch up. Speed had always been his weakness and it was something that couldn't be helped. With my current strength, it is enough to kill regular Class 6 mid-tier demonic beasts. This battle allowed Li Fuchen to have an accurate understanding of his own ability. In terms of strength, the red water monkey and the enchanting seahorse didn't have any incredible bloodlines and were just regular Class 6 mid-tier sea beasts. The one-clawed flood snake might have the flood dragon bloodline, but it was a pity that its class was too low and was only at Class 6 low-tier. If the one-clawed flood snake was at Class 6 mid-tier, Li Fuchen might not be a match. With the completion stage of the Mortal Calamity, as long as the Class 6 high-tier sea beasts didn't appear, Li Fuchen would be able to slay gods and demons. Even a few Class 6 mid-tier sea beasts with incredible bloodlines couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen easily broke through the encirclement and escaped to the Lookout Island. This battle continued for 1 day and 1 night. Li Fuchen's contribution points had increased from 24,000 to 43,000 and it was much lesser than the first time. This was mainly because there were fewer Class 4 sea beasts and more Class 6 sea beasts. The former could be farmed for contribution points, while the latter might give Li Fuchen a large amount of contribution points to kill, but if the Class 6 sea beasts escaped, Li Fuchen would only be able to watch helplessly. Gradually, Li Fuchen started to receive the attention of formidable sea beasts. In one day and one night, Li Fuchen had escaped at least a dozen times, and there were at least 10 times when he was pursued by Class 6 high-tier sea beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that his awareness wasn't disturbed, he would have already died a few times when the sea beasts locked onto him. 43,000 contribution points. I can redeem the second half of the mortal calamity now. Li Fuchen immediately used the teleportation array to return to the Red Rainbow Sect's headquarters. I want the second half of the mortal calamity. Li Fuchen didn't go to the second floor and spoke to the Tower Guardian Elder. The second half of the mortal calamity costs 150,000 contribution coins. The Tower Guardian Elder couldn't be bothered with Li Fuchen anymore and spoke. Here. Li Fuchen took out a large number of contribution coins, and there were exactly 150,000. With the second half of the mortal calamity, Li Fuchen didn't stop and returned to the number 5 Lookout Island. On the short mountain, Li Fuchen flipped open the second half of the mortal calamity and read it page by page. The mortal world cultivates the heart, the calamity power produces itself. The summary of the second half was also a single sentence, and it corresponded to the first half's. The mortal world is turbid, using one's body to deal with the calamity. The mortal world cultivates the heart. It seems like this 9 calamity divine fist emphasizes on the mental state and willpower. The rest is just techniques. After closing the second half of the mortal calamity, Li Fuchen slowly let out a turbid breath. Right now, Li Fuchen would let out a turbid breath every once in a while. This turbid breath was the impurities in his chi blood. Most of the impurities in his chi blood had been eliminated by the mortal world calamity power, while there were some remnants that were spat out through breathing. The third battle arrived very quickly, and this battle was much more miserable than the previous one. In the dark, there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands controlling the battle. If someone flew into the boundless sky, they would notice that the 8 Lookout Islands were surrounded by a blood-colored sea. Within this blood-colored sea, there were traces of array waves. As the array waves got stronger, the inner sect elders that were guarding the 8 Lookout Islands were alerted. How is this array set up? Or perhaps this array has always existed and requires fresh blood and the willpower of countless living beings to activate it. Chapter 506. Kacha, Kacha, countless cracks appeared on the formation barrier of the Lookout Island. The ground of the Lookout Island was also constantly shaking. In an instant, it was as if it had been slashed by a giant dozens of times. Every mark was dozens of miles long. Moreover, it was not only the 5th Lookout Island, but also the other Lookout Islands. Not good. On the Iron Tower, the pupils of the imposing figure shrank. The array that enveloped the entire island was a rank 7 array. Unless a monarch came out, the array would definitely not be broken. Even kings wouldn't be able to break through the array in 1 or 2 strikes. Only high-tier kings would have the strength to break through the array in 1 strike. It was obvious that the demon monarch was not destroying the array. Instead, it was the fluctuations of a stronger array formation that was destroying the array foundation of the island's array formation. Just the fluctuations from the array could gradually destroy a level 7 array. Even a fool would know that this was definitely a level 8 array. Apart from that, level 7 formations were unable to cover tens of thousands of miles or even hundreds of thousands of miles of the sea. The limit of a level 7 formation was around 10,000 li at most. Only a grade 8 formation could cover hundreds of thousands of miles, and its limit was said to be 1,000,000 miles. He didn't believe that the Red Flood Dragon King was able to set up a Class 8 array. Only Law Phase Realm Emperors were able to set up a Class 8 array. Perhaps many Primary Sea Realm Monarchs were able to set up a Class 8 array. The prerequisite was that the monarch was proficient in arrays and had extremely high attainments in the array Dao. Otherwise, even a Law Phase Realm Emperor wouldn't be able to set up a Class 8 array. If the Red Flood Dragon King was able to set up a Class 8 array, how could the Red Rainbow sect resist? They would have already been defeated. In fact, demonic beasts and demons knew nothing about array formations. Rather than believing that they could set up a Class 8 array formation, it would be better to believe that the Red Flood Dragon King had broken through to Class 8 and become a demonic Tharch. Suppress. The stalwart figure pressed his right hand down and a vast and majestic force suppressed the entire 5th Lookout Island, stabilizing the array formation on the Lookout Island. The inner sect elders that were able to guard the Lookout Island were all at least at the 3rd level of Primary Sea Realm, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with sudden situations. With his 4th level Primary Sea Realm cultivation, it was still possible for him to suppress an island that was a few hundred miles in size. However, he did not know how long he could suppress it. Everyone, return to the Lookout Island. The imposing figure roared, and his voice traveled thousands of miles. Hurry up and go back. Something big seems to have happened. Let's go. I feel a little uneasy. The Red Rainbow sect's elders and disciples were desperately rushing back. Unfortunately, under the obstruction of the sea beasts, less than half of the people rushed back to the Lookout Island immediately. The imposing figure was a strong middle-aged man with slightly gray hair. At this moment, his forehead was dripping with sweat. Suppressing a rank 7 formation that was on the verge of collapse was much more difficult than he had imagined. This feeling was like forcibly stopping a volcano that was about to erupt. The further he went, the greater the pressure he had to bear. The first batch will teleport back first. The muscular middle-aged man's voice was low and deep. It was obvious that he was lacking in energy. A huge amount of spirit stones were thrown into the empty space in the center of the teleportation platform. The first batch of several hundred people disappeared from the teleportation platform. Li Fuchen was also rushing back. He was out of luck. He was the first to be alerted when something strange happened in the sea. But at that time, he was surrounded by 4 mid-tier class 6 sea beasts, one of which had a powerful bloodline. It was impossible for him to break out of the encirclement in a short time. Until the inner sect elder's voice echoed, Li Fuchen risked his injuries to break out of the encirclement. But he was too far away from the Lookout Island. When the first batch of people teleported away, he was only halfway there. Soon enough, the second batch had also teleported away. This batch had more people than the first batch and there were close to 900 of them. Only a few dozen of them didn't make it back in time. I can only do this much. The strong middle-aged man vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and suddenly soared into the sky. Boom! The Lookout Island that was a few hundred miles in size had instantly collapsed and the array had collapsed. No! Those elders and disciples that didn't make it back in time had faces of despair. In this vast sea, without the protection of the Lookout Island's array, they didn't have any strength to protect themselves. Ha! Kill these humans. They have nowhere to escape. From the back, a large number of sea beasts were chasing over. Some of the Class 6 sea beasts were extremely fast and had quickly caught up to the group. Get on the battleship. The remaining few dozen people gathered together without prior consultation. One of the inner sect monarch class disciples had an additional palm-sized battleship in his hand. But in the next moment, the battleship enlarged and everyone boarded the ship. Swish! This was a Class 6 small-sized battleship. Its speed was comparable to a high-level battle spirit realm martial artist. Like a stream of light, the battleship shook off the Class 6 sea beasts that were chasing after them. Only a few Class 6 high-tier sea beasts were still lingering behind. Everyone, I am Su Heng. This Class 6 small-sized battleship costs 10,000 contribution coins per day. I have only rented it for 2 days and there are 40 individuals here. Each of you will have to pay me 200 contribution coins per day. It isn't too much, right? The inner sect monarch class disciple called Suheng spoke. It isn't too much, it isn't too much. 200 contribution coins per day is too much for you. I suggest that everyone should pay you 300 contribution coins per day. In addition, the spirit stones used to operate the battleship will also be on us. An outer sect elder quickly said. Without the battleship, they were just scattered soldiers and would be eliminated very quickly. As for the Class 6 battleship, as long as there were enough low-grade spirit stones, it would be able to burst out with the power of a mid-level battle spirit realm martial artist. If it was filled with mid-grade spirit stones, it would be able to burst out with the power of a high-level battle spirit realm martial artist. Most importantly, the battleship's speed was fast enough. Riding on the battleship wouldn't require any chi consumption. This was extremely important. After all, in the vast ocean, once one's chi was exhausted, it would be hard to maintain sufficient chi just by relying on spirit stones and elixirs. Elder Wan is right. We should pay you 300 contribution coins per day. It is fortunate that you rented a Class 6 battleship, otherwise, we would all be dead. The rest of the people nodded and didn't even try to bargain. At this moment, no matter how important resources were, it wasn't as important as their lives. Let alone 300 contribution coins per day, even if it was 500 or 1,000 contribution coins per day, they would still accept it. Boom! The battleship shook. At the back, there was a huge fish with wings that spat out a bubble and crashed onto the ship. It is a Class 6 high-tier sea beast, flying shadow fish. Don't waste spirit stones, let me deal with it. Elder Wan was at the 8th level of Battle Spirit Realm. He drew his battle saber and slashed at the flying shadow fish through the battleship's array. TSS TSS TSS, the saber light streaked across the sky like a thunderbolt and trembled 9 times. Each tremble would cause the trajectory of the saber light to change. The flying shadow fish didn't even have time to react and was struck by the thunderbolt saber light, causing it to fall from the sky. Such an incredible saber art. Li Fuqian could see that Elder Wan's saber art was also an Earth-class peak-tier martial art and it wasn't any more profound than his Cloud Flame 1000 incineration. But Elder Wan was at the 8th level of Battle Spirit Realm. The higher one's cultivation, the more they would be able to display the true profundity of martial arts. If a primary sea realm monarch was here, a casual move would probably be able to reach the level of an Earth-class high-tier martial art. Only Earth-class peak-tier martial arts would be able to enhance the combat strength of a primary sea realm monarch. This was also the main reason why martial artists would pursue higher-tier martial arts as their cultivation increased. As the cultivation increased, some of the lower-tier martial arts would be useless. A casual move would already contain the essence of all the martial arts that were previously learned. It could be said that at the later stages of cultivation, plenty of the essence of martial arts would be fused into one's instincts. A casual move would contain the essence of countless martial arts. Elder Wan's saber art was also at the trance stage, but in terms of chi conversion and utilization, it was even more exquisite and meticulous. Li Fuqian's sword art might be at the same level, but due to his cultivation, it was hard to take care of some of the details. The Class 6 high-tier sea beasts launched their attacks but were all struck down by Elder Wan. With Elder Wan's strength, unless it was a Class 6 high-tier sea beast with an incredible bloodline, otherwise, it wouldn't be a match for him. High up in the sky, the robust middle-aged man didn't leave. He who was looking down from above finally saw what was going on. On the surface of the blood-red sea, blood-colored patterns appeared. The blood-red lines were clearly runes. The ripples emitted by the runes were extremely frightening, causing the seawater to boil. The wind and clouds in the sky also fluctuated. Waterspouts that connected the heavens and the earth were formed with a whistling sound. They connected with the dark clouds that filled the entire sky, emitting an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Class 8 array, this must be a Class 8 array. The robust middle-aged man took a deep cold breath. He had never seen a Class 8 array, but only a Class 8 array could explain everything. The array patterns in front of him were just an insignificant portion of the entire Class 8 array. He couldn't even see the rest of the array patterns. With his cultivation at the 4th level of primary sea realm, his awareness could only extend out to over 10,000 miles. In the primary sea realm, there was a huge gap between each level. Such a huge gap was hard to make up for unless one cultivated a heaven-class manual. In the primary sea realm, there was a huge gap between each level of awareness. At the 1st level of primary sea realm, the awareness could extend out to a few thousand miles. At the 2nd level of primary sea realm, it would be 50%, and at the 3rd level, it would be 50%. As a 4th level primary sea realm monarch, it was already very good for his awareness to extend out to over 10,000 miles. Despite the case, the detection range of over 10,000 miles was just the tip of the iceberg of a Class 8 array. Only Law Phase Realm Emperors were able to cover the entire Class 8 array with a single thought. However, was this Level 8 formation activated unintentionally, or was it activated intentionally? If it was intentionally activated, what was the Red Flood Dragon King planning? The Class 8 array is about to be fully activated. If we don't leave now, it will be hard to predict if we will survive. The robust middle-aged man's eyes landed on a Class 6 small-sized battleship a few thousand miles away. Swish! It was impossible to see the trajectory of the robust middle-aged man's movement. In just a short moment, the robust middle-aged man caught up to the battleship. I will send you off. You will have to rely on yourselves next. Chapter 507. 10,000 miles. 50,000 miles. The speed of the battleship was too fast. In just a short moment, it had traveled 50,000 miles. But at this moment, the battleship's speed had gradually slowed down. The monarch chi that enveloped the battleship was only left with a thin layer. Boom! Right at this moment, there was a torrential blood light that burst into the sky from the sea below. A blood-colored array that covered the radius of a few 100,000 miles appeared. In the center of this blood-colored array, there was a giant black python that was a few 100 miles long. No, this wasn't a giant python. Giant pythons normally didn't have claws, but this giant sea beast didn't just have horns on its head, it even had 4 claws. It was a flood dragon and a pure-blooded flood dragon. If it wasn't a pure-blooded flood dragon, it wouldn't be able to grow 4 claws. Even the Red Flood Dragon King only had 3 claws. An adult pure-blooded flood dragon was undoubtedly a demonic emperor. Of course, only a demonic emperor could reach the size of a few 100 miles. The black flood dragon didn't die. As the blood-colored formation appeared, the black flood dragon violently struggled and roared. That terrifying roar contained a will of destruction. Countless sea beasts were shaken by the sound waves and lost their consciousness. They fell from the sky and were refined into puddles of blood by the blood-colored formation. The blood converged into the blood-colored array patterns, causing the array to become even more horrific. Blood-colored chains dug deep into the black flood dragon's body as though they were trying to extract something from its body. Seeing the situation, the black flood dragon quickly shut its mouth and didn't roar anymore. This is a sealing array that is sealing a demonic emperor. The robust middle-aged man had already flown out of the blood-colored array's range. He might not be able to see the black flood dragon, but just from the roar, he was able to distinguish that the array was sealing a demonic emperor, an invincible demonic emperor. The Red Flood Dragon King is going to undo the array and release this demonic emperor. The robust middle-aged man was silently anxious. Once the sealed demonic emperor was released, it would be a calamity for the entire Red Rainbow sect. The strength of a demonic emperor was indescribable. The Red Rainbow sect's entrance might be able to defend against Law Phase Realm Emperors, but it could only defend against regular low-level emperors. Without any incredible manuals, Law Phase Realm Emperors wouldn't be as powerful as demonic emperors. The robust middle-aged man couldn't imagine who sealed a demonic emperor in the Red Sea's coastal waters. This method was too shocking. No matter what the Scarlet Wyrm King is planning, we can't let it succeed. The muscular middle-aged man was about to leave. Swish 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 swish. Terrifying figures appeared near the muscular middle-aged man. Greetings, Sect Master, greetings, Grand Elders. The robust middle-aged man was shocked at first, and then his face lit up with joy as he said respectfully. The Red Rainbow Sect Patriarch was the #1 monarch of the Red Rainbow Sect, the Red Rainbow Monarch. He was at the 9th level of Primary Sea Realm. The rest of the Supreme Elders were also high-level monarchs. Sect Master, a Class 8 array suddenly appeared here. Furthermore, there seems to be a demonic arch sealed within this Class 8 array. This must be the scheme of the Scarlet Flood Dragon King. We must not allow him to release the sealed demonic arch. The robust middle-aged man spoke solemnly. Elder Wang, you are saying the opposite. The King's Scarlet Flood Dragon isn't going to release the demon arch. Instead, he is planning to use the blood and willpower of countless living beings to circulate the array to the limits and refine the demon Thearcha's demon spirit. The one who spoke was a Supreme Elder. He had white hair and a scar on his forehead which looked like a third eye. The three-eyed saber monarch was the oldest high-level monarch in the Red Rainbow Sect. It was said that his strength wasn't inferior to the Red Rainbow Monarch. The opposite? The robust middle-aged man couldn't understand. The Red Rainbow Monarch, who was wearing a long red robe and had a handsome appearance, explained with his hands behind his back, Elder Bailey is right. The King's Scarlet Flood Dragon isn't going to release the demonic arch, he is planning to refine the demonic Thearcha's demon spirit. As such, he will be able to seize the demonic Thearcha's essence blood and make plans to break through to the demonic arch. The reason why he is so certain is because this Class 8 array is a legendary spirit refinement array. It is a terrifying array that can refine a demonic Thearcha's demon spirit or Emperor's true spirit. The robust middle-aged man opened his mouth and couldn't help but ask, isn't the King's Scarlet Flood Dragon afraid that the demonic arch will break out and settle the score with him? The Red Rainbow Monarch sneered and said, even if the spirit refinement array doesn't have the enhancement of the blood and willpower, this demonic arch won't be able to break out. Furthermore, this demonic arch has been sealed for countless years and its strength is probably less than 10% of its original strength. With the horrific spirit refinement array, it will only get weaker. Before this, the King's Scarlet Flood Dragon must have planned for a long period of time. Once everything is ready, it will intensify the conflict and start a war with our Red Rainbow Sect. The Spirit Refinement Array was an array that existed in the legends. This array was targeted at those terrifying existences that were hard to kill. Demonic Thearchs had extremely tenacious vitality and some of the demonic Thearchs were almost immortal. In order to kill them, one had to be several times stronger than them. As for the Spirit Refinement Array, it was targeted at the true spirit and demonic spirit. Once the demonic Thearcha's demon spirit was refined, the spirit's soul would definitely crumble. As such, no matter how powerful the body was, it would still be a dead object. In the records, there was a horrific incident where the Spirit Refinement Array refined everyone's true spirit from an Emperor-class sect. Of course, a demonic arch was still a demonic arch and its demon spirit was extremely powerful. Unless it was a top-notch Class 8 array master that set up the Spirit Refinement Array, it would take a long time to refine a demonic Thearcha's demon spirit. The King's Scarlet Flood Dragon obviously couldn't wait for such a long time and was planning to speed up the process. However, it was unknown how the King's Scarlet Flood Dragon found out that the blood and willpower of countless living beings could greatly enhance the Spirit Refinement Array. Then what should we do now? The robust middle-aged man asked. The three-eyed saber monarch said, the Spirit Refinement Array is a Class 8 array and it is impossible for us to break it. Of course, even if we can break it, we can't do it. A demonic arch, no matter how weak it is, still has countless terrifying methods. If it is released, it would be the same as bringing a calamity to the Red Rainbow Sect. The only thing we can do now is to wait. After the spirit refinement array refines the demonic Thearch's demon spirit, we will stop the King's Scarlet Flood Dragon from snatching the essence blood. But the King's Scarlet Flood Dragon has been planning for such a long time. Wouldn't he expect us to stop him? The robust middle-aged man was doubtful. The Red Rainbow Monarch let out a sigh. We will do our best and leave the rest to fate. Once the spirit refinement array refined the demonic Thearch's demon spirit, it would automatically disperse. Once the spirit refinement array dispersed, it would be time to reveal the truth. Boom! The monarch chi that enveloped the battleship had finally dispersed. At this moment, the battleship's speed had returned to normal. But Li Fuqian and the others couldn't be bothered anymore. The instant the blood light burst into the sky, everyone's head was in extreme pain. Li Fuqian had experienced this kind of pain before. Before obtaining the golden amulet, Li Fuqian would have intense pain in his head every time he cultivated, and it would be worse than death. Later on, Li Fuqian found out that it was due to his spirit soul scattering. Not good. This is an array that targets the spirit soul. Chapter 508. A formation that targets the soul. Li Fuqian's spirit soul was extremely powerful, therefore, his pain was still within a tolerable range. After hearing that Elder Wan said that this array was targeted at the spirit soul, he was rather surprised. What kind of array could be effective on his spirit soul? Li Fuqian believed that his spirit soul strength shouldn't be inferior to primary Sea Realm monarchs and might even be comparable to Law Phase Realm emperors. Gray, green, blue, purple. His spirit soul had metamorphosed 3 times and was now at the pale purple grade. His perception was so strong that he was already comparable with primary Sea Realm monarchs when he was at the reincarnation realm. In fact, in terms of pure perception, Li Fuqian didn't think that he would lose to primary Sea Realm monarchs. At the reincarnation realm, Li Fuqian's perception was already comparable with primary Sea Realm monarchs. It was imaginable how high Li Fuqian's spirit soul was. Even so, he felt a sharp pain in his head. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this formation was. In fact, Li Fuqian didn't know that this array wasn't just targeting the spirit soul, it was targeting the true spirit or demonic spirit. The true spirit was born from the soul, but it was more condensed than the soul, like the soul armor. If Li Fuqian progressed to the battle spirit realm and his spirit soul produced a true spirit, this array might be ineffective against him. But now, he only had his spirit soul and would still feel intense pain, even though it was still bearable. Li Fuqian could tolerate it, but the others couldn't. The outer sect disciples were the first to have their souls dissipate. Soon after, the inner sect disciples followed suit. Next was Elder Wan, followed by the inner sect monarch class disciple, Su Heng. These people fell to the ground one after another, their faces contorted and their breathing stopped. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuqian secretly lamented the cruelty of the martial Tao. If not for the fact that his soul was strong enough, he would be no different from these people right now. At the same time, he lamented his own weakness. Before this sudden crisis, there was nothing he could do. He could only go with the flow and resign himself to fate. The temporary owner of the battleship, Su Heng, was already dead. Without a choice, Li Fuqian could only personally control the battleship and try his best to advance. A large number of low-grade spirit stones had been consumed, and the speed of the battleship was so slow that it made people's hair stand on end. It was barely moving, and like a mosquito in amber, it was directly frozen in the blood light. Gritting his teeth, Li Fuqian took out a mid-grade spirit stone and tossed it into the chi pool on the battleship. Buzz! The warship trembled, and then its speed doubled. But it was the difference between a snail and a tortoise. Li Fuqian didn't want to waste more mid-grade spirit stones. He let out a sigh and sat cross-legged on the deck. He did not believe that the formation could continue to operate. If he was not wrong, the reason why the formation had appeared was because of the previous 3 battles. As long as the formation disappeared again, he would have a chance to escape. Of course, it was mainly because there was no other way. If there was a way, Li Fuchen would definitely do something. The blood light was extremely tyrannical as it ignored the battleship's array and invaded Li Fuchen's mind. Chi. Li Fuchen felt his spirit soul evaporating bit by bit. Fortunately, the evaporation rate was very slow, roughly equivalent to the speed of a large river evaporating a pot of water with each breath. Li Fuchen believed that even after a few years, his spirit soul wouldn't be able to dissipate. At most, it would be a little painful. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's expression changed. The blood light's intensity was increasing and the battleship seemed to be pulled back by an invisible force. Looking down from the sky, one could see that the warship was moving from the edge of the blood-colored formation to the inner region, and it was moving at a fast speed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The battleship was forcefully dragged to the core area of the blood-colored array formation. The bloody light here was extremely dense, and the faint sound of chains could be heard. Bang! The battleship collided with a giant peak that pierced through the sky. The array instantly crumbled and half of the battleship disintegrated. This isn't a mountain peak. Li Fuchen sized up the giant peak and his heart tightened. This wasn't a giant peak, it was obviously a horn with circles of revolving patterns. It was an extremely giant horn. The battleship was flying a few thousand meters in the sky, it meant that the horn was a few thousand meters in length. It was simply appalling. In order to verify his thoughts, Li Fuchen stood at the edge of the railings of the battleship and looked down. Within the dense blood light, the horn pierced through the clouds. At the bottom of the horn was a massive black head. Right now, the eyes on the head were tightly shut and there was a painful expression on its face. As for the head's figure, it was impossible to see it completely. The body is at least 100 miles or a few hundred miles in length. Could it be a demonic beast ruler? Even with Li Fuchen's courage, he couldn't help but have difficulty breathing. 2 beams of light pierced through the blood light as the head opened its eyes. Each of the eyes were a few hundred meters in size and were simply like 2 small lakes. The eyes were cold and emotionless and emitted a willpower that looked down on the world. If Li Fuchen's spirit soul wasn't powerful, a single glance would probably cause his spirit soul to collapse. But Li Fuchen noticed that apart from the powerful willpower, the eyes also contained fear and unwillingness. "Human, do you have a way to unseal me?" The voice was transmitted into Li Fuchen's mind. Li Fuchen held his breath and shook his head. "I am just a puny martial artist and am unable to unseal you." It turned out that the enemy was sealed. The blood-colored array that enveloped the Boundless Sea region was actually to seal this demonic beast ruler. Li Fuchen's mind was a little sluggish. "Can't I?" The enemy closed its eyes and ignored Li Fuchen. This should be an adult pure-blooded black flood dragon. It is unknown which invincible existence sealed it here. Could the Red Flood Dragon King have started a war to unseal this demonic beast ruler? Or perhaps it has other intentions. Li Fuchen's mind was filled with distracting thoughts and it was hard for him to calm down. He couldn't be blamed as the blood light in the core region of the blood-colored array was too tyrannical. If the spirit soul was vaporizing a pot of water with each breath, it was now vaporizing a large vat of spirit soul with each breath. As the blood light vaporized the spirit soul at an increasing speed, Li Fuchen's pain was also increasing and it was hard for him to calm down and think. As days passed by, the blood light was getting more intense. This made Li Fuchen's heart sink. It was imaginable that it was a Class 8 array that was able to seal a demonic beast ruler. This Class 8 array might not be targeting him, but just the aftermath was enough for Li Fuchen to endure. Swish swish. Within the blood light, countless blood-colored chains were shaking and pulling back. The ends of the chains were deep into the void and it felt as though there was a hand pulling the blood-colored chains from the depths of the void. On this day, there was a roar that couldn't be suppressed. The battleship beneath Li Fuchen's feet had suddenly collapsed and Li Fuchen was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He felt as though his head was being hammered ruthlessly. The pain that penetrated deep into his spirit soul was indescribable. Floating in mid-air, Li Fuqian looked down and saw countless blood-colored chains pulling out an illusory black flood dragon from the black flood dragon's body. Demonic beast rulers, demonic spirit, huh? Li Fuqian muttered to himself. Another day passed by. The black flood dragon was finally pulled out from the body. Swish swish. Countless blood-colored chains were like a cocoon that wrapped around the black flood dragon's demonic spirit tightly. There weren't any gaps that were exposed. The chains were then wrapped tightly like a giant python. No, it was 10,000 times or 100,000 times more terrifying than a giant python. The chains contained terrifying great Tao laws and were refining the black flood dragon's demonic spirit. When the blood-colored chains were wrapped to the limit, the black flood dragon's demonic spirit finally collapsed. An invisible roar was transmitted through the tight blood-colored chains and nearly made Li Fuqian faint. Chapter 509. This demon spirit was only as thick as a strand of hair. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to detect its existence. Arriving in Li Fuqian's mind, the black flood dragon saw Li Fuqian's spirit soul. Lavender soul. Since when did souls have color? The black flood dragon demon spirit was taken aback. As a demonic Tharch, even his soul spirit was gray. Of course, although they were both gray souls, the gray soul of a demon Tharch was thousands of times stronger than the gray soul of an ordinary demonic beast. A trace of soul spirit force was enough to annihilate the soul of an ordinary demonic beast. Li Fuqian's pale purple spirit soul wasn't much stronger than the black flood dragon's gray spirit soul, but the black flood dragon could obviously feel that Li Fuqian's spirit soul was of a much higher grade than his spirit soul. If demonic beasts evolved, their spirit soul would be greatly enhanced, but Li Fuqian's spirit soul was a transformation and wasn't as simple as an enhancement. With such a high-grade soul, if I were to successfully possess it, my future accomplishments might not be any weaker than my peak. In fact, I might even surpass my peak. The Black Flood Dragon was overjoyed. Back then, the Law Phase Realm Emperor that set up the Spirit Refinement Array was only considered ordinary in terms of Array Dao. Therefore, the Spirit Refinement Array that he set up was only an ordinary Class 8 Spirit Refinement Array. With the powerful innate abilities of the pure-blooded Black Flood Dragon, the Black Flood Dragon's demonic spirit managed to escape with a trace of the purest essence of the demonic spirit. Originally, the Black Flood Dragon thought that even if the possession was successful, it would be hard for it to return to the demonic Tharch realm. Unless it had a heaven-defying opportunity, there would only be a trace of hope. But now, the Black Flood Dragon was extremely confident. With the pale purple spirit soul, his spirit soul innate talent would be far superior to the past. Li Fuqian was only at the reincarnation realm, which was equivalent to a Class 5 sea beast. Once the Black Flood Dragon modified Li Fuqian's body and progressed to a Class 7 demonic king, how terrifying would his spirit soul be? When he progressed to a demonic ruler, his spirit soul power would probably be comparable with a demonic overlord and might even surpass all demonic overlords, reaching an extremely heaven-defying level. The heavens don't want me dead. Martial Emperor Ling Yan, just you wait. One day, I, the Black Dragon Emperor, will return to my peak and take my revenge. The Black Flood Dragon gritted his teeth. He had been sealed by the Spirit Refinement Formation for 500 years. 500 years. He might be a demonic Tharch and had a lifespan that was several times longer than Law Phase Realm Emperors, but 500 years was still a very long time. The possession must succeed. The Black Flood Dragon demon spirit pounced towards the faint purple soul. Whoosh! The faint purple lightning exploded and the Black Flood Dragon was bounced back. Under the intense headache, Li Fuqian finally reacted. Get out! His consciousness materialized and an illusory Li Fuqian appeared in his mind. The Black Flood Dragon sneered, if you had given birth to a true spirit, it might be a little difficult for me to devour your soul. But now, you don't even have a true spirit. You want to contend against me just by relying on your consciousness? The black flood dragon's eyes were filled with ferocity as it pounced forward once again. Kill! Transforming his awareness into a sword, Li Fuqian slashed at the black flood dragon. Bang! The sword of consciousness exploded, but the black flood dragon was unharmed. The demonic ruler's demonic spirit was too powerful. Even if the current demonic spirit was only 1% of the black flood dragon's prime, it was still a demonic ruler's demonic spirit, and it was the purest and quintessential part of the black flood dragon's demonic spirit. No matter how powerful Li Fuqian's awareness was, it was hard to injure the black flood dragon's demonic spirit. This was the difference between quantity and quality. After tearing Li Fuqian's consciousness body, the black flood dragon clawed at the pale purple spirit soul. Crackle! The faint purple lightning exploded and the black flood dragon demon spirit was once again repelled. I don't believe it. The black flood dragon lunged over again and again. Damn it, get lost! Gathering his awareness, Li Fuqian continued to obstruct the black flood dragon. It was different from the past. Back at the tomb in the land of fog, Li Fuqian was also possessed by a primary sea realm monarch's true spirit. But back then, his spirit soul was only pale blue and his awareness was far inferior to now. Right now, his spirit soul had already transformed into the pale purple spirit soul. His awareness had devoured the quintessential part of the primary sea realm monarch's true spirit and was 100 times stronger. The demonic ruler's demonic spirit might be 100 times stronger than the primary sea realm monarch's true spirit, but it was more than 100 times stronger than Li Fuqian back then. Therefore, even if the awareness was destroyed, it could be condensed again. I would like to see how long you can last. The black flood dragon wasn't angry. In order to devour Li Fuqian's spirit soul, it was necessary to destroy Li Fuqian's awareness. Once Li Fuqian's awareness was destroyed, the pale purple spirit soul would no longer have Li Fuqian's imprint. With a swing of the claw, Li Fuqian's awareness body was destroyed for the second time. It was followed by the third and fourth time. Towards the end, Li Fuqian felt that the speed at which he condensed his awareness body was several times slower and his thoughts were getting sluggish. But his unyielding willpower supported him to condense his awareness body again and again to resist the black flood dragon. He didn't give up just because of the golden amulet. If he had to rely on the golden amulet for everything, then what was the use of having him? If he had to rely on the golden amulet for everything, then he, Li Fuqian, wasn't worthy of the golden amulet. In his opinion, the golden amulet was just a tool. He wanted to be the person who used the tool and not the slave who was the master of the tool. Even if his resistance was meaningless, he couldn't give up. This was his final dignity and also his determination to reach the pinnacle of the sword Dao. Get lost! Li Fuqian roared with rage while his awareness body was emitting traces of radiance. The radiance was condensed and had traces of eternal and inextinguishable characteristics. You actually produced the true spirit radiance in advance. Interesting. The black flood dragon grinned and brandished its claw. Li Fuqian's awareness body was like a piece of paper that continued to get destroyed. The demonic tyrant's demonic spirit was too powerful. Let alone the fact that Li Fuqian had produced the true spirit radiance in advance, even if Li Fuqian had condensed his true spirit, he still wouldn't be a match for the black flood dragon. It was just like a child, no matter how hard he trained, he was still a child. Any adult would be able to defeat the child in a single fist. 10 times. 20 times. 30 times. Li Fuqian's awareness body was destroyed countless times. Towards the end, Li Fuqian's awareness was blurred and he was completely relying on his instincts to condense his awareness. This child is indeed worthy of being chosen by me. There was an illusory voice that echoed and Li Fuqian's awareness was frozen. What is that sound? The black flood dragon demon spirit was shocked as it looked around. Demonic tyrant's demonic spirit is a great tonic. The golden amulet flew out of the pale purple spirit soul and appeared in front of the black flood dragon. What are you? The black flood dragon retreated. When facing the golden amulet, he couldn't help but feel fear. He didn't expect that apart from Li Fuchen's special spirit soul, his spirit soul actually had a golden amulet. The spirit soul could fuse with an object. This was simply illogical and going against the Heaven Tao. What I am isn't important. What is important is that you shouldn't have barged in. While speaking, the golden amulet released an eternal golden light. Ah! The black flood dragon screamed miserably. His extremely condensed and nearly indestructible demonic spirit had actually melted like a candle. No, I am a demonic tyrant, I cannot die, I am unwilling. The black flood dragon struggled violently. Let alone a demonic tyrant's demonic spirit, even if you are a demonic overlord's demonic spirit, you are just an ant in my eyes. The golden amulet released even more golden light. Splash! The black flood dragon couldn't hold on any longer and was instantly refined into a drop of resplendent liquid. This drop of liquid floated towards Li Fuchen's awareness body. The already fuzzy awareness body was condensing at a visible speed. When it was condensed to the pinnacle, the awareness body continued to condense and the resplendent radiance illuminated the void in the mind. It wasn't over yet. The awareness body was nourished and strengthened by the liquid and started to collapse. It instantly collapsed to the size of a fist, then to the size of a sesame seed, then to the size of a speck of dust. A spot of spiritual light was being nurtured inside. True spirit. Before progressing to the battle spirit realm, Li Fuchen had already formed his true spirit. Once the true spirit was formed, Li Fuchen's awareness would turn into spiritual awareness. Awareness and spiritual awareness didn't have a relationship of strengthening, it was a relationship of transformation. Even if Li Fuchen's awareness was powerful, it was still inferior to spiritual awareness in certain aspects. The spiritual light was getting stronger. If a battle spirit realm master was here, they would realize that Li Fuchen's true spirit was more than 1,000 times stronger than regular battle spirit realm masters' true spirits. Regular battle spirit realm masters' true spirits were around the size of soybeans and their spiritual light was far inferior to Li Fuchen's. The smaller the true spirit, the better. Because the smaller the true spirit, the more condensed it would be. Li Fuchen's true spirit was almost on the same level as primary sea realm monarchs and might even be beyond the primary sea realm. It contained the black flood dragon's demonic beast spirit's elements and also Li Fuchen's own elements. When the two elements were combined, it created this heaven-defying true spirit. When the true spirit stopped condensing, it was impossible to see with the naked eye. One could only see the resplendent radiance. It was unknown when the golden amulet had returned to the pale purple spirit soul and Li Fuchen's awareness had recovered. Is it the effect of the golden amulet again? Li Fuchen wasn't surprised anymore. The black flood dragon might be very powerful, but as compared to the golden amulet, it was nothing. The true spirit trembled and the spiritual awareness body turned into Li Fuchen's appearance. The spiritual awareness body vanished and immediately turned into a layer of protective membrane to protect the pale purple spirit soul. This layer of protective membrane gave Li Fuchen an indestructible feeling. He believed that with this layer of protective membrane, even if the blood light was 10 times or 100 times denser, it wouldn't be able to vaporize his spirit soul. Is this the true spirit? Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The true spirit's meaning was too great. The appearance of the true spirit meant that he had an extra life. In the future, even if his body was destroyed, the true spirit would be able to reincarnate. Of course, it was best if such a thing didn't happen. How could someone else's body be as comfortable as his own? The true spirit is a brand that exists in this world. As long as the true spirit doesn't disperse, it will be able to reincarnate again and again. It is said that when the true spirit reaches the limits, it will be eternal. Unless this world is destroyed, otherwise, it will never die. I wonder what level is my true spirit at? Li Fuchen opened his eyes and released his spiritual awareness. The most basic method to test the true spirit's grade was to test the range of the spiritual awareness. Chapter 510. 1,000 miles. 1,500 miles. Soon enough, the spiritual awareness's detection range had already exceeded Li Fuchen's previous peak and had reached 1,500 miles. 2,000 miles. 3,000 miles. 5,000 miles. 10,000 miles. After his awareness transformed into spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen's detection range was far beyond his imagination. From what he knew, monarchs that had just progressed to the primary sea realm would only be able to detect a few thousand miles with their spiritual awareness. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was definitely beyond regular primary sea realm monarchs. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised at all. Previously, his awareness's detection range was already over 1,000 miles. After the birth of the true spirit, the spiritual awareness's detection range had increased by a few times and it should be easy. 15,000 miles. 20,000 miles. 25,000 miles. 30,000 miles. When the spiritual awareness's detection range reached 30,000 miles, Li Fuchen was shocked. It was obvious that this wasn't a regular primary sea realm. Only high-level monarchs would have a spiritual awareness range that could reach this far. 40,000 miles. 50,000 miles. When Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness reached 50,000 miles, it had finally reached the limit. 50,000 miles, huh? Li Fuchen let out a forceful breath. He had yet to progress to the battle spirit realm. Once he progressed to the battle spirit realm, his true spirit would continue to grow stronger. After all, the advancement of cultivation realms had always resulted in a significant enhancement in all aspects. Has the array vanished? All of a sudden, Li Fuchen realized that the array that was emitting blood light had unknowingly vanished. No wonder he wasn't able to release his awareness previously, but he could do it now. Of course, this might also be due to the birth of the true spirit. Previously, Li Fuchen couldn't see the demonic ruler's entire body. But now, with a glance that contained spiritual awareness, the entire demonic ruler's corpse was clearly visible. It was a black flood dragon that was a few hundred miles in length. There was a black horn on the head and 4 claws on the abdomen. The demonic beast spirit might have been destroyed, but just the pressure from the body was enough to make Li Fuchen breathless. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he got too close, he would be turned into a blood mist by the chi presence of the corpse. A complete demonic ruler's corpse. It is a pity. Li Fuchen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Every part of the demonic Thearcha's corpse was a treasure. Let alone essence blood, even normal blood was an extremely rare body refinement material. It wasn't exaggerating to say that if a demonic ruler's corpse was exchanged for all sorts of resources, it would allow a monarch-class sect to flourish for a century or even a few centuries. If Li Fuchen could obtain this demonic ruler's corpse, he wouldn't have to worry about the body refinement resources before cultivating the dragon-elephant body forging chapters to the extremity. No, even 100 Li Fuchen would be able to cultivate the dragon-elephant body forging chapters to the extremity. It was a known fact that when a demonic beast evolved into a demonic Thearch, it would plunder countless heaven and earth resources. These resources didn't vanish, but they existed in another form. It's impossible for me to obtain the demon Thearcha's corpse. Fighting for resources also requires strength. I can't even get close to the demon Thearcha's corpse. Moreover, the array has disappeared. The mastermind behind the scenes should be arriving soon. Their target should be this demon Thearcha's corpse. After figuring out the crux of the problem, Li Fuchen didn't dare to stay any longer. He flew into the distance and concealed his chi presence with his spirit soul talent. Not long after Li Fuchen left, the sea water near the black flood dragon ruler's corpse swelled up as a massive scarlet head emerged. This head was extremely similar to the black flood dragon ruler's head and it also had horns. But in terms of size, there was a huge difference. The black flood dragon ruler's head was around a few dozen miles in size, but this scarlet head was only 10 miles in size. As compared to the black flood dragon ruler, it was like a small snake's head. The Red Flood Dragon King was the king of the Red Sea. Its body contained an extremely concentrated Red Flood Dragon bloodline. During an accident, the Red Flood Dragon King found out that this sea region sealed a demonic arch that was originally a Black Flood Dragon. The Black Flood Dragon and the Red Flood Dragon were both flood dragons. The Black Flood Dragon's essence blood was extremely important to the Red Flood Dragon King. With the Black Flood Dragon's essence blood, the Red Flood Dragon King had a great chance to purify his Red Flood Dragon bloodline and evolve into a true Red Flood Dragon. By then, he would be able to roam freely in the endless sea. The Red Flood Dragon King didn't wish to stay in the Red Sea for his entire life. The Red Sea was too small. The sea outside was the true sea. That place contained boundless resources, but there were also a large number of demonic thearchs. With the Red Flood Dragon King's current strength, he might be able to carve out a small world, but it was impossible to dominate the entire sea. He had once left the Red Sea, but during a battle, he was chased by a demonic thearch as subordinates and had to escape back to the Red Sea. Since then, he had never left the Red Sea again. Looking at the Black Flood Dragon ruler's corpse, the Red Flood Dragon King's eyes burst out with endless desire. It might only be a low-tier demonic arch, but its essence blood is enough for me to purify my Red Flood Dragon bloodline. The Red Flood Dragon King brandished his claw and left a deep claw mark on the Black Flood Dragon ruler's corpse. When the demonic arch was alive, just the chi presence was enough to severely injure the Red Flood Dragon ruler. But a dead demonic thearch's chi presence wasn't enough to stop the Red Flood Dragon King. Red Flood Dragon King, you are truly willing to sacrifice countless sea beasts' lives for this demonic thearch's corpse. Several horrific figures rushed over, and the leader was the Red Rainbow Sect Patriarch, Red Rainbow Monarch. The Red Flood Dragon King lifted his head and said, "Red Rainbow Monarch, are you trying to stop me? Aren't you afraid I will start an all-out war? So what if he sacrificed countless sea beasts' lives? As long as he could evolve into a demonic arch, it didn't matter even if he sacrificed all the sea beasts in the Red Sea. This world was a world where the strong ruled supreme. Once he evolved into a demonic arch, let alone the Red Sea, the 7-color continents, 7 inner seas, and some of the sea regions outside the 7-color continent would all be ruled by him. By then, he would have plenty of subordinates. If I allow you to obtain the demonic thearch's essence blood, will you let my Red Rainbow Sect off?" The Red Rainbow Monarch sneered, and with a clang, a scarlet light appeared in his hand. After taking a closer look, it was obviously a scarlet-red artifact sword that looked like magma. Red Rainbow Sword, Quasi-Heaven Class Artifact Sword. It contained the blazing flame sword intent that could greatly increase his strength. With the Red Rainbow Sword, the Red Rainbow Monarch was able to suppress the Red Flood Dragon King. Otherwise, the Red Flood Dragon King that had a concentrated Red Flood Dragon bloodline was too horrific. Regular high-level monarchs would have a hard time injuring the Red Flood Dragon King, let alone contesting with it. Red Rainbow Monarch, do you think I have meticulously prepared for so many years and didn't calculate that you would spoil my plans? The Red Flood Dragon King had a disdainful and murderous expression. Red Rainbow Monarch, just use whatever methods you have. My Red Rainbow Sect will not allow you to obtain the demonic thearch's essence blood. The three-eyed saber monarch had also drawn his artifact saber. It was a black artifact saber, and on the handle, there was an eye pattern. Heaven's Eye Saber, Earth Class Peak Tier Artifact Saber. Red Flood Dragon King, hurry up and retreat. The other supreme elders of the Red Rainbow Sect had also drawn their weapons. As high-level monarchs, they might not be able to threaten the Red Flood Dragon King, but with the Red Rainbow Monarch around, they were able to restrict the Red Flood Dragon King's movements. It was an easy task to defeat him. As for the robust middle-aged man, he didn't follow. Chapter 5:11. Mullet King, Silver Loach King, why aren't you guys coming out? When facing a group of high-level monarchs from the Red Rainbow Sect, the Red Flood Dragon King was rather pressured. Walala. The seawater bulged, and a huge black fish and a huge silver loach emerged from the bottom of the sea. The Black Fish King was a Class 7 high-tier black marrow black fish. It possessed the bloodline of the Darkness Emperor Python. The Silver Loach King was a Level 7 high-tier sea beast, the Silver Loach. Its body contained the bloodline of the Silver Flood Dragon. The two of them were the left and right arms of the Red Flood Dragon King, and their strength surpassed regular high-level monarchs. However, the density of their bloodline was not as high as the Scarlet Flood Dragon King. Looking at the Black Fish King and Silver Loach King that were a few dozen miles in size, the Red Rainbow Monarch didn't mind and said, "Red Flood Dragon King, the three of you aren't able to obtain the demonic Thearka's essence blood." They had 5 people on their side. Although they might not be able to defeat the 3 great demon kings, it was impossible for the 3 great demon kings to defeat them. "Count me in." A terrifying purple swordfish, over 100 miles long, darted out of the water. Purple Sword King. The Red Rainbow Monarch's eyes contracted. The Purple Sword King, the ruler of the Purple Sea, had the bloodline of the Stegosaurus in his body. Although the Stegosaurus was just an ordinary saint beast, a saint beast was still a saint beast. Its bloodline was extremely powerful. Fortunately, the Purple Sword King only had a small amount of the Stegosaurus in his body. Otherwise, no one in the entire 7-color continent would be his match. "This is bad." The bearded Red Rainbow Sect's Supreme Elder frowned and had an awful expression. The Scarlet Flood Dragon King and his right-hand men were already difficult to deal with. Now that the tyrannical Purple Sword King was added to the mix, their defeat was certain. "Me too." A tens of miles long golden lobster tore apart the seawater. Golden Pincer King. The Red Rainbow Monarch had a bitter expression. The Golden Pincer King, the ruler of the Yellow Sea, contained the Golden Dragon bloodline. Unlike the Saber Dragon, the Golden Dragon was also an extremely tyrannical existence among the sacred beasts. Of course, the Golden Dragon bloodline in the Golden Pincer King's body was very rare, even inferior to the Saber Dragon bloodline in the Purple Sword King's body. The 7 Seas demon monarchs that had Flood Dragon or True Dragon bloodlines in their bodies were all present. This caused the Red Rainbow Monarch and the others to feel immense pressure, and they no longer had any battle intent. The Red Rainbow Monarch said, "Red Flood Dragon King, you win. I didn't expect you to be willing to share the demonic Thearka's essence blood." It was obvious that the Black Flood Dragon Emperor's blood essence was not only useful to the Red Flood Dragon King, but it was also useful to the Silver Loach King, the Purple Sword King, and the Golden Pincer King. It was even useful to the Black Fish King. The Black Fish King had the bloodline of the Darkness Python Monarch, and the origin of the Darkness Python Monarch was actually a true dragon. According to records, one of the origins of the sea beasts was the dragon race. Most of the sea beasts contain traces of true dragon bloodline. However, because the density of the bloodline was too low, it remained dormant. King Red Flood Dragon said, "There is so much demonic Thearch blood essence. I only need 40% of it." The evolution of the sea beasts was similar to the advancement of the martial Dao realm. The further one advanced, the harder it was to make up for the gap between the major realms. As a peak stage demon king, he was only one step away from the demon Thearch. However, the weakest demon Thearch could easily devour him. Even if all the rulers of the 7 seas were here, they still wouldn't be enough to be devoured by a demon Thearch. 40% of the demon Thearka's essence blood was enough for him. Besides, the other materials on the demon Thearch were also useful to him. Of course, if he could monopolize the demon Thearka's corpse, he wouldn't be foolish enough to share it. However, he couldn't monopolize the demon Thearka's corpse by himself. "Let's go." The Red Rainbow Monarch was decisive and left with the 4 Red Rainbow Sect's Supreme Elders. After the Red Rainbow Monarch and the others left, the Red Flood Dragon King sneered and turned his head to the Purple Sword Monarch and the Golden Pincer Monarch before saying, "According to the agreement, the 2 of you will each have 20% of the demon Thearka's essence blood and the other materials." I will have 40%, while the Black Fish Monarch and the Silver Loach Monarch will each have 10%. No objections, right? The Purple Sword Monarch chuckled and said, no objections. Our bodies contain the true dragon bloodline, and the Flood Dragon bloodline isn't as useful to us as you. 20% is enough for us. Red Flood Dragon King, I, the Golden Pincer Monarch, will wait for you to become a demon the Arch. By then, don't forget to lead us out of the 7-color continent. The Golden Pincer Monarch laughed. He and the Purple Sword Monarch might possess the true dragon bloodline, but in terms of strength, they were inferior to the Red Flood Dragon King. After all, the true dragon bloodline in their bodies was too scarce, while the Red Flood Dragon King's body contained an extremely concentrated Red Flood Dragon bloodline. Don't worry, once I evolve into a demonic ruler, there will be plenty of benefits for all of you. The Red Flood Dragon King was very confident. With sufficient Black Flood Dragon Essence blood, he was confident he could evolve into a demonic ruler within 10 years. Of course, if he couldn't evolve, he wouldn't be able to evolve no matter how much time he had. With the combined efforts of the 5 demonic kings, the Black Flood Dragon ruler's corpse was quickly split up. With spiritual awareness that was comparable with high-level primary Sea Realm monarchs, Li Fuchen ascended the Red Soil continent without any mishaps and returned to the Red Rainbow sect. More than 1,800 people died. The Red Rainbow sect had a grave atmosphere. This time, there were a total of 7,800 elders and disciples that headed to the Lookout Island, but less than 6,000 returned. These were all elite 6-star and 7-star bone frames with top-notch innate perception. They weren't comparable to regular 6-star bone frames. In normal situations, the death of a top-notch 6-star bone frame was equivalent to the death of 100 regular 6-star bone frames. The death of a 7-star bone frame was equivalent to the death of a few thousand regular 6-star bone frames. The cruelty of the war had deeply stimulated everyone. Right now, be it the elders or disciples, all of them felt that they were too weak. In a large-scale war, they didn't even have the strength to protect themselves and could only drift with the flow. A strong sense of insecurity caused everyone to cultivate as hard as they could after returning. Seeing the situation, the upper echelons of the Red Rainbow sect were slightly relieved. This was the meaning of the war. It could stimulate everyone to stimulate their potential. If they continued to live in a greenhouse, their future achievements were basically destined to be unable to exceed their limits. As for casualties, it was inevitable. After all, it was natural selection and survival of the fittest. This was the law of nature and it couldn't be violated. Li Fuchen, you aren't dead. When Bai Lingshuang saw Li Fuchen, she was astonished. This time, the Red Rainbow sect had suffered too many casualties. There were 8 Monarch-class disciples that perished. There were Outer Sect Monarch-class disciples and Inner Sect Monarch-class disciples. Li Fuchen had been missing for a few days and everyone thought that he had perished. They didn't expect for him to suddenly return. Li Fuchen said, I was lucky and managed to escape. Then your luck is truly good. Bai Lingshuang smiled and was rather impressed with Li Fuchen's survivability. If it was her, without the teleportation array, she wouldn't be able to return alive. The duo chatted for a moment before going their separate ways. 3 days after returning to Fuchen Peak, Li Fuchen's rewards for being ranked number 1 on the minor beast slaying rankings were released. The rewards were very generous. Apart from 50,000 contribution coins, there were also 10 red rainbow elixirs and 10 perception Dao elixirs. For the next 1 or 2 years, Li Fuchen basically didn't need to worry about not having enough red rainbow elixirs and perception Dao elixirs. He could even consume 1 elixir every month. I shall cultivate the mortal calamity to the perfection stage first. Chapter 5:12. Li Fuchen's perception was already astounding. After consuming the perception Dao elixir, his perception had a sudden increase. When comprehending the mortal calamity, there was an endless flow of inspiration. 1 elixir, 2 elixirs, 3 elixirs. In 1 month, Li Fuqian had consumed 5 perception Dao elixirs and forcefully comprehended the mortal calamity to the perfection stage. The current mortal calamity had indescribable power. A single fist was able to destroy Earth-class mid-tier equipment. In terms of material destruction, Li Fuqian was even stronger than high-level battle spirit realm masters. With the increase in the mortal calamity power, the impurities in Li Fuqian's qi blood were all eliminated. Some of the deeply hidden qi blood impurities couldn't escape the penetration of the mortal calamity power. Until Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness couldn't detect any impurities in his qi blood, Li Fuqian knew that his body's limit had been broken through. I hope that I can cultivate the dragon elephant body forging 5th chapter to the perfection stage during this trip to the dragon pool. Li Fuqian walked towards the dragon pool. The dragon qi in the dragon pool was extremely pure and had very little impurities. As days passed by, the small elephant that was formed from the dragon elephant power in Li Fuqian's heart was constantly condensing and expanding. It was gradually developing into a giant elephant. At the same time, a surging and vast power was being produced. 10 days, 20 days, 1 month, 1.5 months, with 50,000 contribution coins, Li Fuqian could stay in the dragon pool for 100 days and didn't need to worry about not having enough contribution coins. With a good attitude and sufficient resources, Li Fuqian finally cultivated the dragon elephant body forging 5th chapter to the perfection stage after 2 months. At this moment, the small elephant in Li Fuqian's heart had already grown into a giant elephant. The pale golden luster had turned into a pure golden luster. The golden giant elephant trumpeted and a horrific giant elephant's spirit soared. The void above the dragon pool seemed to have solidified and the prowess was astounding. Just the prowess of the body refinement should be enough to suppress the regular demon generals on the demon ring continent. Li Fuqian's mouth curled up. The dragon elephant body forging 5th chapter was an earth-class high-tier body refinement technique. In terms of pure power, it was stronger than Earth-class peak-tier Qi cultivation techniques and was close to Heaven-class low-tier Qi cultivation techniques. By cultivating the 5th chapter to the perfection stage, it meant that Li Fuqian had reached the peak level of reincarnation realm body refinement. Furthermore, he had cultivated the dragon elephant body forging 5th chapter and was at the peak level of reincarnation realm body refinement. Those ordinary peak-level reincarnation realm body refinement experts would probably explode and die under the suppression of Li Fuqian's giant elephant spirit. They wouldn't have the slightest ability to survive. Those peak-level reincarnation realm body refinement cultivators would probably explode and wouldn't have the ability to survive. For 2 months, Li Fuqian had spent 30,000 contribution coins. 50,000 contribution coins had suddenly turned into 20,000 contribution coins. With the addition of the sex rewards for the 2nd year, Li Fuqian only had 30,000 contribution coins. It was just enough to redeem the first half of the Earth-class high-tier body refinement art, Star Shatter Leg. But Li Fuqian didn't plan to redeem the Star Shatter Leg. He was more interested in the 9 Dragon's Claw for the 2nd Earth-class high-tier body refinement art. After all, the 9 Dragon's Claw could cultivate the 9 Dragon Spirit. The venomous Dragon Spirit was already powerful enough, so the 9 Dragon Spirit would be even more terrifying. The mortal calamity might be powerful, but the attack range wasn't comparable to the spirit. As for why Li Fuqian chose to cultivate another Earth-class high-tier body refinement art, it was mainly to improve the mortal calamity. The mortal calamity was incomplete and the cultivation difficulty was extremely high. In order to cultivate the mortal calamity to the trance stage, a powerful body refinement foundation was required. Therefore, it was imperative to cultivate the 2nd Earth-class high-tier body refinement art. There is no hurry. The body refinement Dao might be important, but in the long run, the Qi cultivation Dao is of utmost importance. In this world, the Qi cultivation Dao was the mainstream. The body refinement Dao might be powerful, but there were too few inheritances. Even the monarch-class Red Rainbow sect didn't have an Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique. It was imaginable how difficult it was to reach the pinnacle of the body refinement Dao. Li Fuqian didn't wish to neglect the qi cultivation because of the body refinement Dao. The earlier one broke through to the qi cultivation level, the greater the future potential. A martial artist who broke through to the battle spirit realm before the age of 40 and before the age of 50 might not seem to have any difference. But as time elapsed, the difference would only get more obvious. The next time they broke through, the difference might be enlarged to 20 years, 30 years, or even 100 years. With over a dozen red rainbow elixirs, Li Fuqian cultivated without any restraints. He would consume one red rainbow elixir every 2 to 3 days to increase the purity of his qi. Middle stage of 7th level reincarnation realm. Later stage of 7th level reincarnation realm. Peak stage of 7th level reincarnation realm. Li Fuqian's qi cultivation was constantly climbing as though there was no bottleneck. Li Fuqian, the outer sect has a mission for you. Follow me to the outer sect grand hall. On this day, an outer sect elder arrived at the foot of the monarch district's Fuqian Peak. Mission. After removing the array and allowing the elder to ascend the mountain, Li Fuqian had a curious expression. Didn't I have to accept the mission myself? The sect actually assigned a mission to me. The outer sect elder obviously knew what Li Fuqian was curious about. He smiled and said, the sect's missions are separated into 2 types. One is an optional mission and the other is an assigned mission. This mission isn't trivial and you must make a move in order to control the situation. During the battle with the sea beast, Li Fuqian's invincible strength in the reincarnation realm was already established. To be serious, some of the low-level battle spirit realm inner sect disciples might not be a match for Li Fuqian. For this mission, the other outer sect monarch class disciples would only be able to maintain the situation. In order to control the situation, an existence like Li Fuqian was needed. Alright, I shall make a trip to the outer sect grand hall. Since it was an assigned mission by the sect, Li Fuqian couldn't reject it. Furthermore, he was curious what kind of mission required him. He reckoned that this mission had a cultivation restriction and inner sect disciples didn't meet the requirements. After arriving at the outer sect grand hall, Li Fuqian saw Bai Lingshuang and Xikong Zhan. Before Li Fuqian and Bai Lingshuang could greet them, the outer sect grand elder, Wang Kuei, walked out from the side hall. Since the 3 of you are here, let me tell you about the mission. Wang Kuei smiled and said, this mission is to head to the White Scale continent and stabilize the situation for our Red Rainbow sect. If possible, it is best to expand our territory. White Scale continent. Xikong Zhan's expression changed. The White Scale continent was a low-class continent. The so-called low-class continents were ordinary continents that had awakened the continent willpower. Low-class continents only allowed existences below the battle spirit realm to move around. Those whose cultivation was at the battle spirit realm or beyond would be rejected by the continent willpower. It was fine for a short period of time, but if it was prolonged, they would definitely die. The 7-color continent was a mid-class continent and only allowed existences below the law phase realm to move around. Of course, in the vast sea, there were still countless continents that didn't awaken the continent willpower. It didn't matter if these continents were big or small, they didn't have any cultivation restrictions. But these continents were easily destroyed and would gradually lose their spirit qi, turning them into abandoned continents. The White Scale continent might be a low-class continent, but it was very abundant in resources. Not only did the Red Rainbow sect have a garrison on the White Scale continent, the other 6 monarch-class factions on the 7-color continent also had a garrison on the White Scale continent. Apart from them, there were plenty of monarch-class factions from other mid-class continents that had also stationed their forces on the White Scale continent. According to the intel, there seemed to be more than 50 garrisons on the White Scale continent. This meant that there were more than 50 monarch-class factions operating on the White Scale continent. If there was a sentence to describe the White Scale continent, it would be that it was abundant in resources and had as many prodigies as the clouds. Xikong Zhan might be a monarch-class disciple, but he didn't have the confidence to roam freely on the White Scale continent. After all, there were too many monarch-class disciples there. Some of the monarch class factions were rumored to be much stronger than the Red Rainbow sect. Any random monarch class disciple would be able to wipe out the monarch class disciples from the weaker monarch class factions. White Scale Continent. Li Fuqian had heard of the White Scale Continent. Due to the special heaven and earth law, this continent produced plenty of precious resources. There were plenty of resources that the seven-color continent didn't have. Chapter 5:13. On the White Scale Continent, our Red Rainbow sect has stationed a team of 2,000 individuals. Of course, most of them aren't our Red Rainbow sect's outer sect disciples. They are the elite reincarnation realm experts from the Seven Kingdoms. You will be heading over to command these 2,000 individuals and stabilize our Red Rainbow sect's unstable situation. If possible, occupy more territories and gather resources. Of course, you can also trade with other factions to exchange for some resources. In short, it will depend on the situation. Outer Sect Grand Elder Wang Kuei explained. The Red Rainbow sect placed great importance on the White Scale Continent. As a monarch class sect, the Red Rainbow sect had a terrifying demand for resources. If there was a day when the Red Rainbow sect's resources were depleted, it would be the start of their decline. Grand Elder, since the mission is so difficult, the reward should be plenty of contribution coins, right? Bai Lingshuang asked. Wang Kuei laughed and said, "This mission is special, therefore, the reward is special too. The basic reward is 1,000 contribution coins per month, the subsequent rewards will depend on your performance. If you collect 30% more white scale herbs per month, the three of you will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution coins. The distribution will be as follows: the leader will get half, the other two will split the other half. 50% more white scale herbs will be rewarded with 2,000, double the amount will be rewarded with 5,000, double the amount will be rewarded with 12,000, triple the amount will be rewarded with 20,000. In short, the more the better, it will depend on your capability." The white scale herb was an earth-class high-tier herb. Its grade wasn't considered high, but it was only found on the White Scale Continent. Then who is the leader? Sikong Zhan wanted to slap himself after asking the question. It wasn't obvious who was the leader. He might be unwilling, but he had to admit that Li Fuqian was much stronger than him. Wang Kuei didn't say who was the leader. He looked at Li Fuqian and said, "As the leader, you can order anyone and can also supervise if they put in any effort. The system is dead, but people are alive. If they don't put in any effort, you have the authority to take half of their subsequent rewards." The leader had a lot of authority and it was up to the leader to decide if the other party put in any effort. If the other party did their job but the leader didn't approve of it, the other party would have to suffer in silence and wouldn't be able to reason with them. Of course, everyone was monarch class disciples and there was no need to have a grudge. You could cheat the other party once, but not the second time. Unless there was a grudge, it was rare for such vile behavior to happen. Li Fuqian said, "The White Scale Continent doesn't prohibit killing, right?" He was afraid that if he killed the people of the other monarch class forces, it would cause a war between the monarch class forces. Wang Kuei smiled and said, "If there's no need to, then try not to kill. Of course, if the other side wants to kill, then there's no harm in killing them. Just don't kill the people of the seven-color continent's monarch class factions." There were more than 50 monarch class factions operating on the White Scale Continent. If killing was forbidden, there would be no way to carry out any operations. After all, as long as there was a conflict, there would inevitably be deaths and injuries. As for the consequences, the Red Rainbow sect wasn't afraid. Everyone was a monarch class faction and if they dared to kill their way into the seven-color continent, they would be taught a lesson. The only thing he was worried about was that if he killed too harshly, there would be no powerful outer sect king-class disciples to hold the fort in the future. This would incur the wrath of the other party. Therefore, Wang Kuei-zai said that if they could avoid killing, they would try their best to suppress the other party. Understood. Li Fuqian nodded. He was not a bloodthirsty person, but if the other party went too far, he did not mind killing one or two. All right, Li Fuchen will be the leader now. Immediately set off for the White Scale Continent. Remember, be careful. As compared to resources, your lives are more important. Do not risk your lives. Wang Kuei instructed. The three of them nodded and left the outer sect Grand Hall, flying towards the teleportation plaza. Buzz! One of the teleportation platforms in the teleportation plaza lit up with radiance and the trio vanished without a trace. The White Scale Continent was a continent with extremely peculiar heaven and earth laws. On this day, in the northwest corner of the White Scale Continent in the Red Rainbow Mountains, a teleportation platform lit up and three figures appeared. This is the White Scale Continent. Li Fuchen took a glance and saw that the plants here were very peculiar. Most of them had white scales, and with Li Fuchen's eyesight, he could see that these plants were extremely aggressive and most of them were carnivorous plants. Bai Lingshuang said, Li Fuchen, speaking of which, this White Scale Continent is rather suitable for you. The heaven and earth qi here is inclined towards the body refinement Tao. After absorbing and refining it, it will be beneficial for your body refinement cultivation. Heaven and earth qi contained heaven and earth laws, and different heaven and earth laws were suitable for different Daos. For example, the demon ring continent's heaven and earth qi contained demon laws, therefore, it was extremely suitable for demons to reproduce and develop. The White Scale Continent's heaven and earth qi contained body refinement laws and was suitable for body refinement martial artists to cultivate. Indeed, the heaven and earth laws here are rather helpful for me to comprehend body refinement intent. Right now, he was already at the peak level of reincarnation realm body refinement. If he wanted to increase his body refinement to the battle spirit realm, he had to increase his body refinement foundation. It was fine if the heaven and earth qi contained body refinement laws, as it wouldn't be superior to the dragon qi in the dragon pool. However, the concentrated body refinement laws here would allow him to comprehend body refinement intent with half the effort. Perhaps, he might be able to break through to the trance stage of the mortal calamity here. Just as the trio arrived, in the Red Rainbow Grand Hall at the center of the Red Rainbow Mountains, a meeting was in progress. Those that could participate in this meeting were either the Red Rainbow sect's outer sect disciples or the leaders of the elite reincarnation realm experts from the Seven Kingdoms. There were a total of over 30 individuals. Deacon Zhang, when will the Red Rainbow sect send their monarch class disciples over? During this year, we have reduced the number of mountains that we occupy from 3 to 1. With just this mountain range, the number of white scale herbs that are produced every month is extremely limited. If this carries on, the situation will be worrying. The one speaking was a leader from the Violet Flower Kingdom who was in charge of the garrison. As for the Deacon Zhang, he was called Zhang Dajiang, an outer sect disciple of the Red Rainbow sect and also one of the 5 deacons of the garrison. His strength was the strongest among everyone present. Zhang Dajiang was 45 years old this year and had a slightly rosy nose. He said, "This batch of monarch class disciples has a total of 13 individuals. After cultivating in seclusion for over a year, their strength should have improved greatly. I reckon that they will be dispatched here soon." The White Scale Continent wasn't an ordinary place. Even monarch class disciples weren't eye-catching here. If they were dispatched here right after entering the sect, they wouldn't be of much use. Putting aside everything else, Zhang Dajiang believed that his strength wasn't inferior to monarch class disciples. After all, he was already 45 years old and had a lot more time to cultivate. But in the White Scale Continent, there were too many individuals that were stronger than him. Regular monarch class disciples wouldn't be of any use here. I heard that among this batch of monarch class disciples, there is an extremely powerful individual. Not only does he have full points in perception, he is also ranked number 1 on the minor beast slaying rankings in the recent war. If he is here, we will have an easier time. Another Red Rainbow sect outer sect disciple and also one of the 5 deacons of the garrison, the female deacon, Wang Mingli, spoke. Zhang Dajiang nodded and said, "I have heard of him too. He seems to be called Li Fuchen. I hope he can stabilize the situation here. Monarch-class disciples progressed very quickly and would normally progress to the battle spirit realm after 2 to 3 years in the Red Rainbow sect. Furthermore, there weren't many Monarch-class disciples in the previous batches, causing the garrison to have a shortage of Monarch-class disciples. The situation wasn't good, therefore, Zhang Dajiang still had high hopes for Li Fuchen. He didn't expect Li Fuchen to seize more territory, it would be enough if Li Fuchen could restore the garrison's original territory. Report, the new commanders have arrived at the White Scale Continent. There are 3 of them. Outside the Grand Hall, a reincarnation realm expert spoke with an anxious voice. They are here. Let's go and welcome them. Zhang Dajiang quickly stood up. When Monarch-class disciples arrived at the garrison, they would normally assume the position of the Supreme Commander. Supreme Commander, Deacon, Senior Captain, Junior Captain, and regular members. This was the hierarchy of the garrison. At the plaza of the Red Rainbow Grand Hall, Li Fuchen and the others landed. Welcome to the 3 commanders. With Zhang Dajiang as the leader, over 30 individuals bowed and cupped their fists. Zhang Dajiang's eyes landed on the trio and asked, I wonder if the 3 commanders' tokens are here. Li Fuchen and the others took out their Monarch-class disciple tokens and the garrison's commander's token for everyone to see. After seeing the tokens, Zhang Dajiang quickly invited the trio into the Red Rainbow Grand Hall. In the Red Rainbow Grand Hall, Li Fuchen and the others were seated at the host's seats. Li Fuchen was in the middle, while Bai Lingshuang and Xikong Zhan were on the left and right. Before coming, the trio's positions were already determined. Li Fuchen was the supreme commander, while Bai Lingshuang and Xikong Zhan were the vice-commanders and were responsible for assisting Li Fuchen. After sizing up everyone, Li Fuchen went straight to the point, tell me about the garrison situation. Zhang Dajiang laughed bitterly and said, originally, our Red Rainbow sect's garrison had 3 major mountain ranges. They are the Red Rainbow Mountains, Red Sea Mountains, and Red Cloud Mountains. But now, the Red Sea Mountains and Red Cloud Mountains have been seized by other factions. Only the Red Rainbow Mountains still belong to us. Which forces snatched it? How strong are they? Xikong Zhan interrupted. Zhang Dajiang said, the Red Sea Mountains have been seized by the Black Saber sect while the Red Cloud Mountains have been seized by the Purple Sunset Guild. The Black Saber sect has 2 Monarch-class disciples who are very formidable. With my strength, I can only exchange a few moves with one of them. The Purple Sunset Guild only has 1 Monarch-class disciple, but this Monarch-class disciple is very famous. In the northwest lookout corner of the White Scale Continent, he is one of the top 10 experts. I can't even withstand a single move from him. It also means to say that any random person can defeat you in a few moves. It doesn't seem that incredible. To be honest, Xikong Zhan looked down on regular outer sect disciples. He only looked up to Monarch-class disciples. In his opinion, defeating Zhang Dajiang in a few moves was just so-so. Zhang Dajiang frowned and didn't say anything. After all, he didn't know Xikong Zhan's strength. Perhaps, he was truly stronger than the 2 Monarch-class disciples from the Black Saber sect? At the host's seat, Li Fuchen couldn't bear to see Xikong Zhan's arrogant attitude. Since that is the case, Xikong Zhan, Zhang Dajiang, the 2 of you shall spar so that I can judge the strength of the Monarch-class disciples from the Black Saber sect and the Purple Sunset Guild. Yes. Zhang Dajiang nodded. On the plaza outside, Xikong Zhan and Zhang Dajiang quickly exchanged moves. 7 moves. A Monarch-class disciple was still a Monarch-class disciple. After more than a year of cultivation, Xikong Zhan had great improvements and only took 7 moves to defeat Zhang Dajiang. But Xikong Zhan, who spoke arrogantly earlier, was embarrassed. He had said that defeating Zhang Dajiang in a few moves wasn't a big deal. He didn't expect for Xikong Zhan to also need 7 moves to defeat Zhang Dajiang. This meant that his strength wasn't superior to the Monarch-class disciples from the Black Saber sect. Bai Lingshuang, go and spar with Zhang Dajiang. Li Fuchen said to Bai Lingshuang. Swish! Bai Lingshuang flashed and appeared on the plaza. Chapter 5:14. Bai Lingshuang, Xikong Zhan, the two of you will lead 1,000 men and take back the Red Sea Mountains. Is there any problem? Li Fuchen reckoned that the duo should be able to deal with the two monarch-class disciples that were stationed at the Black Saber sect. No problem. Bai Lingshuang and Xikong Zhan nodded. The duo didn't come to the White Scale Continent to idle around and wait for death. They were here to earn contribution coins, and the more territories they occupied, the more white scale herbs they would be able to collect every month. Of course, they had to take back their original territories first. Zhang Dajiang and Wang Mingli, the two of you will pick 500 men and follow me to the Red Cloud Mountains. Li Fuchen said to Wang Mingli, who was one of the 5 deacons. Isn't 500 men a little too few? Zhang Dajiang frowned. The contest between the White Scale Continent's garrisons was firstly dependent on the monarch-class disciples and secondly on the number of men. Furthermore, the monarch-class disciples stationed at the Purple Sunset Guild were one of the top 10 experts in the northwest lookout corner. It was still unknown if Li Fuchen could deal with them. 500 men is enough. If it was just a simple slaughter, Li Fuchen alone was enough. As long as there weren't more than 1,000 reincarnation realm experts, they wouldn't be a threat to Li Fuchen. All right then. Zhang Dajiang laughed bitterly in his heart. This new supreme commander was overly confident. That made sense, monarch-class disciples were usually extremely arrogant. Just like that, 500 men were left to guard the Red Rainbow Mountains while the remaining 1,500 men were split into 2 groups to head to the Red Cloud Mountains and the Red Sea Mountains respectively. Along the way, Zhang Dajiang explained the situation of the White Scale Continent to Li Fuchen. Apart from over 50 monarch-class factions stationed at the White Scale Continent, there are also 3 emperor-class factions stationed at the White Scale Continent. These 3 emperor-class factions have occupied the central region of the White Scale Continent. The vast region is thousands of times bigger than the Red Rainbow Mountains. There are emperor-class factions too. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Are there emperor-class disciples overseeing the emperor-class factions? Wang Mingli couldn't find a chance to interrupt and quickly said, Emperor-class disciples are very rare even in emperor-class sections. They shouldn't be sent here to waste time. But the most powerful aspect of emperor-class factions is their battle formations. Battle formations? Li Fuchen looked at Wang Mingli. Wang Mingli pushed aside the long hair in front of her forehead and revealed a smile to Li Fuchen. She explained, a battle formation is the high-tier form of a combination technique. A regular combination technique can only combine the combat strength of 10 individuals. But a battle formation can combine the combat strength of dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of individuals. A 50-men battle formation is probably enough to defeat most of the monarch-class disciples. A 100-men battle formation is enough to dominate among the monarch-class disciples. As for those battle formations that can combine hundreds of individuals, they are invincible. Even a mid-level battle spirit realm expert wouldn't have a good time. In response, Li Fuchen nodded silently. The combination technique was indeed incredible. The Red Rainbow sect's strongest combination technique was able to combine the combat strength of 20 individuals. During the battle with the sea beasts, there were plenty of people who used the combination technique to kill the sea beasts. It was the only way to greatly reduce the casualties. Otherwise, with the endless number of sea beasts, the Red Rainbow sect wouldn't only have 1,000 or 2,000 casualties. If the joint attack technique was already so powerful, then the battle formation would obviously be even more domineering. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of scattered reincarnation realm experts, he was apprehensive of reincarnation realm experts who had combined their combat strength. A scattered reincarnation realm expert wouldn't have a significant increase in defense or offense. It was just that the attack range was wider and was like an overwhelming wave. But in terms of strength, it was still inferior. But the battle formation was able to form the battle formation power. By using the battle formation power to defend and attack, the power would increase by a few times or even 10 times. After explaining the distribution of the major factions, the duo started to talk about the natural environment of the white scale continent. Like the white scale herb. The white scale herb is the most unique herb on the white scale continent. As long as the roots are left behind, it will grow again after 5 years. The Red Rainbow Mountains can gather around 500 stalks of white scale herbs every month, 800 stalks in the Red Cloud Mountains, and 600 stalks in the Red Sea Mountains. Above the white scale herb, there are even rarer black scale herbs and purple scale herbs. The black scale herb is an earth class peak tier herb, while the purple scale herb is a heaven class low tier herb. The Red Rainbow Mountains can gather around 3 to 5 stalks of the former every month, while the purple scale herb is less than 1 or 2 stalks in a year. Li Fuqian was rather moved after hearing the explanation. The natural environment of the white scale continent was rather monotonous, but in terms of resource value, it was much superior to the East Unicorn continent. But it was understandable. The East Unicorn continent used to have abundant resources, but back then, the East Unicorn continent hadn't awakened its continent willpower yet. After the consecutive battles, the spirit chi was severely depleted. By the time the continent willpower awakened, the East Unicorn continent's spirit chi was already less than 10%. We have arrived at the Red Cloud Mountains. Zhang Dajiang pointed at the majestic mountain range ahead and said to Li Fuqian. The heaven and earth chi here seems to be more concentrated than the Red Rainbow Mountains. Li Fuqian scanned with his spiritual awareness and saw the entire Red Cloud Mountains vividly. The Red Cloud Mountains were 60% or 70% bigger than the Red Rainbow Mountains. There were Purple Sunset Guild members stationed everywhere to gather the white scale herbs. Who are you people? Hurry up and leave the Purple Cloud Mountains. In the outer region of the Red Cloud Mountains, one of the Purple Sunset Guild members yelled out. Li Fuqian spoke in a clear voice, "What Purple Cloud Mountains? This Red Cloud Mountains originally belonged to my Red Rainbow sect. I will give you 6 hours to leave this place." Presumptuous, just you wait. That person went to call for reinforcements. An hour later, 500 to 600 people rushed over under the lead of a purple-robed young man. Senior Li, this person is the Purple Sunset Guild's only monarch class disciple, Ting Long, Zhang Dajiang said nervously. Ting Long wasn't a regular monarch class disciple, he was one of the top 10 experts in the northwest lookout corner of the White Scale continent. It was said that the White Scale continent had over 50 monarch class factions, but the number might be far more than 50. It was possible that there were close to 100. The Northwest Lookout Corner had around 10 Monarch class factions and over 50 Monarch class disciples. There were so many Monarch class disciples because some of the Monarch class factions were extremely powerful and would always be able to maintain a garrison of at least 5 Monarch class disciples. It was to maintain enough deterrence and to occupy more territories. To be able to stand out from over 50 Monarch class disciples and be one of the top 10, it was imaginable how powerful Ting Long was. He wasn't someone that regular Monarch class disciples could compare with. You are the new commander of the Red Rainbow sect's garrison. I advise you to leave immediately before I am in a good mood. Ting Long's chi presence was very powerful and he stood there like an ancient ferocious beast. Body refinement martial artist Ha. Li Fuqian could sense an extremely powerful and dormant chi power from Ting Long's body. Senior Teng, there is no need for you to make a move. Let me try him. Beside Ting Long, a youth with flat brows flew out and slammed at Li Fuqian. The force of his palm was like a violet cloud that covered the heavens and the earth without end. Earth class peak tier martial art. Purple sunset cloud pushing palm. Get lost. A golden giant elephant spirit rose up and rapidly expanded. Boom! The youth with flat brows arrived quickly and left quickly too. He was sent flying while vomiting blood by the giant elephant spirit and didn't even have the strength to retaliate. So you are also a body refinement martial artist. I have underestimated you. Ting Long squinted his eyes. Li Fuchen's body refinement had surprised him. Li Fuchen was able to send several experts on his side flying with just his cultivation technique and qi spirit. This was something that even he couldn't do. Such power. Zhang Dajiang, Wang Mingli, and the others were appalled. Especially Wang Mingli, her eyes were glistening. Roar! The black flood dragon spirit rose up while Ting Long's body was overflowing with baleful qi. He cultivated the Earth-class mid-tier body refinement technique, Extreme Black Fiend Dragon Technique. Once at the sub-completion level of Reincarnation Realm, he would be able to cultivate the Fiend Dragon Spirit. So what if your body refinement is high? Receive my Rage Dragon Fist. Rage Dragon Fist, Earth-class high-tier body refinement martial art. Roar! There was an even more resonant and shocking sound wave. As Ting Long executed his fist, the malevolent and berserk enraged dragon spirit was enhanced by the evil dragon spirit. It crushed at Li Fuchen and there was a crackling explosion in the air. The vicious dragon fist is enough to deal with you. Li Fuchen raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist before executing a strike. Roar! The black vicious dragon spirit was enhanced by the giant elephant spirit and was unparalleled and extremely ferocious. Crackle! The rage dragon spirit was immediately ripped apart by the vicious dragon spirit that had extremely condensed power. The vicious dragon spirit was like a hot knife through butter as it blasted on Ting Long. Ting Long was sent flying while vomiting fresh blood. How can he be so powerful? Senior Teng can't even block a single fist from him. The Purple Sunset Guild's garrison members were in a daze. No wonder he has full points in perception and is also the #1 ranker on the minor beast slaying rankings. Previously, I had a low outlook and actually used my own worldview to evaluate Ting Long. How can Senior Li's strength be treated with common sense? Zhang Dajiang smiled bitterly and was in awe of Li Fuchen. This is a true heavenly prodigy. I wonder how I can attract Senior Li's attention. Wang Mingli might be older than Li Fuchen by a dozen years, but at their level, a dozen years wasn't much of a difference. After all, Reincarnation Realm martial artists had a lifespan of 250 years, while Battle Spirit Realm masters had a lifespan of 500 years. Form the Purple Sunset Battle Formation. The Purple Sunset Guild's garrison members weren't willing to give up. They formed a square formation with 30 men and formed 10 battle formations that were covered with purple clouds. As for the others, they didn't cultivate the Purple Sunset Battle Formation and weren't able to form it. The 10 battle formations were like 10 purple clouds that were sweeping at Li Fuchen with astounding prowess. Form the Red Rainbow Battle Formation. Zhang Dajiang was shocked and quickly yelled out. The Red Rainbow Battle Formation could link up the combat strength of 20 men. It might not be comparable to the Purple Sunset Battle Formation, but when complemented with Li Fuchen, it would still be able to resist for a while. There is no need to form a battle formation. Li Fuchen revealed a confident smile and punched at the purple cloud that was moving at the fastest speed. Rumble! The vicious dragon spirit was like a hot knife through butter as it immediately shattered the purple cloud. Boom 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 boom, 1 fist for 1, 10 battle formations were just a matter of 10 fists. After 10 fists, everyone in the battle formation was sent flying and suffered severe injuries. Only Li Fuchen was left standing in the air. From today onwards, this mountain range shall belong to my Red Rainbow sect. If you are not willing, I will wait for you to challenge me at any time. Li Fuchen said indifferently. Let's go. Ting Long had a pale expression as he led the group and left. Chapter 5:15. 2 hours later, the Purple Sunset Guild's garrison had all retreated from the Red Cloud Mountains. The 500 men that Li Fuchen brought were all arranged to stay here. Zhang Dajiang and Wang Mingli were also staying here. As for Li Fuchen, he returned to the Red Rainbow Mountains as he still had to wait for Bai Lingshuang and Xikong Zhan's news. Half a day after Li Fuchen returned to the Red Cloud Mountains, Bai Lingshuang and Xikong Zhan returned. The duo had severe injuries and their qi presence was dispirited. Bai Lingshuang smiled bitterly and said, "Fortunately, we didn't disappoint you. The Red Sea Mountains have been taken down." Their strength was actually on par with the two monarch-class disciples from the Black Saber sect. It was fortunate that their battle formation could only combine the strength of 18 men, while the Red Rainbow battle formation could combine the strength of 20 men. It was slightly superior, and after a bitter battle, they finally took down the Red Sea Mountains. Not bad. As such, our Red Rainbow sect's territory is now complete. Every time we take down a mountain range, we will be able to harvest more white-scale herbs every month. Li Fuchen smiled and said. The Red Cloud Mountains have been taken down. Xikong Zhan looked at Li Fuchen with hesitation. Li Fuchen said, "What do you think?" Xikong Zhan was speechless and had a deeper understanding of Li Fuchen's unfathomable strength. In a single day, Li Fuchen had taken down the Red Cloud Mountains and the Red Sea Mountains. This swift and decisive speed had flabbergasted the Red Rainbow sect's garrison. What was a monarch-class disciple? This was a monarch-class disciple. Things that normal people couldn't do were easily done by them. Sometimes, the gap between people was incomparably huge. It was impossible to make up for it. On the second day, Li Fuchen led 300 men and headed for the Purple Wind Mountains. The Purple Wind Mountains was also the Purple Sunset Guild's garrison. When facing the domineering Li Fuchen, Ting Long was helpless and had to clench his teeth and retreat from the Purple Wind Mountains. On the third day, Ting Long gave up the Purple Lake Mountains. As of now, the Purple Sunset Guild's garrison of the 4 major mountain ranges was only left with the Purple Sunset Mountains. Li Fuchen couldn't snatch the Purple Sunset Mountains. The White Scale Continent had its own set of rules. No matter how dominant you were, you still had to leave some leeway. You couldn't seize the last mountain range of the other party. If you didn't leave any leeway, the other party wouldn't leave any leeway for you either. In the end, there would only be a miserable massacre. No monarch-class faction would be willing to see such a situation. Powerful. Truly powerful. In 3 days, their encampment had increased from 1 mountain range to 5. This speed left everyone speechless, all of them dumbstruck. I'm really envious. This world has always been the world of these heavens chosen. An elite reincarnation realm martial artist from the 7 nations sighed with envy. Heaven's pride contends for hegemony over the world and looks down upon the universe. We shouldn't have such sweet dreams. Taking one step at a time is the most realistic way. That's right. The path of a heaven's chosen one is also very cruel. At one moment, they are limitless, but in the next moment, they might become someone else's stepping stone. As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you. They are fighting for the world, for luck, while we are fighting for the next step. Everyone sighed with emotion, but they were also a little excited. There were plenty of benefits for them to be stationed in the White Scale Continent. Apart from some of the more important resources for the sect, they could purchase the rest of the resources at a minimal price. The natural environment of the White Scale Continent might be monotonous, but it was only relatively monotonous. There were plenty of resources, and some of the resources were very helpful for them to progress to the Battle Spirit realm. 1 mountain range already had a lot of resources. They couldn't imagine how many resources there would be in 5 mountain ranges. Furthermore, from Li Fuchen's stance, it was obvious that 5 mountain ranges wouldn't satisfy him. Indeed, Li Fuchen wouldn't be satisfied with just 5 mountain ranges. His objective was to conquer the entire Lookout Corner. However, he didn't have enough manpower. Right now, the Red Rainbow sect was stationed in 5 mountain ranges. It was already a little strenuous to station 400 individuals in each mountain range. After all, a mountain range was too massive and they couldn't possibly leave people to harvest the white scale herbs and other resources after conquering it, right? Let's wait for the sect to send a batch of reincarnation realm experts before attacking the other garrisons. Li Fuchen said to himself. The Red Rainbow sect moved very quickly. 1 week later, a group of 2,000 individuals arrived at the White Scale continent. 90% of these individuals were reincarnation realm elites from the 7 kingdoms. Their individual strength wasn't very formidable, and the Red Rainbow sect didn't plan to impart the Red Rainbow battle formation to them. They were sent here purely to harvest resources and to maintain their image. With sufficient manpower, Li Fuchen started to march towards the 3rd Monarch-class faction's garrison. Southern Wilderness Mountains, one of the mountain ranges where the South Cloud Guild was stationed. The South Cloud Guild was very influential in the Lookout Corner. They had 6 Monarch-class disciples, and 2 of them were among the top 10 experts in the Lookout Corner. They controlled as many as 9 mountain ranges. This is my South Cloud Guild's territory, hurry up and get lost. At the border of the Southern Wilderness Mountains, a few reincarnation realm experts that were harvesting the white scale herbs yelled out. From today onwards, this mountain range shall be renamed as the Red Wild Mountains. Li Fuchen said indifferently. You are courting death. Let's go and inform the Hall Master and the others. The few of them glanced at Li Fuchen with cold eyes and left quickly. The South Cloud Guild's garrison on the White Scale continent was called the South Cloud Hall. It meant that they treated this place as a hall entrance. In less than 1 hour, hundreds of South Cloud Hall members rushed over. The 2 leaders were a bald youth saber wielder and a beautiful woman wearing feathered clothes. Bai Heng, South Cloud Hall's Vice Hall Master. Lian Yu, South Cloud Hall's Vice Hall Master. The 2 of them were Monarch-class disciples, and their bodies were emitting imposing chi presences. You are rather bold to provoke my South Cloud Hall. Bai Heng had a sinister expression. The 2 of you can come at me together. I don't wish to waste time. Li Fuchen didn't put Bai Heng in his eyes and spoke immediately. There are times when you have to bear the consequences of your words. Senior Bai, leave this person to me. Lian Yu drew her sharp sword and had a cold expression. All right. Bai Heng nodded. Screech. There was a flash of scarlet light as a giant flaming bird flew out and lunged at Li Fuchen. After taking a closer look, it wasn't a flaming bird, it was obviously formed by sword lights. The flaming bird's sword lights were vivid and lifelike and contained astounding sword field and sword intent. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's sword art was similar to the Green Sun sword intent. The sword chi, sword field, and sword intent were all fused into one and turned into a flaming bird that lunged at the enemy. When facing such a powerful sword art, Li Fuchen simply executed a fist. Boom! The flaming bird's sword lights crumbled and Lian Yu was sent flying. With Li Fuchen's current strength, Monarch-class disciples weren't even qualified to block a single fist from him. It wasn't like back then when Li Fuchen had to fight a bitter battle with Murong Tianqing before defeating him. What? Bai Heng's eyes contracted. Lian Yu's strength was only slightly inferior to him, and it was impossible for him to send Lian Yu flying with a single fist. Damn it! Flaming feather divine ability. Lian Yu was infuriated. Her body was burning with flames and a large patch of flaming feathers descended from the sky and enveloped Li Fuchen. Bang bang. The flaming feathers had astounding power, and when they landed on the ground, they actually blasted out giant pits. The power was comparable to an all-out attack from a regular 9th level reincarnation realm martial artist. But no matter how powerful the flaming feathers were, it was hard to break Li Fuchen's chi spirit and couldn't even shake it. Heart of Saber Dao. Seeing how powerful Li Fuchen was, Bai Heng couldn't be bothered to bully Li Fuchen with numbers. The Saber Dao power surged out and slashed at Li Fuchen. Swish! The saber light was like a silver river descending from the sky. The intense saber pressure was first applied on the ground and immediately tore open a crack that was over 10 miles long. I have already said that the 2 of you can attack together. The giant elephant spirit and the vicious dragon spirit rose up. especially the vicious dragon spirit. With the support of the giant elephant spirit, it expanded limitlessly until it was 10 miles long and had enveloped Bai Heng and Lian. There was a horrific tremor. Bai Heng and Lian couldn't even hold on for a single breath and vomited fresh blood from the vicious dragon spirit as they were sent flying. A single fist had defeated 2 monarch-class disciples. Everyone who was following behind Li Fuqian was watching with their hearts thumping. As of now, they didn't know how powerful Li Fuqian was. They only knew that no one was able to withstand a single fist from Li Fuqian. Form the South Cloud Battle Formation. Even the 2 Vice Hall Masters were defeated. The South Cloud Hall's remaining trump card was the South Cloud Battle Formation. The South Cloud Battle Formation could combine the combat strength of 32 individuals and was of a higher grade than the Purple Sunset Battle Formation. Patches of clouds surged over violently and gave off a prowess that felt like a storm was about to arrive. One of the clouds had a pale blue color and it was obviously more natural than the other South Cloud Battle Formations. Break. When Li Fuqian executed a fist, there was a slight distortion in the void. The malevolent and tyrannical vicious dragon spirit felt like it was going to shatter the void and clashed with the pale blue cloud. Crackle. The cloud was torn apart and the 32 South Cloud Outer Sect disciples vomited fresh blood and were sent flying in all directions. In just a short while, all the South Cloud battle formations had been broken and none of them were a match for a single fist. How can there be such a powerful existence? Bai Heng and Lian were in a daze. After conquering the Red Wild Mountains, Li Fuqian didn't stop and changed the Southern Cloud Hall's South River Mountains, South Stone Mountains, and South Forest Mountains into the Red River Mountains, Red Stone Mountains, and Red Forest Mountains until he met the Southern Cloud Hall's Hall Master, Chen Feng. Chen Feng was very powerful and was ranked 3rd among the top 10 experts of the Lookout Corner. But after encountering Li Fuqian, it was useless no matter how powerful Chen Feng was. A single fist caused Chen Feng to vomit blood. A few days later, the South Cloud Hall was only left with the South Cloud Mountains. The other 8 mountain ranges had all changed owners and belonged to the Red Rainbow Sect. As such, the number of mountain ranges controlled by the Red Rainbow Sect had reached 13 and it was simply unprecedented. This is too exaggerated. It has only been slightly over half a month and he has actually conquered 12 mountain ranges. In a few more months, wouldn't he conquer the entire Lookout Corner? When the 5 deacons received the news, their hearts were racing and they couldn't catch their breaths. Wang Mingli was rather resentful. She had repeatedly hinted at Li Fuqian but didn't receive any response. But after thinking about it, Wang Mingli felt relieved. Li Fuqian was so outstanding and if one wasn't a monarch-class disciple, they wouldn't be worthy of him. Even though she didn't think of monopolizing Li Fuqian. After conquering 12 mountain ranges, Li Fuqian finally stopped. 4,000 men were evenly distributed to 13 mountain ranges and each mountain range only had 300 men. The manpower was still too little. Ask the Red Rainbow Sect to continue sending more men over. Chapter 5:16. The Red Rainbow Sect's outer sect wasn't peaceful at all. In just over half a month, Li Fuqian had actually conquered 12 mountain ranges. It was something that they would never have expected. Over 100 years ago, our Red Rainbow Sect once occupied half of the Lookout Corner of the White Scale Continent. But that time, it was because of Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan is the most outstanding 7-star bone frame in our Red Rainbow Sect for the past 2 centuries. He progressed to the Battle Spirit Realm at the age of 30 and the Primary Sea Realm at the age of 50. Right now, he is already at the 5th level of Primary Sea Realm at the age of 150. Li Fuqian's current performance isn't inferior to Elder Yuan. Most importantly, Li Fuqian has only arrived at the White Scale Continent for over half a month. I really don't know how much our Red Rainbow Sect's territory will expand in a few months. It is too early to compare him with Elder Yuan now. But in the reincarnation realm, Li Fuchen's strength is indeed top 10 in the history of the Red Rainbow sect. Since he is so powerful, we might as well send 5,000 men at once. Since they are just reincarnation realm experts, there are plenty of reincarnation realm experts in the 7 kingdoms. That's right. It will save us some trouble and send 5,000 men at once. If there are more, we will have to lower the requirements and send low-level reincarnation realm experts as well. I am concerned about the subsequent rewards. Our Red Rainbow sect's original territory consists of 3 mountain ranges. If he occupies dozens of mountain ranges, the rewards will be rather horrifying. It isn't beneficial for his development to obtain so many contribution coins at once, and it isn't in line with our Red Rainbow sect's reward system. Indeed, it is rather troublesome. It might be a little troublesome, but there is no need to be overly worried. Our Red Rainbow sect has always emphasized survival of the fittest, and the strong will always be stronger. Since he has the capability, so what if he earns 100,000 contribution coins a month? Let him earn it. We can't be worried that he will earn too many contribution coins just because he is too capable, and it will be detrimental to our development. Such arguments shouldn't be said by us. Otherwise, if the inner sect elders hear of it, all of us will be punished. Outer sect Grand Elder Wang Kuei glanced at everyone and said indifferently. In response, a few of the outer sect elders immediately shut their mouths. In fact, they were rather jealous as Li Fuchen was earning contribution coins too easily. As the outer sect's backbone elders, it was extremely difficult for them to earn a few tens of thousands of contribution coins, and they would need to spend a lot of effort. What about the other 2 monarch class disciples? They obviously aren't very useful. If we follow the previous distribution system, they will have too much of an advantage. Then cancel the original distribution system. As for the subsequent rewards, each of them will be fixed at 2,000 per month. That's already very good for them. As king-level disciples, they should know their limits and won't complain about this problem. In the Outer Sect Grand Hall, a group of Outer Sect elders discussed all the issues that needed to be discussed. 1 week later, a group of 5,000 Reincarnation Realm. With sufficient manpower, Li Fuchen didn't hold back and went on expeditions to the south and north. 1.5 months later, he had seized half of the Lookout Corner and controlled 32 mountain ranges. Such a magnificent feat was already on par with Elder Yuan from over a century ago. Sect Li Great, they were the young sect disciples to Old Rainbow Sect King Li's sect. After all, the era was different, and so were the opponents. What if there were more heavenly talents in Elder Yuan's era? But as of now, Li Fuchen had yet to use his full strength. Be it the blazing flame divine ability or the mortal calamity, Li Fuchen hadn't executed them even once. Just by relying on the vicious dragon fist, he was already invincible. With the first batch of white scale herbs, Li Fuchen and the others returned to the Red Rainbow sect. A total of 9,800 stocks, which is 4 times more than before. The reward is 30,000 contribution coins. According to the new distribution system, the 2 of you will get a fixed reward of 2,000 contribution coins every month. Li Fuchen's reward will be 26,000 contribution coins. No objections, right? Wang Kuei said. Bai Ling Shuang nodded. No problem. She knew her limits and knew that with her current strength, she would only be able to earn the basic contribution coins. She wouldn't even need to think about the subsequent rewards. Hence, she was already very satisfied with just 2,000 contribution coins. With the addition of 1,000 contribution coins, she would be able to earn 3,000 contribution coins every month. Even some of the inner sect disciples couldn't compare to her. I have no objections either. Xikong Zhan felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. At the start, it was already agreed that he and Bai Lingshuang would split the other half equally. Right now, there was a sudden change in the distribution system and it made him a little unhappy. But it was useless even if he was unhappy. Everything was indeed due to Li Fuchen's hard work. Even if Xikong Zhan had contributions, it was just hard work. Great Elder, this time, arrange for 20,000 people to go. Li Fuchen suddenly said. 9,000 people were evenly distributed across 32 mountain ranges, and each mountain range had less than 300 people. The speed of harvesting the white scale herbs was too slow. After all, each mountain range was at least a few thousand miles in length, while the bigger ones were tens of thousands of miles in length. It was a little hard to harvest the white scale herbs with less than 300 people. Of course, most importantly, the 32 mountain ranges were just the beginning. Li Fuchen's objective was to conquer the entire Lookout Corner. By then, the manpower required would obviously increase by several folds. Arranging for manpower would require around a week's time. Wang Kuei rubbed his forehead and let out a bitter smile. You don't have to worry about this matter. In 1 week, no, half a month later, I will arrange for 20,000 people to head over. 20,000 people was truly a lot, and not all reincarnation realm experts were willing to head to an unfamiliar continent. As such, they had to lower the requirements. Low-level reincarnation realm and high-level heaven dipper realm were all suitable. It was fortunate that the Red Rainbow Sect's garrison didn't rely on numbers to conquer the continent, but Li Fuchen's individual martial strength. As long as Li Fuchen was around, the cultivation of the others didn't matter. All right. Li Fuchen knew that arranging for 20,000 people to head to a foreign continent wasn't an easy task. After leaving the Outer Sect Grand Hall, Li Fuchen didn't immediately return to the White Scale Continent. Instead, he headed for the secret manual tower. Previously, he had 30,000 contribution coins and was still lacking 10,000 contribution coins to redeem the first half of the 9 Dragon's Claw. Now that he obtained 27,000 contribution coins, he now had a total of 57,000 contribution coins. When he exited the secret manual tower, Li Fuchen had an additional first half of the 9 Dragon's Claw. Half a month should be enough for me to cultivate to the completion stage. By then, I will be able to constantly temper the 9 Dragon's Claw during combat. Li Fuchen said to himself. After returning to the White Scale Continent, Li Fuchen didn't venture out anymore and started to cultivate the 9 Dragon's Claw in seclusion. The 9 Dragon's Claw was very powerful, and in terms of pure power, it wasn't inferior to the Mortal Calamity, but it wasn't as mystical and unique as the Mortal Calamity. Furthermore, the 9 Dragon's Claw was more complete than the Mortal Calamity, and there were some aspects that were superior. Just as Li Fuchen was cultivating the 9 Dragon's Claw, the Lookout Corner was having a meeting. The host of this meeting was the person in charge of the various garrisons in the Lookout Corner. In just 1.5 months, half of the Lookout Corner had been taken down by Li Fuchen. It was impossible for the other garrisons to not be worried. Everyone was discussing how to deal with Li Fuchen. He is just a monarch-class disciple. I don't believe he can resist all of us. My Tyrant Saber Sect's Tyrant Saber battle formation isn't to be trifled with. The one speaking was the Tyrant Saber Hall Master, Qin Ming. Chapter 517. Red Rainbow Mountains, Red Rainbow Sect's encampment. This place might not have concentrated spirit chi, and the quantity of white scale herbs wasn't as abundant as other mountains, but due to special reasons, the white scale herbs would frequently mutate and produce mutated white scale herbs. The mutated white scale herbs were as precious as the black scale herbs. On one of the peaks of the Red Rainbow Mountains. Roar! The surging and viscous air current rose up and transformed into a 9-headed dragon aura. Crackle! The 9-headed dragon spirit swooped down and blasted on the opposite peak. It felt as though the peak was cleaved by a giant axe and was split into 10 pieces. The 9 Dragon's Claw is indeed formidable. Just 10% of the power is already so destructive. In less than half a month, Li Fuchen had cultivated the 9 Dragon's Claw to the completion stage. The completion stage of the 9 Dragon's Claw contained powerful ripping laws. In terms of power, it was even superior to the trance stage of the Vicious Dragon Fist. As expected, with the completion stage of the 9 Dragons' Claw, the path of the mortal calamity is much clearer. Li Fuchen could obviously feel that he had a more detailed understanding of Qi blood. The body refinement Tao was ultimately the Tao of Qi blood. The complex combination of Qi blood formed humans, demonic beasts, demons, and all life forms with flesh and blood. Cultivating body refinement manuals allowed Li Fuchen to gradually understand the ultimate mystery of the human body. The intent contained in the 9 Dragons' Claw was obviously a kind of ripping law. The ripping law was also a kind of power law, and it was the power produced by the high-grade structure of Qi blood power. The mortal calamity was rather special as it contained the calamity power. The calamity power was more like a kind of self-elimination of Qi blood power. It would eliminate the inferior Qi blood and leave behind the superior Qi blood power. The external power would be the destruction of the structure. In terms of Qi blood structure, it was obviously superior to the 9 Dragons' Claw. With this detailed understanding, Li Fuchen finally understood why demonic beasts and demons had tough bodies. It was because of the difference in Qi blood structure. As compared to the human body, it was tougher and more tyrannical. The human body might look weak, but it was like a piece of white paper that was the most malleable. With the same perception and body refinement hidden realm, demonic beasts and demons would find it much harder to improve as compared to humans. It was mainly because their Qi blood structure was too tough and hard to be shaken. Perhaps there are those terrifying existences that have innate Qi blood structure that reached the extremity. When the Qi blood structure reached the extremity, it would undoubtedly be an existence that would be undying. Even the great Tao wouldn't be able to destroy it, let alone humans. When I have enough contribution coins, it seems like I can redeem the other 3 Earth-class high-tier body refinement manuals. Li Fuchen said in his heart. Woo 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 woo, the sound of a bugle horn signaled the arrival of a powerful enemy. Woo woo, Li Fuchen was quick-witted and immediately guessed that the various monarch-class factions in the lookout corner had banded together. After all, the strength that he displayed wasn't something that any monarch-class disciple in the lookout corner could compare with. Outside the Crimson Rainbow Mountain Range, 9 square formations were distinctly separated, and each square formation's numbers were around 1,000 people. Zhang Dajiang, who had returned to the Red Rainbow Mountains to manage the affairs, had a pale expression. He might know that Li Fuchen was very strong, but there were too many enemies. In the face of absolute numbers, individual martial strength might not be effective. Damn it! The people from the Tyrant Saber Hall are here as well. Their Tyrant Saber battle formation is capable of combining the battle prowess of 49 people. I wonder if the highest commander will be able to stop them. The Fire Cloud Hall's Fire Cloud battle formation is not to be underestimated. It can combine the combat strength of 42 men. The Red Rainbow Mountains only had 300 men, and it wasn't even a fraction of the enemy. All of them were trembling with fear. It was fortunate that with Li Fuchen around, they wouldn't abandon their weapons and surrender. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen flew over from a distant mountain peak with an indifferent expression and stood in front of everyone. You are Li Fuchen. The Tyrant Saber Hall Master, Qin Ming, looked at Li Fuchen with cold eyes. Li Fuchen glanced at the 9 formations and didn't bother about them. He said indifferently, there are quite a lot of people, but they are just a bunch of weaklings. There is still a chance to leave now. Boasting shamelessly. Form the Tyrant Saber battle formation and let him have a taste of the power of the Tyrant Saber battle formation. Qin Ming waved his hand, and 49 outer sect disciples of the Tyrant Saber sect flew out. They instantly formed a saber-shaped battle formation, and an extremely tyrannical saber chi spread out. In terms of aura alone, it was much stronger than Qin Ming's. The same battle formation would have different power if it was set up by different people. If everyone who set up the battle formation comprehended the battle formation, they would definitely be able to utilize the greatest power of the battle formation. Form the Fire Cloud battle formation. The Fire Cloud Hall Master also wanted to test if the Fire Cloud battle formation could pose a threat to Li Fuchen. He ordered the 42 outer sect disciples to form the Fire Cloud battle formation. In an instant, a lump of fire cloud was produced in the air and the figures inside couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Kill! Kill! The tyrant saber battle formation shook in the air and formed a massive saber chi that cleaved out with the battle formation power. The exterior of the fire cloud battle formation was blazing with flames. It was like a fire cloud that produced an endless rain of fire. Li Fuchen stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the incoming saber chi and fire rain. I shall let all of you witness my newest body refinement art. Li Fuchen's right hand turned into a claw and slashed. Roar! The nine-headed dragon's aura that looked like it was made of glue rose and expanded, clashing with the blade chi and the rain of fire. Bang boom! The saber chi and fire rain were repelled and shattered. How could they obstruct the nine-headed dragon spirit? The nine-headed dragon spirit was getting bigger. 5 of the dragon heads blasted at the tyrant saber battle formation, while the other 4 blasted at the fire cloud battle formation. Crackle! The tyrant saber battle formation was split into 6 parts, while the fire cloud battle formation was split into 5 parts. Close to 100 individuals were instantly severely injured, and this was after Li Fuchen showed mercy. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive a single claw attack. Seeing this scene, Qin Ming had a gloomy expression. These 49 severely injured outer sect disciples were all proficient in the tyrant saber battle formation. If they set up the tyrant saber battle formation, even Qin Ming himself wouldn't be able to withstand 3 sabers. 48 more individuals. Qin Ming yelled out and personally went into the formation core to set up an even stronger tyrant saber battle formation. The tyrant saber battle formation was like an indestructible giant silver saber. It didn't release saber chi anymore and slashed at Li Fuchen. On the other side, the fire cloud hall master had also turned into the formation core to set up a sticky fire cloud that engulfed Li Fuchen. Just in time. Li Fuchen laughed loudly while the nine-headed dragon spirit brandished its claws and clashed with the tyrant saber battle formation and the fire cloud battle formation. There was the sound of the battle formations collapsing. Even though the formation cores of the 2 battle formations were monarch-class disciples, in the face of Li Fuchen's 9 dragons' claw, there wasn't much of a difference as they were immediately ripped apart. If Li Fuchen was willing, that claw attack earlier would have turned everyone in the battle formation into a blood mist. After cultivating the dragon elephant body forging 5th chapter to the perfection rank, coupled with the completion rank of the 9 dragons' claw, and Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness that could see the flaws of the battle formations, it was too difficult to stop him. Unless the battle formation's power was able to suppress Li Fuchen, otherwise, it was impossible to pose a threat to him. Attack together. Li Fuchen's strength had shocked everyone. But it was impossible for them to retreat without putting up any resistance. After all, they had close to 10,000 individuals and they could set up at least 100 battle formations. After the battle formations were formed, they charged at Li Fuchen. If a description had to be made, the battle formations were like monarch-class disciples and they weren't regular monarch-class disciples. When over 100 monarch-class disciples worked together, it was a huge scene and the rest of the people wouldn't be able to interfere. Ha, it just so happens that I am lacking a trial opponent. Just in time. The 9 Dragons' Claw was at the completion rank and there were plenty of areas that weren't perfected yet. Li Fuchen was happy to have someone to be his opponent. In the massive region, over 100 battle formations were surrounding Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was in the center and was enveloped by the 9-headed dragon spirit. Every time he brandished the claw, the 9-headed dragon spirit would expand and roar, sending a portion of the battle formations flying. 5, 10, 20, 40. More battle formations were collapsing. Li Fuchen was like an undefeatable battle god and his prowess was getting stronger. Imperceptibly, he had an intense suppression on everyone's chi blood. 9 Dragons' Wild Dance. When he was killing to his heart's content, Li Fuchen's hands turned into claws that intertwined and tore. Roar! The nine-headed dragon spirit split into 9 giant dragon spirits that danced wildly in the air. In a short moment, over a dozen battle formations were torn apart. Too tyrannical. How is this a reincarnation realm expert? Even a low-level battle spirit realm master wouldn't be so tyrannical. Zhang Dajiang took a deep breath and muttered. Is this the world of heavenly prodigies? Numbers are useless. A single heavenly prodigy is equivalent to 100 or even 1,000 regular martial artists of the same realm. No wonder the Red Rainbow sect adopted an elite system and wouldn't accept anyone who wasn't an elite prodigy. Because 1,000 regular martial artists wouldn't even be able to defeat an elite prodigy. To the Red Rainbow sect, just one expert is enough, they don't need too many mediocre prodigies. While everyone was in a heated discussion, Li Fuchen had already torn apart the final battle formation. For a moment, the entire place was in silence. Li Fuchen's combat strength had already reached another level. Unless it was a top-notch monarch-class disciple or an emperor-class disciple, no one would be able to do anything to him. In the face of an adult, it was useless no matter how many children there were. They would die if they got close to an adult. Unless they could break Li Fuchen's defense, otherwise, it would be useless. It was a pity that with the protection of the nine-headed dragon spirit, Li Fuchen's defense was extremely tough. Even if Li Fuchen stood still and allowed them to attack, it would take a while before the nine-headed dragon spirit was torn apart. Body refinement martial artists never feared group battles. The only way to defeat them was to defeat them head-on or to exhaust their chi power. It wasn't wrong to compare Li Fuchen to a mid-level battle spirit realm master. Be it offense or defense, Li Fuchen wasn't inferior to regular mid-level battle spirit realm masters. In terms of spiritual awareness, it was superior to mid-level battle spirit realm masters and was comparable with high-level primary sea realm monarchs. Chapter 518. Blaze. In the sky above the Red Rainbow Mountains, there was a flash of flames and a red rainbow flew out. The speed wasn't inferior to regular low-level battle spirit realm masters. When the red rainbow scattered, Li Fuchen's figure was floating in midair. The Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique has broken through to the 29th rank. My shortcoming in speed is gradually being compensated. It might be very hard to break through an Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique, but with Li Fuchen's perception, he was able to break through another rank in a short period of time. The Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique was a Fire Dao cultivation technique that had an extremely ferocious burst power. With a ferocious burst power, the speed was naturally fast. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. After pushing the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 29th rank, Li Fuchen's cultivation naturally stepped into the 8th level of reincarnation realm. Right now, Li Fuchen's chi cultivation might still be inferior to his body refinement, but it wasn't considered huge. In terms of pure speed, Li Fuchen's chi cultivation was far superior to his body refinement. Speed had always been a weakness of body refinement martial artists. If they couldn't defeat you, it wasn't a problem to escape. The prerequisite was to not enter the attack range of a body refinement martial artist. Once one entered the attack range, it would be hard to escape. Apart from that, chi cultivation martial artists' endurance was also superior to body refinement martial artists. If a chi cultivation martial artist's chi was compared to a lake, then a body refinement martial artist's chi power was just a small pond. There was no comparison between the two. Lastly, as compared to body refinement martial artists, chi cultivation martial artists had an important advantage, and that was the field. The field was similar to the chi spirit, but they were two different products. The chi spirit was a combination of offense and defense and was considered an extension of body refinement martial artists. With the chi spirit, a body refinement martial artist's attack range would be greatly increased, and so would the defense. It was like adding wings to a tiger. The quality of the field might not be comparable to the chi spirit, but in terms of range, it was superior to the chi spirit. In addition, the field could resonate with heaven and earth law and use heaven and earth power to suppress the opponent. The later the level, the stronger it would be. After all, a human's strength was limited, but heaven and earth power was limitless. If Li Fuqian cultivated the divine flame red rainbow technique to the highest rank or close to the highest rank, his divine flame red rainbow field might be able to instantly suppress a body refinement martial artist that was around the same level as him. The field was like his home ground. In his home ground, the opponent would have to spend more energy to do anything, while he would only need to spend 10% of his strength. This was a mid-level continent that was not much smaller than the seven-color continent. In the northwest of the continent, there was a pitch-black mountain range. This mountain range was called Tyrant Saber Mountain Range, and it was the mountain gate of the Tyrant Saber sect. The Tyrant Saber sect was one of the 5 major factions of this continent. In the sky above Tyrant Saber Mountain Range, Qin Ming followed a green-clad youth and flew to the transportation plaza. Emperor-class disciples can only be defeated by us. It's not shameful for you to be defeated by him. The green-clothed youth's face flashed with a trace of battle intent as he spoke slowly. Senior Peng is right. That is why I am here to invite Senior Peng. The Tyrant Saber sect occupied 18 mountain ranges on the White Scale continent and harvested an astonishing amount of white scale herbs every month. Right now, 18 mountain ranges were reduced to 1 mountain range and he wasn't able to give an explanation to the sect. Therefore, he invited Senior Peng, who was an emperor-class disciple. The Senior Peng that he mentioned was called Peng Lu and he had the 8-star greenwood bone frame. He was only 27 years old this year and had already reached the peak level of reincarnation realm. His strength was comparable to regular mid-level battle spirit realm masters. As for Li Fuqian, Qin Ming had already determined that he was an emperor-class disciple. Apart from emperor-class disciples, there weren't many individuals that had such strength. On the teleportation platform, there was a flash of radiance before the duo vanished without a trace. White Scale Continent, Tyrant Saber Mountain Dragon. The duo instantly appeared on the teleportation platform. Let's go, let's meet him now. I can't hold it in anymore. As an emperor-class disciple, Peng Lu was sometimes very lonely. In the same cultivation realm, he couldn't find a match. The rest of the emperor-class disciples on the continent had either progressed to the battle spirit realm or the primary sea realm. He naturally couldn't spar with them. It was rare to encounter an emperor-class disciple who was at the reincarnation realm like him. Peng Lu naturally wanted to test how he was compared to other emperor-class disciples in the same cultivation realm. The duo was extremely fast and arrived at the Red Rainbow Mountains in just a few hours. Such a grand and profound chi presence. Sensing that the awareness was extending over, Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness covered over first. His spiritual awareness could sense that Qin Ming and a green-clothed youth had appeared in the outskirts of the Red Rainbow Mountains. This green-clothed youth was only at the peak level of reincarnation realm, but the strength of his chi presence was something that Li Fuqian had never seen before. His cultivation technique is at least at the 30th rank. Could he be an emperor-class disciple? Li Fuqian wasn't surprised that a reincarnation realm expert was able to cultivate an earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique to the 30th rank before him. Emperor-class disciples would normally enter the sect at a very early age, therefore, they would be able to cultivate high-grade cultivation techniques earlier. Li Fuqian had only entered the Red Rainbow sect for slightly more than a year. Circulating the divine flame red rainbow technique, Li Fuqian turned into a red rainbow and skimmed at his opponent. Dual cultivation of chi and body is truly incredible. Peng Lu had sharp eyes and could immediately see that Li Fuqian had already cultivated the Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique to an extremely high rank and was only slightly inferior to him. Furthermore, Peng Lu found out from Qin Ming that Li Fuqian's body refinement was even more incredible and had already reached the extremity of reincarnation realm. Of course, the more incredible the opponent, the more excited Peng Lu was. Since the day he started cultivating the martial Tao, he had never been defeated in the same cultivation realm. There were plenty of times when he would surpass the cultivation realm to fight. This was the match that he was most looking forward to, and it was also the match that he had the most battle intent for. Peng Lu. When Peng Lu circulated the 31st rank of the 8 Desolate Divine Wood technique, there was a copious qi presence that felt like all living things were reviving. It was surging out and it was visible to the naked eye. Within the radius of a few dozen miles, all the plants instantly flourished and withered. A large amount of plant power was attracted to Peng Li's surroundings and had dyed the area dark green. The 31st rank of the 8 Desolate Divine Wood technique was extremely powerful and contained the 8 Desolate Divine Wood intent. It was able to interfere with the circulation of heaven and earth laws. Within the range of the field, Peng Lu could make the plants grow and wither as he wished. It was all within a single thought. Behind Peng Lu, there was a towering tree shadow. The shadow was rooted in the void and was absorbing the vitality of the void. With the burst of the cultivation technique, Peng Lu had displayed the difference between an emperor-class disciple and a monarch-class disciple. Li Fuqian. Under the pressure of Peng Li's field, Li Fuqian's dragon elephant body forging chapter circulated automatically. The golden giant elephant spirit rose up and let out a roar. Boom boom boom. Before the duo made a move, the field and spirit clashed first and stirred up the heaven and earth qi within a few dozen miles. Qin Ming was appalled and quickly retreated. The duo's qi presences were too powerful and Qin Ming couldn't even get close to them. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the duo made a move. Good, no wonder you are an emperor-class disciple. Peng Lu laughed heartily while his battle intent surged into the sky. Emperor-class disciple? Li Fuqian frowned and immediately realized that he had been mistaken as an emperor-class disciple. Regular monarch-class disciples wouldn't have such strength, and it wasn't exaggerated to be mistaken as an emperor-class disciple. Swish! A dark green and narrow battle saber appeared in Peng Li's hand as he yelled out, "Receive my saber move first." The green battle saber was brandished lightly and countless green saber shadows were like the grass in spring. They broke out from the ground and burst out with vitality, death chi, and saber chi. Earth class peak tier saber art. Plant withering glory saber art. Roar. The 9-headed dragon spirit rushed into the sky and the 9 dragon heads were like plows that plowed at the countless green saber shadows. Bang boom. The saber shadows were shattered and the 9-headed dragon spirit was also dispersed. This was the first time that Li Fuqian's 9-headed dragon spirit was dispersed. Peng Li's combat strength was much stronger than he imagined. Peng Li's cultivation technique was probably at the 31st rank and was 2 ranks higher than his Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. Furthermore, the green battle saber in Peng Li's hand obviously wasn't a regular battle saber and should be at the Earth class high tier. It didn't matter which aspect, Peng Lu was at the pinnacle and was far superior to monarch class disciples. Ha, very satisfying. Receive another saber move from me. Peng Lu slashed at Li Fuqian again and again. Each slash would produce a phenomenon, and it was the phenomenon produced by the saber field that affected the heaven and earth law. This is a true battle. Just like Peng Lu, Li Fuqian's blood was boiling and his battle intent was surging. The 9-headed dragon spirit condensed again and Li Fuqian and Peng Lu were in an intense battle. Boom boom boom, it was like thunder or an earthquake. Everywhere the duo passed by, the mountains would crumble and the ground would crack. Sand and rocks would fly and the wind and clouds would gather together as the duo fought. With the battle chi field, regular monarch class disciples wouldn't be able to interfere. Even if they entered the chi field, they would be turned into a blood mist by the saber chi and spirit. After 100 moves, Peng Li's body suddenly surged with dark green radiance. Li Fuqian was using the greenwood power. With the support of the greenwood power, Peng Li's saber presence was even more vigorous. The entire sky was filled with the shadows of growing plants. They were frenziedly suppressing Li Fuqian's spirit and seizing a foothold. Just in time. When the spirit vanished, Li Fuqian's body was emitting red light and annihilating the plants. Immediately after, he executed a fist that was blazing with red light and cleanly destroyed Peng Li's saber shadow. The Nine Dragons' Claw was at the completion stage after all, while Li Fuchen had cultivated the Mortal Calamity to the perfection stage. A single fist was enough to destroy everything. What body refinement fist art is this? Peng Lu was shocked, and his saber presence was even more vigorous. It was a pity that in the face of the Mortal Calamity, everything was just fleeting clouds. With a moment of carelessness, Peng Li's battle saber was struck by Li Fuchen's fist and nearly sent the saber flying. An indescribable power was transmitted into Peng Li's body through the saber. Peng Lu vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and suffered severe injuries. Peng Li's injuries recovered rapidly. After all, he possessed the 8-star greenwood bone frame, and his healing abilities were beyond imagination. Senior Peng is being suppressed. Qin Ming's eyes widened as he couldn't believe his eyes. Skywood Divine Dipper. After taking a deep breath, Peng Lu executed the 6-star secret technique. Chapter 519. No wonder he is an emperor-class disciple. Li Fuchen felt his qi and blood turning cold. Peng Li's saber qi contained extremely powerful withering laws and saber Dao laws. It was able to affect his qi and blood vitality. If the Mortal Calamity power wasn't able to isolate the saber qi, Li Fuchen's qi and blood would have dried up. If I don't have the Power Devil gloves, I will have to use my Blazing Flame divine ability. Li Fuchen retreated, and when he was retreating, a pair of gloves that were covered with black scales appeared on his hands. Power Devil Gloves, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement gloves. After Li Fuchen became a Monarch-class disciple, he requested for this pair of gloves from Grandmaster 100 Smelt, one of the Violet Flower Kingdom's 5 great smithing sets. In order to forge this pair of gloves, Li Fuchen had spent a few million low-grade spirit stones to gather the materials. After all, body refinement materials were too hard to find, and high-grade body refinement materials were even harder to find. Had it not been for Li Fuchen being a Monarch-class disciple, he wouldn't have been able to gather all the materials. To be serious, this pair of gloves wasn't considered a true Earth-class mid-tier body refinement gloves, as it still had flaws. It was mainly because Grandmaster 100 Smelt was only able to forge Earth-class low-tier body refinement equipment flawlessly. Earth-class mid-tier body refinement equipment was somewhat lacking. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen gave him extremely high-grade materials, and one of them was an Earth-class high-tier body refinement material. Otherwise, the Power Devil gloves would be inferior by another level. After forging for 1 year, Grandmaster 100 Smelt finally completed it 1 month ago. Right now, it was finally time to use it. After wearing the Power Devil gloves, Li Fuchen executed another fist strike. This time, the red light was blazing like the sun and emitted a misty red halo. Bang bang! Peng Li's saber qi was extinguished again. Tree World Descent. Peng Lu yelled out and burst out with the finishing move of the Flora Withering Saber art. When he brandished his saber, nearly all of his qi was emptied. Within the radius of a few dozen miles, the plants grew frenziedly. They grew from small grasses to towering trees, to sinister green vines, to continuous shrubs. Within the range of the saber field, Li Fuchen felt that he was separated from the outside world and was imprisoned in the plant world. The sinister green vines were trying to wrap around him and wanted to restrain him. The towering trees were frenziedly absorbing the vitality in the surroundings and also trying to absorb Li Fuchen's vitality. The continuous shrubs were like continuous saber moves that were pressing at Li Fuchen and didn't give him a chance to breathe. It was both false and real. This was a mysterious phenomenon produced by the saber domain affecting the laws of the world. The deepest level of killing intent was hidden in this mysterious phenomenon. His mastery of the Earth Realm peak-tier saber art is even higher than my Cloud Flame 1000 incineration. Even in the trance realm, the level of one's true qi cultivation and the level of one's cultivation method would also affect the level of subtlety of one's martial arts. But before the mortal tribulation, everything will be reduced to ashes. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and the red light on his body bloomed to the extreme, like a small red sun. Boom! The red light penetrated through the gaps in the shadowy plants that blotted out the sky. In the next moment, the shadowy plants that filled the sky turned into ashes and dissipated into nothingness. All things wither. Peng Li's final killer move followed. This move was indescribably bleak and cold. When he swung his saber, there were no longer any images of plants. Instead, there were only endless, dark, withered leaves. The endless leaves attacked Li Fuchen in a frenzy and it brought along boundless killing intent. All things would decline after reaching the extreme. When the plants flourished to the extreme, it was the start of the decline. That instant of decline was extremely cruel, and when it was reflected in the saber move, it would naturally increase the saber move's intent and killing intent. Li Fuchen's eyes were filled with admiration. He could see that Peng Lu had already cultivated this Earth-class peak-tier saber art to the extremity. If he improved further, it would definitely be close to a heaven-class saber art. It was a pity that Peng Lu didn't understand the mortal tribulation. The mortal tribulation was originally the calamity power produced when all things flourished to the extreme. Peng Li's saber art was the decline of the plants that flourished to the extreme. The two of them weren't on the same level. Therefore, when Peng Li's kill move collided with Li Fuchen's mortal tribulation, the leaves in the sky started to burn and it was inferior to the previous move. Peng Li's expression turned dark. Peng Li's body refinement fist art was too strange and it seemed to be restraining his plant withering glory saber art. It has been a long time since I used the Greenwood divine ability. Among those in the same realm, no one has been able to force me to use the Greenwood divine ability. Peng Lu kept the narrow and long battle saber while his body flourished with dark green radiance. Thin green vines started to grow on his body and they were like small green snakes that were filled with spirituality. Greenwood undying vines. Peng Lu yelled out and a green vine suddenly emerged and shot at Li Fuchen. Along the way, the vine rapidly thickened and was like a green flood dragon that lashed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen executed a fist strike and hit the end of the green vine. The red light extended and the green vine withered and decayed. But Li Fuchen, who had astounding spiritual awareness, was frowning. This green vine wasn't completely withered and decayed. There was still a trace of vitality in the depths of the vine. This vitality was extremely terrifying and it instantly recovered the green vine before it continued to lash at Li Fuchen. After 7 consecutive punches, Li Fuchen finally destroyed this green vine. Undying trait. Li Fuchen had a guess in his heart. Peng Lu grinned and said, "My Greenwood undying vines contains the undying law. It might only be a trace, but it is enough to render low-level battle spirit realm masters helpless. It is already shocking enough that you can destroy one. But what about 2, 3, or even dozens of them?" While speaking, over a dozen green vines emerged from Peng Li's body. The green vines crisscrossed and sealed off all of Li Fuchen's escape routes. Undying law, huh? Li Fuchen was rather surprised by Peng Li's divine ability. A divine ability that contained the undying law was obviously a very high-grade divine ability. The power of the awakened divine ability was mainly dependent on 3 factors. One factor was luck, another factor was the individual's trait, and the most important factor was the star grade of the bone frame. The higher the star grade of the bone frame, the stronger the awakened divine ability. This was without a doubt. Bai Lingshuang possessed the 7-star bone frame and her awakened ice mirror was obviously strange and powerful. Murong Tianqing's Heart of Star was also extremely tyrannical and belonged to the most comprehensive divine ability. As for Li Fuchen's Heart of Blazing Flame, it was an anomaly. Back when Li Fuchen awakened the Heart of Blazing Flame, he was only a 4-star bone frame. But the Heart of Blazing Flame was obviously of a high grade. It might not be comparable to Murong Tianqing's Heart of Star, but to a certain extent, it was similar. Li Fuchen reckoned that it should be his trait that had an effect. With just the mortal calamity, it was hard for Li Fuchen to deal with so many undying vines. Blaze. The blazing flame power surged out and Li Fuqian turned into a flaming man. The blazing flame in his chest was dazzling. Drawing the joint heaven sword, Li Fuqian cleaved at the green vines. Swish! The blazing flaming sword light lit up the void. Over a dozen vines were severed and started to burn. The power of Li Fuqian's blazing flame divine ability surprised Peng Lu. After the flames were extinguished, the vines grew violently and continued to twist and lash at Li Fuqian. Swish! Swish! The flaming sword light interweaved like a net and covered Li Fuqian's surroundings. The green vines were severed and couldn't get close. Go! All of the green vines on Peng Li's body shot out and were like countless green snakes that covered the sky. Some of the green vines drilled into the ground and broke out from the ground to attack Li Fuqian's lower body. Some of the green vines intertwined together and turned into green whips that were extremely aggressive. Some of the green vines had branches and leaves that were verdant and lush, blocking Li Fuqian's vision. In an instant, the radius of a few miles had turned into a world of vines. Li Fuqian wasn't anxious when he was surrounded by the vines. The joint heaven sword in his hand felt as though it was alive. Due to the extreme speed of brandishing, Li Fuqian's entire body was enveloped in a barrier formed by the flaming sword light. Any vines that made contact with the barrier would be instantly severed and burned. Peng Li's expression was getting darker. It was obvious that Li Fuqian's blazing flame divine ability had been comprehended to an extremely profound level. His greenwood undying vine's divine ability grade was higher than Li Fuqian's. In terms of divine ability comprehension, it had also reached 4.5 segments and was considered the pinnacle of the pinnacle. It was hard for Peng Lu to imagine how many segments of the blazing flame bone frame pattern Li Fuqian had comprehended. This battle had turned white-hot at the start and had gradually turned into a stalemate. Peng Li's greenwood undying vines contained the undying laws. Even if it was severed or burned by the blazing flame, it would be able to regenerate again and again. Li Fuqian's heart of blazing flame contained extremely profound blazing flame laws. A single sword strike would be able to sever and burn anything. As time elapsed, Zhang Dajiang and the others had also rushed over. After seeing this scene, they were all extremely shocked. It was fine if Li Fuqian was powerful, but when did an existence that was similar to Li Fuqian appear? Could he be an emperor-class disciple? Zhang Dajiang thought of something. This is an emperor-class disciple. Qin Ming initially wanted to wait for Peng Lu to defeat Li Fuqian so that he could seize more mountains. But as time passed, he no longer had such thoughts. At least, this thought had faded. As a monarch-class disciple, Qin Ming was rather disappointed. Comparing oneself to others was truly infuriating. In the face of an emperor-class disciple, a monarch-class disciple like him was no different from a passerby. The repercussions of the duo's exchange were too appalling. He had a feeling that if he was within a few miles, he would be killed immediately. After a long time, Peng Lu said, "I cannot defeat you. Let's consider it a draw." At the end of the battle, there would naturally be a victor, but it wasn't necessary. After all, this wasn't a battle of life and death. If the Greenwood's power was depleted, it wouldn't be worth it. Sure. Li Fuqian didn't wish to continue the battle. He might have 70% confidence to defeat Peng Lu at the very last moment. After all, apart from the blazing flame divine ability, his body refinement strength was also very powerful and wasn't much weaker than the blazing flame divine ability. If they were to fight to the death, Peng Lu wouldn't be able to break his defense within a short period of time. "Give me some face and return my tyrant saber sect's mountains," Peng Lu said. Li Fuqian shook his head. "I will return at most half, no more." "Sure, we will fight again next time." Chapter 520. On the third month, the second batch of white scale herbs was sent back to the Red Rainbow sect. This batch of white scale herbs was especially abundant and there were 52,000 stalks. It was 25 times more than the previous batch. The contribution coins reward was 7,500 for one time, and 25 times would be 187,500. With the addition of the remaining 17,000, Li Fuqian now had a total of 204,500 contribution coins. Redeeming the second half of the 9 Dragon's Claw only required 120,000 contribution coins. After thinking about it, Li Fuqian redeemed the first half of the Earth-class high-tier body refinement art, Wind Cloud Tyrant Body, which cost him 35,000 contribution coins. If one's strength exceeds the same level, it doesn't seem to be a problem with contribution coins. Li Fuqian believed that if he was a regular monarch-class disciple, it would be hard to earn a few tens of thousands of contribution coins, let alone a few 100,000 contribution coins. Right now, as long as it was a low-class continent, he would be able to sweep through it. The White Scale continent was a little special as there were too many monarch-class factions and there might be emperor-class disciples. In addition, powerful battle formations were also very threatening. Li Fuqian wasn't afraid of a battle formation with a few dozen individuals, but if it was a battle formation with 100 or a few hundred individuals, he reckoned that it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Without thinking too much, Li Fuqian walked out of the secret manual tower and quickly returned to the White Scale continent. The objective of conquering the Lookout Corner was achieved. Li Fuqian's next objective was to conquer the nearby regions too. The White Scale continent was divided into a total of 18 regions. The 3 regions in the middle belonged to the 3 emperor-class factions. Each of these 3 regions was already comparable to 4 or 5 other regions. The other 15 regions belonged to the monarch-class factions. The Lookout Corner was just one of the 15 regions. The Silver Sand region then. Li Fuqian set his sights on the Silver Sand region. The Silver Sand region was garrisoned with 7 monarch-class factions and it was much harder to conquer than the Lookout Corner. To a certain degree, the more monarch-class factions garrisoned in a region, it meant that the region was weaker. But manpower is a problem. If a Lookout Corner requires 30,000 men, the Silver Sand region will need at least 30,000 men. If it is accompanied by high-level Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists, the manpower will at least be doubled. Reincarnation Realm martial artists' awareness range was a few dozen miles, while high-level Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists' awareness range was a few miles. As such, the difficulty of searching for the White Scale herbs would definitely increase. If it was Li Fuqian, a single thought would be able to envelop the entire mountain range with his spiritual awareness. He would be able to see clearly where the White Scale herbs were and where the White Scale herbs were matured. He reckoned that he would only need a few hours to harvest all the matured White Scale herbs and his efficiency was at least a few 100 times higher than others. Doesn't matter. 100,000 or 80,000 high-level Heaven Realm martial artists should be a small matter to the White Scale realm. Heaven level martial artists should sect. After all, the 7-color continent is a middle-level continent. The number of Heavenly Dipper Realm martial artists is at least tens of millions. If a mere 180,000 Heavenly Dipper Realm high-rank martial artists can't be summoned, it is not worthy of the identity of the Overlord of the Scarlet Continent. But Li Fuqian neglected a problem, which was the consumption of teleportation. To teleport 100,000 individuals, the number of low-grade spirit stones wasn't just a few million or tens of millions, it was calculated in hundreds of millions. Even if each individual had 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, it would be at least 10 billion. This wasn't a small sum for the Red Rainbow sect. It was fortunate that as compared to the White Scale herbs, 10 billion low-grade spirit stones was still within the Red Rainbow sect's tolerance. After all, the teleportation would only require 1 or 2 trips. The White Scale herbs would increase by tens of thousands every month and in a year, there would be an increase of a few 100,000. With the addition of other precious resources, this transaction was still worthwhile. As such, the Outer Sect Grand Elder Wang Kuei promised that he would send 100,000 men over in 1 month. There would be 20,000 Reincarnation Realm martial artists and 80,000 high-level Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists. 1 month, huh? Then I will wait for another 20 days before making a move. Li Fuchen estimated that he would need at most half a month to conquer the entire Silver Sand region. 20 days passed by in a flash and Li Fuchen cultivated the Wind Cloud Tyrant body to the completion rank with ease. The completion rank of the Wind Cloud Tyrant body allowed Li Fuchen's defense to rise to a new level. Once the Wind Cloud Tyrant body was circulated, the body would be wrapped with a layer of pitch-black tyrannical qi. The Wind Cloud Tyrant body had an intense repulsive force. Be it attacking the enemy or receiving an attack from the enemy, the repulsive force would be transmitted out. It was the same as stacking a layer of attack and was extremely tyrannical. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's 9 Dragon's Claw had been forcefully pushed to the perfection rank after consuming multiple perception Dao elixirs. In terms of pure power, it was already comparable with the Mortal Calamity. In terms of attack range, it was far superior to the Mortal Calamity. It is time for me to stretch my body. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the body refinement technique and martial arts, Li Fuchen realized that he had become rather combative. Battles were able to make his blood boil and his thoughts clear. In a single day, Li Fuchen conquered the Silver Sword Guild's garrison. In 3 days, Li Fuchen conquered the 3 Monarch-class factions' garrison. 1 week later, the entire Silver Sand region was left with the strongest Cloud Sea Pavilion's garrison. In front of the Cloud Mist Mountains, Li Fuchen was facing 1,000 Cloud Sea Pavilion's garrison members by himself. Form the battle formation. The Cloud Sea Pavilion's supreme commander, Lin Peng, waved his hand and formed a square formation with 54 individuals. There was a total of 24 battle formations. The Cloud Sea battle formation was a 54-men battle formation. Lin Peng wasn't fearful even if he was facing the strongest Monarch-class disciples. In the massive white-scale continent, the Cloud Sea battle formation was one of the top battle formations apart from the 3 Emperor-class factions' garrison. There were only a handful of battle formations that were stronger than the Cloud Sea battle formation. 54-men battle formation Li Fuchen grinned and activated the Wind Cloud Tyrant body. His body was wrapped in the pitch-black Wind Cloud Tyrant. Kill! The 24 Cloud Sea battle formations turned into a sea of clouds and surged at Li Fuchen. Bang! One of the battle formations collapsed. It was followed closely by the second and third formation. In just a few breaths, half of the Cloud Sea battle formation had collapsed. Li Fuchen didn't even make a move and simply crashed into the formation to scatter it. Lin Peng was appalled. Li Fuchen didn't even make a move and had already destroyed the Cloud Sea battle formation. How were they going to fight? Ultimately, the entire Silver Sand region belonged to the Red Rainbow sect. The 100,000 individuals that came from the Red Rainbow sect were evenly distributed to each mountain range. But as Li Fuchen conquered the Lookout Corner and the Silver Sand region, he finally attracted the attention of the various Monarch-class factions on the White-scale continent. Even the 3 Emperor-class factions had turned their attention over. Over the years, the White-scale continent might have disputes, but they were just small skirmishes. No one was like Li Fuchen who conquered 2 major regions in a short period of time. This was simply going to set off a storm. The major regions that were closer to the Lookout Corner and the Silver Sand region had started to make their moves. They would either return to their sects to invite help or contact other major regions to teach Li Fuchen a ruthless lesson. Some of them even headed to the 3 central regions to see if they could borrow a 100-men battle formation or a battle formation that had more than 100 men. Chapter 521. After cultivating the 9 Dragon's Claw to the perfection stage and the Wind Cloud Tyrant body to the completion stage, Li Fuchen had a deeper understanding of Qi blood, but it still wasn't enough for him to break through to the trance stage for the Mortal Calamity. Li Fuchen doubted if the Mortal Calamity could reach the trance stage. After all, the Mortal Calamity itself wasn't complete. Since it wasn't complete, it was naturally hard to comprehend the complete Mortal Calamity intent. The perception Dao elixirs were already used up and there were still a few red rainbow elixirs left. Next, Li Fuqian placed all his energy on his qi cultivation. He had a premonition that the qi cultivation would be the first to break through to the battle spirit realm. The body refinement Dao didn't have any levels. According to the division of body refinement techniques, there were only sub-completion, completion, and perfection levels. There was a huge difference between sub-completion, completion, and perfection levels for different body refinement techniques. Li Fuqian might have already reached the perfection level of the Dragon Elephant Body Forging 5th chapter, but if he wanted to break through to the 6th chapter, it was useless to rely on resources. He had to rely on himself to comprehend and accumulate his body refinement foundation. It was a process that required a lot of time. In comparison, it was much easier for the qi cultivation to break through. After all, the body refinement Dao was to cultivate the body, while the qi cultivation Dao was to comprehend the heaven and earth and pursue the union of heaven and man. During this period of time, as long as there was comprehension and the mental state improved, it might be possible to break through. After using up the red rainbow elixirs, Li Fuqian's qi cultivation was stabilized at the later stage of the 8th level of reincarnation realm. The further I go, the harder it is to progress. Li Fuqian lamented. Without the red rainbow elixirs and perception Dao elixirs, even if he had astounding perception, he would need to spend a lot of time to reach his current level. Days passed by and it had been 10 days since Li Fuqian conquered the Silver Sand region. 10 days was enough for some people to request for reinforcements. On this day, the highest commander of the Cloud Sea Pavilion's garrison, Lin Peng, led 120 men to the Red Rainbow Mountains. These 120 men weren't the members of the Cloud Sea Pavilion's garrison, they were members from one of the 3 Emperor-class factions, the Floating Sky Mountains garrison. These 120 individuals didn't have high cultivation levels. They were only at the 7th or 8th level of reincarnation realm, but they were all arrogant and overbearing. As the highest commander of the Cloud Sea Pavilion's garrison, Lin Peng had been smiling along the way. To be honest, he was already rather surprised that the Floating Sky Mountains garrison was willing to send a 120-men battle formation over. Perhaps, even the 3 Emperor-class factions garrison didn't like Li Fuqian. When the 121 individuals arrived at the vicinity of the Red Rainbow Mountains, Li Fuqian had already sensed them. After flying out of the Red Rainbow Mountains, Li Fuqian stood in the air and looked at Lin Peng and the others. "What's wrong? Did you find outside help?" Li Fuqian let out a smile that didn't look like a smile. Without waiting for Lin Peng to speak, a burly young man next to him said, "Admit defeat and compensate 100 million low-grade spirit stones, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, we don't mind helping you to loosen up your bones." He didn't believe that Li Fuqian had 100 million low-grade spirit stones on him, but the Red Rainbow sect had plenty of disciples stationed here and it was still possible to gather the required amount. There were 120 of them and each of them would receive close to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. It would be a worthwhile trip. Let's form a battle formation. I would like to experience it for myself. Li Fuqian truly wanted to experience how powerful a 120-men battle formation was and if it was comparable to an Emperor-class disciple's strength. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame us. Form the Healing Pot battle formation. The burly young man yelled out and the 120 individuals formed a Healing Pot battle formation. The Healing Pot battle formation was just an ordinary battle formation of the Floating Sky Mountain. As an Emperor-class faction, the Floating Sky Mountains Foundation wasn't something Monarch-class factions could imagine. A battle formation that consisted of a few dozen individuals was considered a mediocre battle formation in the Floating Sky Mountain. Kill! The Healing Pot battle formation that was wrapped with layers of water rushed at Li Fuqian. The water was like a flood dragon that pounced at Li Fuqian first. The prowess is rather powerful, but it isn't comparable to an Emperor-class disciple's strength. Li Fuqian's spiritual awareness was extremely sharp. A moment of sensing was enough to roughly understand the prowess of the Healing Pot battle formation. Roar! The nine-headed dragon spirit rushed into the sky as Li Fuchen clawed at the healing pot battle formation. Bang! The seemingly imposing healing pot battle formation didn't even last for a single breath and instantly crumbled. The 120 individuals that formed the battle formation all vomited fresh blood. The burly young man had an appalled expression as though he had seen a ghost. Lin Peng was also appalled. The next time I come, it is best to have a 200-men battle formation, otherwise, it won't be enough. Li Fuchen turned around and returned to the Red Rainbow Mountains. Damn it, he must be an Emperor-class disciple. I misjudged him. The burly young man had a pale expression. Emperor-class disciple? Lin Peng didn't plan to participate in this matter. Contesting with an Emperor-class disciple was simply asking to be humiliated. The burly young man and Lin Peng didn't know that Li Fuchen's 9 Dragon's Claw had yet to reach the perfection stage and was already able to contest with the Emperor-class disciple, Peng Lu. Now that the 9 Dragon's Claw was at the next level, a mere 120-men battle formation was basically useless. The news of this battle was still spread out. All the factions on the White Scale continent were silent. If even a 120-men battle formation wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, perhaps only Emperor-class disciples and a few hundred-men battle formation could defeat him. At the Floating Sky Mountains garrison, since he is an Emperor-class disciple, a 200-men battle formation won't work. Only the Floating Sky battle formation can deal with him. There is no hurry. If even the Floating Sky battle formation can't deal with him, then our Floating Sky Mountain will be humiliated. Let's wait for the other 2 Emperor-class factions to make a move first. The Floating Sky Mountains garrison maintained a wait-and-see attitude while the other 2 Emperor-class factions had the intention to compete. To them, it didn't matter how powerful Li Fuchen was, he was just a slightly stronger ant. The Emperor-class faction's foundation was merely the tip of the iceberg. They would even be able to deal with slightly stronger Emperor-class disciples. What? He even conquered the Silver Sand region. Inside the Red Rainbow Sect's Outer Sect Grand Hall, Wang Kuei and the Outer Sect elders looked at each other with dismay. It was already incredible to conquer the Lookout Corner, but conquering the Silver Sand region was simply the capability of an Emperor-class disciple. It didn't mean that the Silver Sand region was stronger than the Lookout Corner, but the influence of conquering 2 large regions was too great. Others weren't fools and would definitely request for reinforcements. They would either invite the Emperor-class disciples from their sects or the 3 Emperor-class factions' garrisons to intervene. No matter which side it was, they wouldn't be easy to deal with. Li Fuchen's appearance had broken the balance and stability of the White Scale continent. If they couldn't resist this storm, the Red Rainbow Sect's garrison's favorable situation might vanish overnight. This is like walking on a tightrope. Wang Kuei rubbed his temple. The Dragon Pool and Tiger Pool required a large amount of white scale herbs. The Red Rainbow Sect also required a large amount of precious resources from the White Scale continent. Therefore, the Red Rainbow Sect placed great importance on the White Scale continent, otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched over 100,000 men. Let's wait for a moment. Once the situation on the White Scale continent stabilizes, we will agree to his request and send more men over. Wang Kuei didn't immediately agree to Li Fuchen's request. A single teleportation would consume up to 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. No matter how many low-grade spirit stones the Red Rainbow Sect had, they shouldn't waste them like this. Of course, if Li Fuchen was strong enough to resist this storm, it wouldn't be a problem to send more men over. Chapter 522. The Wind Cloud Tyrant body contains extreme changes in hardness and softness. It's really amazing. On this day, Li Fuchen's Wind Cloud Tyrant body had finally reached the perfection stage. The pitch-black wind and cloud tyrannical aura surrounding Xiao Chen's body seemed to be alive, wriggling and churning continuously. With a single punch, the void trembled twice. The power of this punch was even stronger than the 9 Dragon's Claw. Of course, the wind cloud tyrant body focused on defense, so the wind cloud haki couldn't leave the body too much. It could only be used in close combat, and its attack range was far less than the 9-dragon claw. The 9-dragon's claw is in the middle range, the mortal calamity is in the short range, and the wind cloud tyrant body is in the short range. This is the true invulnerability. Li Fuqian revealed a smile. Reincarnation realm martial artists that had strength that was comparable to battle spirit realm masters would have an attack range of a few dozen miles. But that was for chi cultivation martial artists, while body refinement martial artists would only be able to reach a few miles. Furthermore, it had to be chi spirit attacks. Take Li Fuqian's 9-dragon's claw for example. It was considered a pinnacle attack within 5 miles. Beyond 5 miles, the power would drastically decrease. The mortal calamity was only around 100 meters, while the wind cloud tyrant body would lose half of its power beyond 10 meters. In the southeast direction of the Red Rainbow Mountains, a large group of high-level reincarnation realm martial artists were galloping over. There were around 500 to 600 of them. Another batch? Li Fuqian looked over. Before long, this group of martial artists appeared outside the Crimson Rainbow Mountain Range. Li Fuqian, you have already disrupted the order of the White Scale Continent. Come with us. The 2 people in the lead were king-class students. Their presence was extraordinary, far stronger than by Ling Shuang and Xikong Zhan. Who are you people? Li Fuqian had already guessed who this person was, but he still wanted to confirm it. Dark Shadow Palace. Constellation Pagoda. The 2 king-level disciples said proudly. As expected. Li Fuqian raised his brows. Just like the floating sky mountain, the Dark Shadow Palace and the Constellation Pagoda were both emperor-class factions and could be said to be the uncrowned kings of the White Scale Continent. If you have the strength, why don't I go with you? Li Fuqian let out a faint smile. Stubborn fool, set up the formation. As the 2 monarch-class disciples were speaking, the high-level reincarnation realm martial artists flew over and set up 2 large arrays. The Phantom Battle Formation was a 270-man battle formation. Minor Constellation Battle Formation, 280-men battle formation. Li Fuqian, if you surrender now, you still have a chance. A voice echoed from the battle formation that had faint shadows. Make your move. Li Fuqian's eyes burst with divine light. Phantom Sky Curtain. The first to attack was the Phantom Battle Formation. The illusory battle formation was no longer an ordinary battle formation in the Dark Shadow Palace. It came with its own battle formation technique. With the illusory battle formation as the center, a cluster of illusory shadows spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, everything within 100 miles became hazy, as if covered by a layer of opaque gauze. Buzz! Among the shadows, the Void Shadow Battle Formation instantly appeared behind Li Fuqian and a shadow tentacle lashed over. A battle formation with over 200 men is indeed extraordinary. It doesn't just have battle formation skills, it can also teleport over long distances. Li Fuqian squinted his eyes and lamented the terror of an emperor-class faction. The person who set up the array was only at the high level of reincarnation realm. If he was at the high level of battle spirit realm, wouldn't he be able to contest with primary sea realm monarchs? It could be said that battle formations brought out the advantage of numbers, provided that the battle formation was of a sufficiently high level. If it was any other emperor-class disciple, they would need to expend some energy to deal with the Void Shadow Battle Formation. It was a pity that Li Fuqian wasn't a simple emperor-class disciple. His spiritual awareness had already reached the primary sea realm. With a single thought, he could see the movement trajectory of the Void Shadow Battle Formation vividly in his mind. There were no secrets at all. In other words, the battle formation skill, Phantom Canopy, was ineffective against him. Turning around, Zhang Xian swung his fist, and the 9-headed dragon spirit roared as it collided with the tentacle. Bang! The tentacles were torn apart, and the Phantom Battle Formation retreated more than a mile. What? He repelled the phantom battle formation. Within the minor constellation battle formation, the king-level disciple was shocked. The Void Shadow battle formation had 10 less members than the minor constellation battle formation and its power was slightly inferior. But the Void Shadow battle formation was rather agile and ever-changing, making it hard to defend against. Li Fuchen wasn't just able to defend perfectly, he was also able to repel the Void Shadow battle formation with a single fist. Amazing, the battle formation didn't collapse. This was the first time Li Fuchen wasn't able to destroy the battle formation in a single move. In the past, he didn't even need to use his full strength to destroy those formations in one move. Again. Li Fuchen was happy to have someone as his opponent. The nine-headed dragon's spirit expanded and chased after the Void Shadow battle formation. Boom boom boom, one man against one formation, it was a frenzied battle. In summary, Li Fuchen had the absolute advantage. Every time he made a move, the Void Shadow battle formation would be pushed back violently and there weren't many opportunities to counterattack. Inside the Void Shadow battle formation, the king-level disciple with thin lips was gritting his teeth. If the combined strength of 270 men wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, how powerful was Li Fuchen? After clashing repeatedly, Li Fuchen was able to withstand it, but the Void Shadow battle formation wasn't able to withstand it. Everyone inside felt their chi getting sluggish and it was because the battle formation's power wasn't circulating smoothly. 270 men were still 270 men and they weren't a single entity. In this aspect, a battle formation would never be able to compare with a pure array. Why aren't you making a move? The king-level disciple with thin lips yelled at the minor constellation battle formation. Make a move. The minor constellation battle formation was like a cluster of stars that swept over. Bang boom. The nine-headed dragon spirit that was enveloping Li Fuchen was shaking. As compared to the Void Shadow battle formation, the minor constellation battle formation wasn't as flexible and versatile, but in terms of power, it was superior to the Void Shadow battle formation. Li Fuchen wasn't fearful when facing two battle formations by himself. He swung his fist and blasted out punches after punches. The two battle formations were like rubber balls that were constantly being repelled and pushed back. Damn it! The two Monarch-class disciples that were leading the battle formation didn't have great expressions. Li Fuchen's attacks might have been evenly distributed by the battle formation's power and they weren't under a lot of pressure, but after enduring the continuous attacks, the battle formation's power circulation wasn't as smooth as before. Minor Constellation Divine Light. The minor constellation battle formation was resplendent with stars and a thick divine light was shot at Li Fuchen. Rip! Li Fuchen used his claw to rip apart the divine light. Mortal Calamity. Seizing an opportunity, Li Fuchen blasted the Mortal Calamity power on the minor constellation battle formation. Crackle. There was a crack on the surface of the minor constellation battle formation while a few of the constellation tower's outer sect disciples vomited fresh blood. The Mortal Calamity power's penetrative ability was extremely strong. At the start, the battle formation was rather smooth and Li Fuchen's Mortal Calamity power wasn't able to seep in. Now that the battle formation was sluggish, Li Fuchen's Mortal Calamity power was able to make use of every opportunity and finally injured a few of the Constellation Tower's outer sect disciples. As the Constellation Tower's outer sect disciples were injured, the minor constellation battle formation had a bigger flaw. The twinkling stars were distorting and becoming extremely unstable. Wind Cloud Quake. Li Fuchen smashed his fist on the minor constellation battle formation again. This time, it was the Wind Cloud Tyrant Body's move. Crackle crackle. Inside the minor constellation battle formation, more constellation towers' outer sect disciples vomited fresh blood and the battle formation was finally on the verge of collapse. From the back, a long shadow tentacle lashed over. It was the Void Shadow battle formation that came to rescue. I am waiting for you. Li Fuchen's body was wrapped with the ink-black Wind Cloud Tyrant. He intentionally endured the tentacle's attack before turning around and blasted a fist on the Void Shadow battle formation. The mortal calamity power extended. Chapter 523. 9 Dragons' Wild Dance. The two battle formations were on the verge of collapse, but Li Fuchen knew that if they were given a chance to catch their breath, the battle formations would recover quickly. After all, the people in the battle formations were only lightly injured and their chi presences were in a mess. The 9-headed dragon spirit split up and turned into 9 giant dragon spirits that were a few miles in length. They were like fried dough twists that wrapped around the two battle formations and twisted forcefully. Bang boom! The two battle formations were already extremely weak and couldn't withstand the twisting and instantly crumbled. Including the 2 monarch-class disciples, everyone in the battle formation vomited fresh blood and were sent flying. What an emperor-class disciple! You are the first 8-star body refinement bone frame that I have seen. It was unknown when a skinny youth with sharp eyes appeared a few miles away. He was dressed in silver clothes and had a silver longsword at his waist. He didn't emit any chi presence, but it gave off a terrifying feeling as though sword chi was everywhere. Emperor-class disciple? Li Fuchen turned to look. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised that there was a second reincarnation realm emperor-class disciple on the White Scale continent. The White Scale continent had close to 100 monarch-class factions and 3 emperor-class factions. There would definitely be some emperor-class disciples that had yet to progress to the battle spirit realm. The deterrence of an emperor-class disciple wasn't something that the Void Shadow Battle Formation and the Minor Constellation Battle Formation could compare with. The Void Shadow Battle Formation and the Minor Constellation Battle Formation might be able to contest with emperor-class disciples and could even defeat weaker emperor-class disciples. But if it was against those powerful emperor-class disciples, the Void Shadow Battle Formation and the Minor Constellation Battle Formation would be far inferior. It wasn't because of the inferior power, but the inferior methods and combat skills. The people who set up the battle formations had varying strength levels and their understanding of the battle formations wasn't uniform. Moreover, they weren't able to connect their minds, therefore, there would always be some flaws. The most important thing for a battle formation was coordination. If the coordination was good, even if each of them was weak in individual combat, when they worked together, they would be able to burst out with horrific power. Li Fuchen was certain that if the people who set up the Void Shadow Battle Formation or the Minor Constellation Battle Formation were able to connect their minds and comprehend the quintessence of the battle formation, even 5 of Li Fuchen would be wiped out. It was a pity that it was too difficult to satisfy these conditions. It was basically impossible to do it at the reincarnation realm. At the battle spirit realm, one might be able to completely comprehend the quintessence of the battle formation, but it was still a difficult task to connect their minds. However, emperor-level disciples were different. They were individuals, and their strength came from themselves. They could perfectly display every bit of their strength. Therefore, in a situation where their combat power was equal, a battle formation would definitely not be able to threaten an emperor-level disciple. Silver Sword Sect Sun Tianyi. The silver-clothed young man said slowly. Red Rainbow Sect, Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen understood that the Silver Sword Guild was a monarch-class faction in the Silver Sand region. You and I are both emperor-class disciples. I hope this battle will be enjoyable for me. Take my sword. With a clang, the silver sword was unsheathed. Sun Tian became the union of man and sword and turned into a resplendent sword radiance that thrust at Li Fuchen. It was impossible to describe the sharpness and unstoppable force of this sword. It was as if the entire void was coming along with the sword. In terms of power, Sun Tianyi's sword art was stronger than the Minor Constellation Battle Formation. In terms of concept, they could not be mentioned in the same breath. Roar! The 9-headed dragon spirit clashed with the sword aura, causing heaven and earth to change color. Boom boom boom, in practically the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged over a dozen moves. Every single move was extremely fast and ferocious. Terrifying sword chi and spirit swept out, causing the members of the Constellation Tower and Dark Shadow Palace to hurriedly retreat. The arrogance on their faces from before was nowhere to be seen. His regular combat strength is superior to Peng Lu. After exchanging over a dozen moves, Li Fuchen didn't have much of an advantage. During the fight with Peng Lu, Li Fuchen was able to suppress Peng Lu. Furthermore, the current Li Fuchen was much stronger than when he fought with Peng Lu. The Nine Dragons' Claw and Wind Cloud Tyrant body had reached the perfection stage. He is probably an 8-star Sword Dao bone frame. They were both 8-star bone frames, but the 8-star Sword Dao bone frame was naturally much stronger than the 8-star Greenwood bone frame. My Qi cultivation level and cultivation technique rank are much lower. Otherwise, I will be able to spar with him in sword art. Li Fuchen was a swordsman after all. Even if his bone frame was inferior, it didn't stop him from having the heart of a swordsman. Furthermore, with his perception, even if his bone frame was inferior, he believed that he wouldn't be inferior to any reincarnation realm swordsman in terms of sword art combat. As for the body refinement Dao, Li Fuchen was only treating it as a support. Swordsmen were always strong in offense and weak in defense. Li Fuchen didn't wish for himself to have a weakness. After executing the Nine Dragons' Claw, Mortal Calamity, and Wind Cloud Tyrant body, Li Fuchen gradually gained the upper hand. Celestial Sword Dao. After fighting for a long time, Sun Tianyi yelled out and burst out with his kill move. The resplendent silver sword radiance was like the moonlight that illuminated the land. The extreme Sword Dao law had permeated into all things in nature. Rumble. The rocks, plants, water, and violent winds were all restrained by the invisible Sword Dao law and turned into sharp swords that slashed at Li Fuchen. Such a terrifying sword. A few dozen miles away, the two monarch-class disciples from the emperor-class factions were flabbergasted. Sun Tianyi's sword had obviously resonated with the heaven and earth law. He had used the Sword Dao law to replace the Heaven Dao law and used everything in the world as swords to attack the enemy. Such a method was simply unimaginable. Just in time. Li Fuchen's Sword Dao strength might not be comparable to Sun Tianyi, but to be able to contest with a Sword Dao expert, Li Fuchen's blood was still boiling. He executed a fist strike and the nine-headed dragon spirit burst into the sky. It tumbled and clashed with the sharp swords. The sharp swords that came from all things in the world were endless and there were more and more of them. Towards the end, the sky had turned dark and there were sharp swords everywhere. It felt as though they were contending against the Heaven Dao. As the nine-headed dragon spirit gradually vanished, Li Fuchen's upper hand was gradually falling into a disadvantage. Boom! There was a burst of red light and a large number of sharp swords had crumbled. Within the 100-meter range, the Mortal Calamity's power was even stronger than the Nine Dragons' Claw. But soon enough, the Mortal Calamity couldn't withstand the incredible sword art. When the endless sharp swords were within 10 meters of Li Fuchen, the pitch-black Wind Cloud Tyrant burst out. The repulsive force had destroyed the sharp swords. After 15 minutes, Sun Tianyi's forehead was perspiring with sweat. The celestial sword Dao was extremely taxing on his mind and wasn't able to execute it for a long period of time. He originally thought that even if he couldn't severely injure Li Fuchen with this move, he would at least be able to injure Li Fuchen lightly. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen's body refinement to be stronger than he imagined. Li Fuchen's 3 body refinement arts had been cultivated to an extremely high level. If he continued to persist and wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen, Sun Tianyi's mind would probably wither. Flashy. Finally, Sun Tianyi executed his Sword Dao divine ability. A colorful world had enveloped Li Fuchen. In this colorful world, Sun Tianyi wielded sharp swords and charged at Li Fuchen. Chapter 524. At this moment, Li Fuchen had already condensed the nine-headed dragon spirit again. The spirit expanded and clashed with the Sun Tianyi. Rip! There was the sound of cloth ripping. Li Fuchen's nine-headed dragon spirit contained a powerful body refinement law, but it wasn't at the trance stage and the intent wasn't complete. It was instantly sliced apart by Sun Tiany's sword and turned into nothingness. Heart of blazing flame. The surging heat was like a rising sun that radiated in all directions. The Sun Tiany that clashed with the nine-headed dragon's spirit instantly melted. Such powerful blazing flame law. Sun Tiany's eyes contracted. This region was originally filled with Sword Dao law and all other laws were suppressed. But right now, the powerful blazing flame law appeared out of nowhere and was growing frenziedly. Not only was his Sword Dao law unable to suppress it, but a portion of it was also destroyed. Sun Tiany looked at Li Fuchen and his eyes contracted again. The current Li Fuchen was like a flaming man. At his chest, there was an extremely condensed flame seed that was burning. At the edge of the flame seed, there was a scarlet pattern. Seeing the scarlet pattern, Sun Tiany knew that Li Fuchen's blazing flame law comprehension had already surpassed his Sword Dao law by quite a bit. Li Fuchen had probably comprehended the fifth segment. Every time the bone frame pattern's comprehension increased by one segment, the divine ability's power would transform. There might only be a difference of one segment between 9 segments and 5 segments, but the latter was enough to crush the former. Sun Tiany's guess was correct. Li Fuchen's blazing flame pattern was indeed comprehended to the 5th segment. During the battle with Penglu, Li Fuchen's blazing flame pattern was stuck between 9 to 5 segments. It could be said that it was extremely close to 5 segments. It had been a few days since the battle and with Li Fuchen's perception, he finally broke through. After comprehending the blazing flame pattern to the 5th segment, Li Fuchen felt that the blazing flame law and blazing flame qi in the world were much more intimate with him. In a single thought, the blazing flame law was in a riot and instantly broke through the Sword Dao law's suppression. The rainbow world contracted and Sun Tiany personally charged at Li Fuchen. His body was wrapped with sharp Sword Dao law. Just in time. After executing his divine ability, Li Fuchen was finally able to exchange moves with Sun Tiany with sword skills. Clang 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 clang, wielding the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen constantly blocked Sun Tiany's attacks. The speed at which the two swords clashed was like the rain hitting the pipa without any gaps. After dozens of strikes, Sun Tiany frowned. He didn't expect Li Fuchen's sword skills to be so exceptional. How was this a body-refining martial artist? He was clearly an extremely powerful swordsman. At least in terms of sword skills, Li Fuchen wasn't inferior to him. The earth was torn apart and the mountains were cut in half. The battle between the two could only be described as thrilling. Without the restraint of sword arts, pure sword arts were undoubtedly more flexible and difficult to guard against. In terms of power, under the enhancement of the divine ability, the earth-level peak-tier sword technique could not compare to the pure sword technique that the two of them were currently displaying. 50 moves. 100 moves. The two's flame power and sword power were quickly consumed. Li Fuchen reckoned that his blazing flame power was probably inferior to Sun Tiany's Sword Dao power. After all, special bone frames would generally be able to stimulate special powers at the Earth realm. Regular extraordinary bone frames would generally need to be at the reincarnation realm to stimulate extraordinary powers. Li Fuchen was rather special. Even though Li Fuchen's blazing flame bone frame pattern was already at the 5th segment and he was able to absorb the blazing flame power at an extremely fast speed, it was still impossible for him to surpass these Emperor-class disciples. I have to end this battle quickly. The scarlet pattern at the edge of Li Fuchen's flame seed had extended to the sides. At the same moment, more blazing flame power surged into the flame seed. When the sword was cleaved, the surging blazing flame law turned the joint heaven sword red. It was like a sword of lava, and when brandished, the scarlet sword light interweaved and had extreme explosive power. Sparks from the lava burst out and there was an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. Li Fuchen's sword speed was too fast and Sun Tiany was barely able to block. It was very difficult for him to counterattack. Furthermore, he didn't have to be in a hurry to counterattack. He could see that Li Fuchen's blazing flame power wouldn't be able to last longer than his sword Dao power. Once Li Fuchen's blazing flame power was exhausted, Sun Tianyi would be able to defeat Li Fuchen in a single sword. Li Fuchen naturally wasn't going to compete with Sun Tianyi in a battle of attrition. Sun Tianyi was different from Peng Lu. Peng Li's greenwood undying vines was only formidable with the undying law and was much weaker in terms of attack. Sun Tianyi's gaudy splendor was formidable with the sword Dao law and had abnormally horrific attack. Once the blazing flame power was exhausted, Li Fuchen wouldn't be a match for Sun Tianyi. My spiritual awareness is also my advantage. Apologies. Li Fuchen muttered in his heart while the joint heaven sword suddenly thrust at Sun Tianyi's throat from an unbelievable angle. What? Sun Tianyi was appalled. Li Fuchen's angle was too crafty and no matter what angle he used to block, there would be a flaw. Clang! Despite having a bad premonition, Sun Tianyi still swung his sword at the best angle to block. He only hoped that Li Fuchen's sword earlier was coincidentally finding the best attack trajectory. It was proven that he was overly optimistic. Li Fuchen's second sword was still targeting at Sun Tianyi's blind spot. Of course, for a swordsman like Sun Tianyi, there was basically no blind spot. Even if there was, with Li Fuchen's current sword speed, he wouldn't be able to grasp this fleeting opportunity. After all, no matter how incredible the spiritual awareness was, if the body couldn't keep up, it would be useless. Clang! There was a burst of magma sparks as Sun Tianyi blocked Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword again. However, there was a slight change in his center of gravity. Defeat! Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with dazzling radiance as his sword brushed past Sun Tianyi's silver sword and struck at Sun Tianyi's left shoulder. Sun Tianyi was wearing an Earth-class mid-tier artifact armor and this sword wasn't able to pierce through his left shoulder. However, the joint heaven sword contained powerful blazing flame sword chi that even the Earth-class mid-tier artifact armor couldn't completely isolate. Sun Tianyi was instantly injured. Not good. Sun Tianyi burst in retreat with the intention of increasing the distance. How could Li Fuchen allow him to do as he wished? He brandished his sword consecutively. Pfff. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Sun Tianyi was sent flying. I didn't expect your awareness to be so powerful. Sun Tianyi believed that his awareness wasn't inferior to Battle Spirit Realm Master's spiritual awareness. But Li Fuchen's awareness was obviously stronger, otherwise, it was impossible for him to repeatedly strike at the blind spot. Therefore, in terms of sword skill proficiency, he didn't lose to Li Fuchen, he only lost in awareness. Your awareness isn't weak either. If a monarch-class disciple was competing with him in sword skills, Li Fuchen's first sword would be able to severely injure the monarch. Emperor-class disciples were ultimately Emperor-class disciples and their awareness was far superior to martial artists of the same cultivation realm. You win. We shall meet again. As an Emperor-class disciple and an elite swordsman, Sun Tianyi didn't want to waste time. A loss was a loss, he would just win it back next time. Chapter 525. Are all of you still not leaving? Li Fuchen looked at the members of the Umbra Palace and Constellation Tower. Let's go. Seeing that the Emperor-class disciple, Sun Tianyi, wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, the Monarch-class disciples of the Umbra Palace and Constellation Tower had no choice but to retreat. Soon enough, Li Fuchen was the only one left in the messy region. It feels rather good to have an intense battle every once in a while. The abnormally vigorous Qi blood allowed Li Fuchen to enjoy the joy of battle. Especially during the battle with the Emperor-class disciples, he felt a sense of pressure. At the current stage, pressure was extremely important to him. Because his current life was too comfortable, there were no threats and no existential crisis. But he knew clearly that this world wasn't without threats and existential crisis. It was just that it wasn't the right time yet. Once a true threat arrived, he might experience what it meant to be weak. After all, he was only at the reincarnation realm. There was still the battle spirit realm, primary sea realm, law phase realm, and above the law phase realm. In fact, there were saints above the law phase realm. During the battle with the sea beasts, Li Fuchen vaguely knew that the Red Rainbow sect was also facing a crisis. The demonic ruler's corpse was most likely obtained by the Red Flood Dragon King. This was his intuition. Once the Red Rainbow King absorbed the essence blood from the demonic ruler's corpse, Li Fuchen couldn't imagine how strong the Red Rainbow sect would become. With the Red Rainbow sect in turmoil, Li Fuchen's days wouldn't be any better. While my current life is still rather comfortable, I have to increase my cultivation and strength as soon as possible, Li Fuchen said to himself. On the 4th month, Li Fuchen brought 91,500 stalks of white scale herbs back to the Red Rainbow sect. He had already returned once, and it was mainly to redeem the second half of the Wind Cloud Tyrant body. Since the Red Rainbow sect didn't stipulate that the white scale herbs had to be handed over every month, it was fine if it was half a month or a month. The previous time he returned, he had gathered enough contribution coins to redeem the second half of the Wind Cloud Tyrant body that was worth 105,000 contribution coins. After redeeming the contribution coins, Li Fuchen's contribution coins reached 340,000. This was a very shocking number. Only he who had the strength of an emperor-class disciple could earn contribution coins so easily. The other monarch-class disciples couldn't even think about it. To be serious, Li Fuchen's strength had already surpassed regular emperor-class disciples. After all, Li Fuchen had consecutively defeated 3 emperor-class factions battle formations, as well as the emperor-class disciples Peng Lu and Sun Tianyi. During this period of time, if Li Fuchen was defeated once, he wouldn't be in such a great situation. But as compared to emperor-class disciples, Li Fuchen was still inferior. In the sect, besides a few secret manuals, emperor-class disciples could cultivate the rest of the secret manuals for free. They did not need contribution coins at all. Coming to the secret book tower, Li Fuchen went to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor had a huge collection of secret techniques. Since he had enough contribution coins now, Li Fuchen was planning to redeem a few 6-star secret techniques that were useful to him. Spiritual Sense Thorn, a secret spiritual sense attack technique. Spiritual sense turns into a thorn and directly attacks the enemy's spiritual sense. 30,000 contribution coins. 1,000 illusion eyes, a secret eye technique that can cause the enemy to fall into an illusion. Requires 30,000 contribution coins. The 6-star secret technique that Li Fuchen previously felt wasn't that expensive anymore. My spiritual awareness is comparable with high-level primary sea realm monarchs. It will be a waste if I don't redeem a spiritual sense attack technique. I can also cultivate some eye technique secret techniques to see if they are suitable for me. Without hesitation, Li Fuchen chose the Thorn of Spiritual Sense and the 1,000 Illusion Eyes. Next, Li Fuchen was still lacking a Qi transformation secret technique. Among the over 26-star secret techniques, there were around 9 types of Qi transformation secret techniques. They were the Perfect Circle Dipper Qi, Dragon Snake Qi, Clear Sky Great Technique, Hidden Dragon Violent Qi, etc. In the end, Li Fuchen chose the Perfect Circle Dipper Qi. This 6-star Qi transformation secret technique was the most neutral and peaceful one and was suitable for the second transformation. As for 7-star secret techniques, Li Fuchen didn't consider them. The cheapest 7-star secret technique would require at least 1 million contribution coins. After all, 7-star secret techniques were secret techniques that corresponded to primary sea realm monarchs. They were even more precious than Earth-class peak-tier cultivation techniques. Let alone Li Fuchen, even Emperor-class disciples would need to use contribution coins to cultivate 7-star secret techniques. It was impossible to cultivate them for free. 3 6-star secret techniques had cost Li Fuchen a total of 100,000 contribution coins. Li Fuchen was still left with 240,000 contribution coins. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen redeemed the last 3 ranks of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. After comprehending the blazing flame bone frame pattern to the 5th segment, Li Fuchen had a deeper understanding of the blazing flame law. The Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique intent was closely related to the blazing flame law. As the blazing flame law was comprehended, the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique intent would naturally be comprehended as well. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen should be able to break through to the 30th rank. By then, he would need the cultivation techniques for the next 3 ranks. The last 3 ranks of the cultivation techniques would require a total of 168,000 contribution coins. As such, Li Fuchen was only left with 72,000 contribution coins, and it was very fast to use them. Let's do this for now. Li Fuchen carried a large pile of manuals that only had introductions and arrived at the exchange office on the 1st floor of the secret manual tower. When the tower guardian elder saw Li Fuchen taking so many manuals, his eyes were wide open. Li Fuchen's actions on the White Scale continent had already reached the tower guardian elder. Therefore, he knew that Li Fuchen wasn't a regular monarch class disciple and didn't say anything. Li Fuchen left the secret manual tower while holding the branded book. White Scale continent, Red Rainbow Mountains. On a mountain peak, a large amount of spiritual awareness surged out from Li Fuchen's glabella. It then squirmed and compressed rapidly, turning into an invisible thorn that shot out. Boom! Li Fuchen could vaguely hear a trace of a sound. The thorn of spiritual awareness is completed, but there is no way to test it. It is fine if the power is low, but if the power is high, it might destroy the opponent's awareness or spiritual awareness. It is too dangerous. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was too powerful, and cultivating the thorn of spiritual awareness was simply a matter of time and didn't require much effort. After thinking about it, it was understandable. Be it Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness or perception, they were both at the primary sea realm. It was extremely easy for a primary sea realm monarch to cultivate a 6-star secret technique. Next up, Li Fuchen started to cultivate the 1,000 illusion eyes. As compared to the thorn of spiritual awareness, the 1,000 illusion eyes was at least 10 times harder. Generally speaking, in order to cultivate illusion technique secret techniques or ocular technique secret techniques, one would need to have illusion technique aptitude. Without illusion technique aptitude, it wouldn't be as easy to cultivate. Even if one spent 10 times the time, they might not be able to achieve much. Li Fuchen's illusion technique aptitude was very high, and in just a single day, he had already cultivated the 1,000 illusion eyes to the entry stage. Li Fuchen reckoned that one of the criteria for illusion technique aptitude was the spirit soul. The stronger the spirit soul, the better the control of illusion techniques. It just so happened that the spirit soul was Li Fuchen's greatest advantage. In terms of the spirit soul essence, even Law Fei's realm emperors might not be able to compare with him. After the entry stage of the 1,000 illusion eyes, Li Fuchen only needed to activate the 1,000 illusion eyes to produce a kaleidoscope of complicated colors. At the same time, there would be a hallucination chi presence that would be emitted from the eyes. Wherever the eyes looked, the insects on the ground and the birds in the sky would either be stunned or stiffened and fall from the sky. No wonder it is called ocular technique secret technique. This secret technique requires the eyes as a medium to transmit the hallucination chi presence. Chapter 526. 1,000 Illusion Eyes Subcompletion Stage. 1,000 Illusion Eyes Completion Stage. With the pale purple spirit soul as support, Li Fuchen cultivated the 1,000 illusion eyes to the completion stage in a short period of time. After the 1,000 illusion eyes was at the completion stage, even if he didn't activate the 1,000 illusion eyes secret technique, as long as he looked at the insects and birds, they would stiffen and fall into an illusion. Of course, it was mainly because the insect's spirit soul was too weak and couldn't withstand the traces of hallucination chi presence. In less than a month, Li Fuchen had cultivated the thorn of spiritual awareness and 1,000 illusion eyes to the completion stage. His perception and aptitude were truly unmatched. It was a known fact that for a battle spirit realm master to cultivate a 6-star secret technique to the completion stage, it would take years to do so. Of course, above the completion stage was the perfection stage. The difference between the completion stage and perfection stage was the true gap. The completion stage meant that you would be able to utilize 90% of the secret technique's power. The perfection stage meant that you would be able to utilize 100% of the secret technique's power. Most importantly, only secret techniques at the perfection stage were considered flawless. It was just like the 1,000 illusion eyes. Before reaching the perfection stage, there would still be flaws. But after reaching the perfection stage, the flaws would vanish. In order to resist the 1,000 illusion eyes, one would have to rely on their spirit soul willpower to resist. Of course, if the opponent's illusion technique proficiency was also very high, it would be a different matter. Li Fuchen couldn't find anyone to experiment with the thorn of spiritual awareness, but it wasn't a problem to find someone to experiment with the 1,000 illusion eyes. On this day, Li Fuchen found 3 Red Rainbow Sect Outer Sect disciples. Those that could become the Red Rainbow Sect's Outer Sect disciples were all outstanding 6-star bone frames and their spirit soul willpower should be very strong. Seniorly, just execute the 1,000 illusion eyes. You don't have to worry about us. The 3 Red Rainbow Sect Outer Sect disciples were very happy. Li Fuchen was a godlike existence on the White Scale continent. He used his strength to conquer the Lookout Corner and the Silver Sand region. In the entire White Scale continent, apart from the 3 Emperor-class factions, only the Red Rainbow Sect's garrison had such a large territory. As the highest commander of the Red Rainbow Sect's garrison, Li Fuchen had a certain authority to deal with the resources that the Red Rainbow Sect didn't value much. These resources were very tempting to the Outer Sect disciples. After all, there were plenty of resources and even if the Outer Sect disciples didn't need them, they could sell them and earn a large sum of low-grade spirit stones. The prerequisite was to have a good relationship with Li Fuchen. Be careful. Activating the 1,000 illusion eyes, Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the trio. Silently, a tyrannical psychedelic aura enveloped the 3 of them. Instantly, the 3 of them were dumbfounded. But soon, the 3 of them began to struggle. Some were in pain, some were terrified, and some were giggling like idiots. It was as if they had experienced something in the illusion. The 1,000 illusion eyes can guide the enemy's mental weakness and create an extremely realistic illusion. The bigger the mental weakness, the more realistic the illusion. Li Fuchen was very satisfied to be able to make the trio fall into an illusion. This meant that the 1,000 illusion eyes weren't weak. 5 minutes later, one of the Red Rainbow Sect Outer Sect disciples woke up. His body was drenched in sweat, and he looked very dispirited. Soon enough, the other 2 Red Rainbow Sect Outer Sect disciples woke up too. It's too real. Is this the 1,000 illusion eyes? The 3 of them looked terrified. If Li Fuchen was an enemy, they would have died 1,000 times. But they knew clearly that with Li Fuchen's strength, he didn't need to use the 1,000 illusion eyes to kill them. A single move was enough to kill them. All of you may leave. As for the new batch of resources, each of you can buy them at 80% of the price, but the total amount you buy is not to exceed 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Resources worth 500,000 low-grade spirit stones could be sold for more than 1 million low-grade spirit stones in the market. Thank you, Senior Li. The trio was delighted. They weren't as wealthy as Monarch-class disciples. In the past, they would only be able to purchase 500,000 low-grade spirit stones every year. This time, it was the same as having an extra quota. After the trio left, Li Fuchen thought to himself, an outstanding 6-star bone frame actually fell into an illusion for more than 5 minutes. I wonder how long will 7-star bone frames fall into an illusion. Li Fuchen was planning to find Sikong Zhan to test it out. One price, 2,000 contribution coins. Sikong Zhan had already lost the thought of contesting with Li Fuchen. Right now, he just wanted to progress to the battle spirit realm as soon as possible. Of course, if there was an opportunity to earn contribution coins, he wouldn't let it go. Furthermore, he wanted to deal a blow to Li Fuchen. Xikong Zhan was rather confident in his willpower and didn't believe that Li Fuchen could make him fall into an illusion. Sure. Li Fuchen nodded. In fact, Li Fuchen could just make Xikong Zhan fall into an illusion, but it wasn't necessary as he didn't lack the 2,000 contribution coins. Activating the 1,000 illusion eyes, Li Fuchen's eyes turned dreamy and gorgeous. Xikong Zhan yelled out in his heart. He who was full of vigor had become drowsy in front of Li Fuchen's eyes. It felt as though his body and spirit soul had been separated and he couldn't even move a finger. In the next moment, Xikong Zhan had completely fallen into an illusion and his eyes had turned dull. When Xikong Zhan woke up, his body was covered in a layer of cold sweat. How long did I fall into the illusion? After taking a deep breath, Xikong Zhan asked with an awful expression. Li Fuchen laughed, no wonder you are a monarch class disciple. It has only been 10 breaths. 10 breaths. Xikong Zhan wanted to curse. 10 breaths wasn't a short period of time. Let alone 10 breaths, a single breath was enough to kill him. In a contest between experts, the outcome was usually decided in a single thought. Where are the contribution coins? Xikong Zhan asked stiffly. Here. Li Fuchen tossed 2 1,000 contribution coins to Xikong Zhan. After taking the contribution coins, Xikong Zhan left with an unhappy expression. It was unknown how Bai Ling Shuang obtained the information and wanted to experience Li Fuchen's 1,000 illusion eyes too. In this regard, Li Fuchen naturally wished for nothing more. The facts had proven that Bai Ling Shuang's spirit soul willpower was much superior to Xikong Zhan. She only took 3 breaths to withdraw from the illusion. Such an incredible ocular secret technique. Bai Ling Shuang lamented. She felt that after progressing to the battle spirit realm, she could cultivate some illusion techniques. She didn't need to defeat the enemy, but she wouldn't fall into the enemy's illusion. You should be progressing to the battle spirit realm soon, right? Li Fuchen could feel that Bai Ling Shuang's awareness was gradually transforming into spiritual awareness. This was a sign that she was about to progress. You can see through me. I should be able to progress in at most 1 or 2 months. Bai Ling Shuang raised her brows. 7-star bone frames didn't have any bottleneck when progressing to the battle spirit realm. As long as there was enough accumulation, they would be able to progress smoothly. Then I shall congratulate you in advance. When a monarch class disciple progressed to the battle spirit realm, the sect would give a one-time reward of 100,000 contribution coins. Apart from that, after progressing to the battle spirit realm, they would be able to explore low-class continents that were slightly superior. The so-called low-class continents were those low-class continents that allowed battle spirit realm masters to move around. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.